This is my planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Release Remarks and Update Arrangements. Before I knew it, there were exactly 100 chapters. It's time to put it on the shelves again. It will be put on the shelves at 12 o'clock in the evening, that is, at midnight on the 1st. The possibility of a delay of a few minutes in the back-end opening time cannot be ruled out. Putting it on the shelves means that there will be bursts of updates. I know everyone thinks my writing is too short, but I am handicapped and have a brain palsy, so I really can't write fast. I have accumulated a few drafts before, but there are not many articles. The basic arrangement for putting it on the shelves is still the old rules. Update 2 chapters at 0 o'clock, and then update 1 chapter each at 12 o'clock and 18 o'clock normally. Update 4 chapters on the same day, totaling about 10,001.2 words. Then try to update 3 chapters on the second and third days. It doesn't seem to be a burst of updates. I haven't actually thought about how to add more chapters in the future, because I don't dare to make any guarantees, for fear of breaking my promise. I owe more than 100 chapters in the last book, and I'm afraid I can't pay it back in my lifetime. I can only say that I will try to update as much as possible. Under the premise of the normal 2 chapters, I will update as much as possible. It doesn't necessarily have to be divided into multiple chapters. It may be combined into one big chapter so that it won't be said to be short. Although I feel guilty about the quantity, I will try my best to ensure the quality. The reviews of this book are still the same. Some people are not used to the change of subject matter. Every book changes subject matter like this. But what can we do? Some people will say that the old subject matter is just relying on the past, and some people will not like the change of subject matter. It is difficult to satisfy everyone, so we have to choose a direction to be criticized. For me, I always feel that while I am not too old and my brain is not completely rigid, I still hope to try changing the subject matter a little more to see if I can break through myself. As for the popularity of sand sculpture literature, there is always a thought of hitting the south wall. Maybe the new subject matter may not be written well. Anyway, not wanting to rely on the old subject matter is something worth encouraging, right? Even if it fails, it can be said that Xia is still okay, at least he wants to break through. Fortunately, every time the subject matter is changed, although there are old brothers who are not used to it, the results are still steadily rising step by step. This book is also like this. Although I thought about it differently when I was conceiving it, I didn't expect the subject matter trap of the invincible flow, which is not easy to write, but in the end, the data in all aspects are still much better than those in the world of asking for the red dust. The number of people who follow the book is not enough, but it is actually much higher than one Dao Hongchen. The so-called not enough people who follow the book is just a lower proportion compared with the over-high expectations brought by the number of collections and investments. The reason for this is generally the slow update and the daily content. There are many people who keep the book, but the number of people who follow the book is not so high. This is my problem. But it is still very good. As long as it is improved compared with a previous book. It does not necessarily prove that it is well written, but at least it proves that it is not so bad that it disappoints a large number of old friends, and there are still some new friends, which makes me feel relieved. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your trust in me all the time. Please continue to trust me. I will not let you down. By the way, this book is still very important to my career. Whether the contract can go further depends on how it performs on the shelves this time. I won't go into too much detail, everyone knows. Judging from the current data trend, the possibility of the first order exceeding 10,000 is not great, but it is not completely impossible. There is still a certain chance. If everyone can stop pirating and try to support subscriptions on Kidian, it will be really good. I am so envious of the new badge of first order exceeding 10,000, and I am even more eager for a better contract. I want to give it a try. I wonder if you can join me in giving it a try? Thanks everyone. P.S. Many brothers gave rewards before the release. I was overwhelmed at first and couldn't thank them all, so I'll thank CZ for the silver reward. Thanks to the leaders, W. Glutinous Risamit Balks, I can only sigh that the world is in chaos and the sun is reckless. I obey death and live in peace. The newbie meat is so delicious. The moon is cold and the oil lamp is out. The weird train is la 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 stretching Zaska VVV's Wang Tang Ning Ning 000 Lili 000 Rimu Liuzi is afraid of water Shil Chuoxi. This and the one above are a gay couple. Henfa Ishianji is great, thank you, only with you can I be great. Da Jiao Mo Wang CH4NGA the non-existent Daoni Chan is in a book drought and I am now 1B in a book drought. A song of fantasy and dream, a hamburger Virgil, 1,000 purple Luo Suni and Jinchi, quietly waiting for you. The wind suddenly rises and the thunder is furious. 10 years of lush pursuit of joy YMGZ a dream of transparent magic, a royal sister control, a flying moon and a quiet shadow. At the same time, I would like to thank Kaga AI, CZL Just Alone, Happy Fruit Jellyfish, Dear Penguin and other guardian elders and hall masters, as well as all the brothers who rewarded and supported. There are so many old faces here. It is your consistent support that has allowed me to get to where I am today. I am really sorry that I cannot thank you one by one. Please forgive my carelessness and simplicity. Thank you all again. Chapter 102 Tragic Dragon Lolly. The so-called blue dragon is actually the Eastern Azure Dragon, the totem of Xia. The turquoise dragon on the mother star Early Tau is actually made according to the shape of the blue dragon constellation in the astrology, which is a proof of nobility. Xia Guixuan's blue dragon is based on this, because he was born after Xia. It does not mean that he is a blue dragon, nor does it mean that there is only one blue dragon in the world. In fact, there are many blue dragons in the heavens and the worlds. In fact, after becoming the Immortal Emperor in the Eastern Emperor realm, his mount is a dragon. I was worried that this familiar dragon ran over. Fortunately, this little lolly is not. Not a familiar dragon from the Eastern Emperor realm, that's good, at least your father doesn't have to run away. But this little lolly. He really knows her. At this time, there is no time to say anything, because Yunun has taken action as ordered, and 9 snake ropes spread thousands of feet, sweeping towards the steel city defended by Yan Wuyu. When he took action, he also winked at Xia Guixuan, meaning look, I didn't lie to you, your envoy didn't even have the opportunity to meet the father to negotiate. When Wuxiang attacks, it will be beyond the conventional power, and it will no longer be blocked by ground technology. The snake rope arrived in an instant. No matter how strong the alloy, how violent the original energy, or how exquisite the cooperation, it is impossible to withstand Wuxiang's attack. Boom, the steel wall was blown to pieces and even melted into a ball. The photon cannons on the defense line and the heavy tanks set up in the city were all crushed like mud. Yan Wuai was furious. You actually ignored the Human God Agreement and really sent out Wuxiang. The Human God Agreement, also known as the Human God Agreement, states that when any party to the agreement sends out extraordinary forces, the other party can counterattack indefinitely. For example, if you destroy this defense zone, my Star Destroyer and fusion nuclear bomb can bomb any of your tribal settlements, blow up any of your sacred mountains and treasures, and even blow up the entire continent. Everyone broke up. Before there is no absolute certainty of destroying one side or being sure to take on this kind of extraordinary power, the war between humans and the descendants of gods can only be a local war. And this time, Wuxiang was really sent out. You think the fleet will be slow to react because the deputy commander is seriously injured? You are wrong. Yan Wuyu angrily pressed the device in his hand. There was an instant reaction thousands of miles away. A twisted, strange light beam, which I don't know what color to describe, crossed time and space and suddenly descended. Hunan, who was about to capture Yan Wuyu, quickly retracted his hand, and the snake rope was almost broken by the beam. The human space-cutting cannon can react at any time beside important generals and cross space to achieve battlefield cutting. It is to prepare for such things. There is no need to retaliate on the divine continent. The important battle situation can be immediately protected on the spot. Xia Guixuan was a little amazed. It's really awesome. At the same time as the space cannon bombarded Hunan, the human galaxy battleship finally started and flew into the air. The satellite analyzed the scene here and it seemed that it could participate in the battle. There was no need to vent anger, so the star-destroying light cannon locked onto Kanglong. Such a reaction speed must be commanded by Gongsun Jiu himself. He was also very puzzled. Why did Xia Guixuan's mission not get any response at all, but the other party Wuxiang also participated in the battle collectively? What kind of envoy is this? Xia Guixuan was wronged. The fight started just after the person arrived and he didn't say a word. The little lolly had no eyes for anyone else. I'm afraid she didn't even know she was here. How could she be an envoy? The little lolly with dragon horns was still standing with her hands on her hips. Come on, just rely on your stinky cannons. I'm the most powerful. After the magic weapon changed, the words became the majestic whisper of Kanglong that resounded through the world. Stupid humans, don't know the power of God, so it can be translated like this? Xia Guixuan's eyes were full of circles. Boom, the Star Destroyer cannon came from thousands of miles away and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. As expected, Kanglong went up without dodging. A terrifying mushroom cloud exploded over the sea, and even the entire sea was blown out of the continental shelf. The coastline collapsed inch by inch and spread all the way to the edge of the city, just in time to be blocked outside by the space-cutting cannon. Yan Wuyu was directing the personnel to evacuate and abandon the defense line. The battle of the phaseless is simply not something that humans can handle on their own. Protecting people's safety is the first priority. Father God, Xiaoru was rushing towards the center of the explosion, looking like a loyal protector. Hunan winked at Xia Guixuan and said, even if you don't cooperate with me and only stand on the human side, shouldn't you stop Xiaoru at this time? Xia Guixuan said with righteousness. That's right. He rushed to the center of the explosion, seemingly trying to intercept Xiaoru. Hunan was secretly happy. He didn't expect that a few words of persuasion to surrender would really be effective. In fact, his judgment was based on the fact that the other party would definitely stop Kanglong from the human side. This was absolutely true. Then, under this premise, the other party would come to entangle with him first, or with Kanglong Xiaoru. This was the value of what he said just now. This was normal. As long as the other party was a normal person, after the conversation just now, no matter how half-believing and half-doubting he was, he would not inexplicably want to fight with him. He would most likely choose to stop Xiaoru. That was enough. Just when Xia Guixuan seemed to be about to collide with Xiaoru, the 9 snake ropes of Hunan quietly turned into shadows, one of which attacked Xiaoru from behind, and the other 8 all sneaked into the center of the explosion. Target, Kanglong. Purpose, soul control. As a Wuxiang who specializes in soul arts, Hunan can vaguely sense that Kanglong is not as strong as it appears on the surface. As long as there is an opportunity like this where there is no time to take care of other things, it is entirely possible to quietly control this soul. The so-called Father God's aura is fine, whether it is true or false. If it is false, it is still controlling a Wuxiang Kanglong, and there may be a treasure that is strongly related to the Father God with him, which is also a big profit. If it is true, it is even better. If you control the Father God in your hands, can you do whatever you want? Awe and piety to the Father God? Wouldn't it be better if there is another God like this to suppress you? To be honest, this is what Wuxiang should pursue. If the Father God is the way of heaven, in other planes, this is tearing the sky apart. This is the path that any strong person will eventually take, and Hunan is very sure of this. In this respect, he was indeed not wrong. But just as the snake shadow invaded the center of the explosion, Hunyuan discovered something even more amazing. Xiaoru actually passed by Xia Guixuan, and a spear magic weapon suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing it viciously at Kanglong's back. And the snake rope he used to attack Xiaoru was grabbed by Xia Guixuan with a smile. Hunyuan, what? Xia Guixuan and Xiaoru are in the same group? And then, Xiaoru attacked Kanglong? This Kanglong is probably the most tragic Father God in history. His demon subordinate is thinking about attacking it, and the seemingly closest female subordinate is also attacking it, and the human warships on the opposite side are also bombarding it. In just 1 second, what on earth did this Kanglong encounter? Kanglong, it was already very hard for it to resist the destructive bombardment of human warships, and it was imagining that its subordinates pushed down the human base. How could this be? Hunyuan ignored the snake rope that Xia Guixuan had grabbed, and at the last moment, he changed the 8 shadows that were attacking Kanglong to attack Xiaoru. He didn't know what Xiaoru was thinking. Hunyuan felt that no matter what, he couldn't attack humans at the moment when his 2 priests worked together to destroy the Father God that everyone used to unite the hearts of the descendants of God. Would that be funny? Since Xiaoru backstabbed Kanglong, I will save Kanglong. At least I can continue to unify the descendants of God. Otherwise, I will be laughed to death by humans. Everything changed in a flash. Xia Guixuan finally smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The choice of the soul priest at the last moment is very overall. With this, he is worthy of my race. Whether it is a demon or not, it doesn't matter. As the first word came out, he had already grabbed Shang Zhaoi's spear, and at the same time, he gently grasped the 8 snake ropes and the spear in his hand. The 2 Wuxiang were actually controlled by his one hand, and they could not move forward or backward. Han Yuan's face changed in horror. Shang Zhaoi was stunned. Xia Guixuan saved his other hand and blasted away the power of the ship's cannon. Then he lifted Kanglong up by the scruff of his neck, like he was holding a little girl. Please subscribe and give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 103 to you soon. The little girl struggled hard, but suddenly seemed to realize something. The struggling movement suddenly disappeared as if the power was turned off. The whole person hung there like a salted fish, swaying. In the eyes of others, it was a seemingly majestic blue dragon hanging there by the collar like a dead snake, shaking, as if it was completely different from the dragon that could withstand the Star Destroyer cannon just now. The scene was extremely magical. The mushroom cloud at the center of the explosion blocked all vision from the outside world, including satellites and ray analysis, which could not penetrate. It seemed that there was a new barrier that separated this area into an independent space. Space magic, self-acting heaven and earth. Guangxin Jiayu quickly realized something and decisively ordered, the first column continues to attack and create an atmosphere for attack. The second, third, fourth and first columns are ready. The target is outside the sky, in the explosion space. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. This attack strength? Guangxin Jiayu is really smart. Shang Zhaoi and Hunan looked at him blankly. At this time, he was still holding a dragon in one hand and holding the snake rope and spear in the other hand. He controlled 3 Wuxian by himself, and then he was distracted to cooperate with Guangxin Jiayu. Of course, none of the 3 struggled. Kanglong has completely turned into a dead snake, and Hunan is in a daze. Shang Zhaoi is even more aware of the current situation. Now that the backstab Kanglong has been destroyed, he sees that Kanglong is definitely related to him. He is not a human being on both sides, and he has offended him completely. If he doesn't behave himself, he will really be eaten alive together. She simply let go of the spear, knelt on one knee, bowed her head and said, "Greetings to the Father God." Han Yuan glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitched for a long time. He didn't learn to kneel like her, but he also bowed slightly and saluted, "Greetings to the Father God." Just now, this seat. Oh no, just now I have said a lot of disrespectful words to the Father God, please punish me. There were too many disrespectful words, and Han Yuan was very embarrassed. Forget about treating him as a human messenger, it was the Father God himself who acted. But the key is to say in front of him that the Father God has lust, that he is a dog to lick Yan Wu Yu, and expressed his intention to bypass the Father God and set up his own school. That's all, and also sneak attack Kanglong. The meaning is clear, it is to sneak attack the Father God himself, but Kanglong took the blame. If it wasn't for the final stop and attack Shang Zhaoi instead, I'm afraid that his ashes would be scattered now. Xia Guixuan didn't take action all the time, but was actually observing this. Now that he has praised him, who wouldn't be uneasy? God knows what this strange Father God who pretends to be so funny is thinking. Even if the Father God doesn't mind, what is the relationship between him and Kanglong? What if he is a very close person? Wouldn't his sneak attack and control offend him? Han Yuan's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what he was thinking. You have evil intentions towards me. To be honest, it's not a crime. Xia Guixuan smiled. This is tearing the sky? Han Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange color. Xia Guixuan said lightly, of course. When the way of heaven is not a mysterious non-human, but the Father God does exist, this tearing the sky will be suspected of being ungrateful. For your selfish desires, you can kill the Father God who leads you to wisdom in the way, a slight punishment. As the voice sounded, the 8 snake ropes in his hand melted into one. Han Yuan let out a painful groan, and beads of sweat dripped down. His face was distorted with pain, but he didn't dare to resist. The 9 snake ropes were actually its 9 heads. It was a 9-headed sea snake, and each head could be called a life-saving magic weapon. Each head could invade the sea of consciousness and achieve soul control when biting a person. But now, the 9 heads were squeezed into one head. This pain was self-evident, and it might even cause a regression in cultivation. Although it was painful, Han Yuan did not dare to resist at all, but felt relieved. The implementation of this punishment meant that the matter was over. After all, The Father God spared him this time because he took the overall situation into consideration and did not attack Kanglong together. Xia Guixuan glanced at Shuangzhaoi with a half-smile, and said nothing, letting her kneel there. Shuangzhaoi also had cold sweat on his forehead, and did not dare to speak. Kanglong, like a dead snake, suddenly spoke. "This woman betrayed me," Xia Guixuan said him. "Help me beat her." "No, why?" "Because I was told about this betrayal, and I didn't know that the fake Kanglong was you." Kanglong said "Oh," sniffed, aggrieved, and wanted to run away. "Sure enough," Xia Guixuan sneered, "you have improved a lot, borrowing the practice I taught you, borrowing the dragon energy I gave you, pretending to be Kanglong, using my name, enjoying my dignity. How can I peel your skin?" My registered little apprentice, Shuangzhaoi and Hunan widened their eyes at the same time, and sweated even more. "It's a disciple, not an enemy." "Does that mean the young master?" "It's over." No, Kanglong struggled violently. "I thought Master died and turned into the heavenly Dao of this world. These little brothers and sisters are not doing well. They fight each other every day. I can't stand it." "Who told you that these are little brothers and sisters? You are not my disciple at all. I just taught you a little tricks." Xia Guixuan snorted coldly. "Now you have violated the precepts. Expel." "No, Master," Kanglong cried. "Change back to human form. Who is this big dragon crying for? Are you making it rain?" With a bang, the several-foot Kanglong turned into little lolly. Green dress, cute dragon horns, little face with pear blossoms in the rain, crying, "Master, don't drive me away. I was wrong. I am not your master." Woo wow. It was not until this moment that Shuangzhaoi and Hunan realized that this girl did not have the terrifying strength of the peak of Wuxiang at all. She was just a young Kainan dragon. How did she carry the Star Destroyer cannon? And, they have seen this lolly before. The biggest interstellar caravan in the star system, the most shameless interstellar merchant, the little princess of the Xiong family who specializes in selling ripoffs and makes the heavens and the worlds mad, Xiong Yuxin. In the early years, she came to sell them strange things, such as selling secret medicine for giving birth to a baby in a human womb, to Shuangzhaoi, and shampoo for saving hairline snake hair and turning it into black silk, to Hunan, and then was driven away without any suspense. Why didn't you realize that she was actually a dragonborn at that time? The little girl cried pitifully, but Xia Guixuan was unmoved and said with a straight face, "Don't play this with me. They started a sacrifice to summon my arrival." "How could they summon you?" The little girl turned her eyes secretly, shy and timid. Because I am covered in my master's things." "Ah, so many." Xia Guixuan almost threw her out. But seeing her glaring eyes, he didn't do anything after all. He just sighed and said, "Are you collecting the fragments of the magic weapon I left in the universe? The hilt of the Junte sword was given to Shuangzhaoi by you, including the attack of the descendants of the gods on this southwestern sea area, for the so-called Fushuzu. Did you sense that there are the remains of the formation stones I used to set up the formation?" The little girl stopped talking, stared at him steadily, and whispered, "Master is not dead." "That's great." Shuangzhaoi Hunan glanced at him sideways. "How old are you?" "I'm not. I don't have a crush on Master." As if sensing a strange gaze, the little girl turned around and tore open the space, about to get in and run away. With a bang, the space closed, and the little girl seemed to hide an invisible wall, sticking to the air in a big letter shape and slowly sliding down. "I'm not trying to lock you up," Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. "You will die if you get out of the outer space at this time." As he spoke, a satellite wave was transmitted from space, which was accurately captured by them as if it were a voice transmission. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. Zelter invaded the defense zone of Donglan Galaxy. Zelter invaded the defense zone of Donglan Galaxy. Almost at the same time, the cannons that were pretending to bombard this independent space stopped, and in the distance visible to everyone, countless huge warships took off, and Nikus flew densely into space. That was a long wait, and it can be foreseen that outside the invisible galaxy, the warships in various defense zones are like locusts, weaving a net in the entire star field. Xia Guixuan said lightly, "You are making all kinds of calculations and farces, and Gongsun Jiu is fully preparing for the invasion of Zelter. Looking at the soaring of this iron eagle, do you still want to play house? Please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. There will be updates at noon." Chapter 104 Demon God. "Don't worry, Master," Xiong Yuxin patted her non-existent chest and assured, I will contact my caravan immediately and give the Zelts a surprise attack. Xia Guixuan couldn't bear to listen to the thumping sounds, and thought to himself that Xiaojiu could rest in peace. Of course, he would not say this out loud, and still said with a stern face, "You are nomadic merchant family, why do you want to provoke a unified galactic civilization? Are you trying to kill yourself? We can disguise ourselves, and it's just guerrilla warfare on the periphery, no problem." Xiang Yuxun hammered his palm. "How about pretending to be the big head pirates?" Xia Guixuan had a blank expression on his face. He didn't know who the big head pirates were, nor did he know which pirate group would give themselves such a non-intimidating name. Are they going to scare people to death with the size of their heads? Most likely it was the nickname the little girl called herself. Anyway, the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to argue with the little girl, so he said, "Then I'll take you back and give you the coordinates." Xiang Yuxun hesitated and said, "According to the coordinates of humans here? The coordinates of the Little Mushroom Galaxy, Greek letter Alpha 14, Greek letter Beta 768, Greek letter Gamma 244 star field mark. Master, do you understand? Do you want to change it to Gimme, 140 light-years to the east, and Gigi, 7,680 light-years above?" Before she finished speaking, the little girl screamed and disappeared in the black hole torn open by Xia Guixuan. Shuang Zhaowai and Hunan looked at each other with their eyes and noses, without saying a word. The majestic blue dragon collapsed, and the mysterious father god was not much better, and he collapsed just the same. Seeing Xia Guixuan looking at them, Shuang Zhaowai said directly, "Your subject will immediately enter the space and cooperate with a human fleet in the battle." Xia Guixuan nodded. "You cooperated with Gongsun Jiu last time, this time you will be the leader. The other two Wuxiang priests have sneaked into the human mainland, and according to the current situation, they have not taken action. You can gather them together and we will discuss it after this battle." Shuang Zhaowai suppressed his joy and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Yes, according to the temperament of the Father God, as long as this battle is fought beautifully, all previous mistakes are not mistakes, which are enough to atone for the sins." Han Yuan thought so too. They both stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Xia Guixuan unlocked the independent space, and then he noticed that Yan Wuyu had been circling outside for a long time, with an anxious look on his face. Seeing the space dispersing and Xia Guixuan appearing in front of her unharmed, Yan Wuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "I'm glad you're okay. The descendants of gods here." She looked at Shuang Zhaowai and Han Yuan, and said warily, "Are you going to continue fighting?" "Ahem," Shuang Zhaowai said righteously, "according to the human god covenant, once the Zeld invades, no matter how the fight goes, you and I must immediately cooperate to fight the enemy. We are people who abide by our promises, so let's go now." "What a shitty promise you keep." Yan Wuyu did not quarrel with them, and said to Xia Guixuan, "I must take a motor ship to join the battle quickly. I will definitely be of use to the special operations on the front line." "You?" Xia Guixuan smiled, "I won't go. As for special operations, you can cooperate more with these two. After all, they are Wuxiang. And the personal combat power is first class." Yan Wuyu was about to express doubts when she heard Han Yuan say, "Don't worry, we will protect your woman." "Yan Wuyu, Xia Guixuan, why are you talking so much? Do your thing." Han Yuan flattered the horse and left in embarrassment. "I will go find the other two priests first." Yan Wuyu looked at Xia Guixuan, his face a little strangely flushed, but he didn't hesitate, and said quickly, "I don't know why you didn't join the war. I feel that it should be something you are very interested in. But you must have your reasons. I won't ask any more questions, and I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he turned into a stream of fire and disappeared in an instant. Xia Guixuan felt that she was running for her life. She had never run away like this even when facing Wu Xiang. It was obvious why this was the case. He looked at Shuang Zhaowai with some embarrassment. "I asked you to lead the team, why are you still here?" Shuang Zhaowai hesitated and said, "I also think that the Father God will be very interested in this war. Don't you want to go to the front with us? You fight your own battles. I have somewhere else to go." Xia Guixuan looked up at the void and smiled slightly. "I feel the eyes in the void, as if there is an indescribable god observing the war in this star field. I will go to meet it for a while." Shuang Zhaowai was terrified. This is taking appeared in the other side's battle? The Emperor of Zelter is not taking, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to guard it for 250 years. Where does taking come from? In the vast universe, There are multiple realms. Of course there is more than one taking. The most is that the names are different, and everyone is not using the same cultivation system. Xia Guixuan's system is very simple, divided into 7 realms, which belongs to the division mode of heaven returning to simplicity. Their 7 realms, if placed in other systems, may be divided into 18 realms. That is classification and complexity, and it is hard to say which one is better, just different paths. It does not only mean that the early, middle and late stages can become 3 major realms in others, but also that there are differences in the barriers of breakthrough. For example, between wuxiang and taking, others may divide 1 or 2 more realm systems and walk step by step. So their wuxiang to taking is particularly difficult, and they may be stuck forever, but once they pass it, it is equivalent to several realms for others. But it does not mean that it is easier for others to walk with more realms. The complicated system will naturally have other problems, which will not be elaborated for the time being. So don't underestimate the one-level difference between wuxiang and taking. If it were someone else, there would be many levels of difference. Unless the protagonist template of Son of Heaven has many special features, it is basically a dream to challenge the seemingly leapfrog level from wuxiang perfection to the initial entry into taking. The simplest system Xia Guixuan has ever seen is divided into only 4 layers. The 4-layer system of refining essence into key to refining emptiness and merging with the Tao can be called the simplest of the Great Way. Xia Guixuan can't stand that kind of simplicity. I've gone off topic. In short, Xia Guixuan was not surprised by the appearance of taking. What was surprising was why it hadn't appeared for more than 200 years, but appeared with this war. And it didn't participate in the war when it appeared. Well, it's not surprising that it didn't participate in the war. The other party must have sensed his existence. Xia Guixuan cut through the void, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in an unknown number of light years away. Space jump, as a habitual time and space traveler, is a basic and necessary skill. When he stepped out of the space-time tunnel, he saw a desolate celestial body in front of him. The celestial body was not spherical, but was suspended in the void like an isolated island. The isolated island was very large, no smaller than the average continent. But even so, calling it an isolated island was a face-saving move, otherwise in space, it could be called dust. And on the isolated island, there was a monster. A soft-bodied creature with a pitch-black body, lying on it like an octopus, with countless tentacles spreading unscrupulously throughout the celestial body, wrapping around it layer by layer. In the center was a huge head, with scarlet eyes conveying unspeakable panic, fear, blood, irritability, darkness, greed, and desire. The voice like the whisper of an ancient god echoed in the soul sea, as if to turn people into negative demons and slaves of desire. Just as it was like dust in the universe, Xia Guixuan standing in front of it was also like dust. But all this meant nothing to Xia Guixuan. The condensation of the dark energy of the universe was born in the cracks of the void caused by the shattering of the plane, absorbing dark energy, death and bloodshed of war, and the negative will of life as nutrients, forming a negative demon god. Dust. Xia Guixuan looked up at the blood-red eyes, and suddenly smiled. Is the crack where you were born the one I fought in that battle? Although they said it was Chinese, it was actually a direct communication between souls that reached the sea of consciousness without the need for translation. A deep laugh came from the sea of consciousness. It's you. If from this angle, are you also my father god? Xia Guixuan smiled brightly. You can call me dad, but whether I recognize you or not is another matter. If you were still at your peak, I might really call you dad. The dark creature laughed strangely. Unfortunately, your ability now is only 70% to 80% of what it was before. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, so you think you can kill me? I really can't kill you yet. My strength is not as good as yours. But you can't kill me in your current state, and I just need to hold you back. The dark creature laughed louder and louder. I thought I would see some kind of god, but it turned out to be just like this. Ha 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 ha. Xia Guixuan sighed with his hands caged. I've always been curious about one thing. Do you dark things have some problems with your brains? Just like you, a waste whose original body is still bound in the rift of the void, you can't even touch the magnetic field protection of the Kanglong galaxy easily with just your divine consciousness. Why do you still like to pretend so much? Performance report, as of 12 o'clock noon, the first order is 9010, and the 10,000 order is stable. The monthly vote is 1460, ranking first among new books. Thank you for your support. Chapter 105 Silver Saddle Shining on White Horse. Xia Guixuan's extremely sarcastic tone made the dark creature's laughter stuck in midair, just like someone stuffed a ball into its mouth when it was pretending to be cool. It never thought that an immortal emperor at the peak of the taking state of mind would actually quarrel with a dark creature like it. Why, do you think I've lost face? Xia Guixuan smiled and said, that's right, it shows that you also know how low your taste is, you. The dark creature was furious, and its bright red eyes became more and more ferocious. The hostility filled the void, and the celestial bodies floating nearby were flashed by its anger and turned into ashes. Seeing this furious state, Xia Guixuan's eyes flashed with disdain. He really looked down on this taking. I don't know what it calls itself, and Xia Guixuan is too lazy to understand. Let's call it the Dark Demon God, or the Dark Demon for short. This Dark Demon is still relatively young, maybe it can be called a young demon? Well, naming is so casual. It's not that this Dark Demon is like a powerful robot or a beast that has no wisdom but only strength. That's too weak. It does have wisdom, and it's a high-level wisdom. It's not that it doesn't have the understanding of the law. This kind of creature is born according to the law, and it represents the dark energy of the universe, so it doesn't need to understand. But this kind of creature is born and raised by nature, and has never been tempered. Compared with people like him who have experienced ups and downs for thousands of years, their understanding of the law or battle is not the same concept at all. That's fine, maybe the opponent has superior talent and is not inferior. The problem is that this kind of creature is extremely biased. It doesn't have positive feelings. Attributes such as anger, jealousy, and fear are not felt by their opponents, and they themselves are the same. They are a collection of these attributes. Its habitual behavior is to provoke the anger or fear of the opponent to infect the consciousness, but it is also very easy for it to burst into anger or fear. This is an innate nature that cannot be changed. Xia Guixuan not only looks down on this kind, but also looks down on the bright kind. This kind of bias is not the Tao, and it will never be supreme. Even taking is struggling, being stuck in their shattered dimensional rifts and restricted by fragments of different planes. Unable to break through the limitations of space, he can only use the negative consciousness of external life to materialize, and is a pure consciousness body. Seeing Xia Guixuan's disdainful expression, the dark demon became even more angry and sneered. Do you still think you are noble? Your practice of talking about state of mind and perception is really ridiculous. You don't even know how to recover when you are injured. But my growth is not limited. It won't be long before you will only be my slave. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. Let's talk about it then. The reason you tell me all this nonsense is because you can bless the Zelt warriors. You think they can win and they just need to drag me here, right? Of course. The dark demon laughed. The human descendants of the Kanglong star are nonsense. It seems that they have long forgotten how they resisted the invasion of foreign enemies. After only a few years of rest, they started fighting each other, assassinating the marshal, Wuxiang taking action, and warships bombarding. In this mess, as long as you don't take action, how can they fight against Zelt? Xia Guixuan sighed. I said you're low level, but you don't admit it. As powerful as taking, your divine thoughts dare not enter my domain. The news about Kanglong Star was conveyed by spies. You can be called the most useless god in history. The dark demon was startled for a moment. Suddenly, there was a fierce bombing sound from a light year away, as if the two sides had already exchanged fire. The Zelter troops, who were originally invading the depth of the defense line of the outer galaxy of Kanglong Star and were unstoppable, suddenly found themselves caught in a net. Right in front of them, a whole galactic fleet, covering hundreds of types of aircraft, with a total of tens of thousands of space battleships, was coming towards them, like stars pouring down from the sky. The leading galactic flagship was as bright as a star. It was the greatest foundation for mankind to rely on and the strongest war preparation. There was only one person in the world who could effectively command this fleet, including the galactic flagship. Guangxin Jiayu. He was not so seriously injured that he could not get out of bed. At this time, he was wearing a battle suit and stood in the command cabin, looking at the light spots on the screen, his face as gloomy as water. In the depths of the vast universe, countless invisible fighters quietly emerged. The dark color that merged with the universe and the magnetic field coated on the fuselage made them exist in the void like ghosts. It was not until the other party fell into the net that they showed their hideous fangs. The Zelts had warships and powerful life forms that could travel directly. They were surrounded and at a loss. At the same time, The Zealots who landed on various planets to seize and destroy fortifications encountered a corps of monks led by 4 gods. Boom boom boom, 10,000 cannons roared, and magic weapons shot out. The entire star field fell into the exploding sea of stars. The dark demon looked livid, and waved his huge tentacles furiously, smashing the isolated island into pieces. It was originally an extremely emotional life, but it found that it could not be smashed. The place where Xia Guixuan was located exuded a soft fairy air, and the entire celestial body was wrapped in an unknown crystal power, solid and impeccable. You don't want to stand on the ground, but I want to stand for a while, Xia Guixuan said slowly. What? Do you still want to drag me here so that I can't rescue my people? The dark demon realized that it was not Xia Guixuan who was dragging him, but Xia Guixuan who was actually dragging him. Xia Guixuan was very confident about the battle situation over there from the beginning to the end. This was originally a trap set by Gongsun Jiayu, and he was waiting for human spies to lure the Zealots into the game. He only mobilized his own fleet, which was only the Galaxy Fleet plus the external Ghost Patrol Fighter Corps. No other troops were mobilized, just to avoid leaking the news. Even so, with the flexible and powerful personal strength of the godly Wu Xiang, there might be the Interstellar Merchants Guard Corps disguised as pirates. This battle can basically be said to be a sure win, and there is not much value in even going to observe the battle situation. It is a heavy defeat. The dark demon said angrily, what's the point of you winning this battle? Do you really think that this can hurt me? Xia Guixuan smiled. It is said that the reproduction of the Zealot is very special, almost endless, and you only need to let the Zealot spread and find opportunities to corrupt other cosmic life. Maybe your strength leap is really faster than my recovery from injuries. So, at this moment, he changed his face, and a huge tripod-shaped phantom appeared on the dark demon's head, and it fell down with a bang. I am here to suppress and kill you. Boom. A tripod suppressed the world. The vastness was unpredictable, and the universe and time seemed to stagnate and condense, melting into an eternal and still picture. Yu Wangling, Xia Guixuan's true life treasure, rests with him. The dark demon had no doubt that if he was suppressed tightly, his consciousness would definitely be suppressed to ashes, and his body would be weak for 10,000 years. Bang! Countless tentacles entangled and held a tripod shadow tightly. It was clearly just a shadow versus a consciousness, and there was no sense of explosion due to energy overflow, but the entire void actually had a faint sign of space cracking due to such a collision. The small world, life and death in a thought. On the planetary continent, everyone was too restrained, afraid of destroying the planet under their feet. Once out of space, the performance is never comparable to the inside of the planet. The same is true for the godly Wu Xiang, the human warships, and of course, Xia Guixuan. But in the stalemate, Xia Guixuan frowned slightly. His injuries still had a great impact, especially since the injuries were originally at the level of the soul, and he suffered a lot in this kind of confrontation between consciousnesses. The dark demon was right before. In its current state, it cannot be destroyed. Unless the ding is left forever. This is a bit troublesome, and I am not willing to do it. Ha ha. The dark demon carried the tripod with great difficulty, and laughed wildly at the sky. Did you find that you can kill me? Xia Guixuan, face the reality of your weakness now. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, a Pegasus suddenly followed the sound and arrived in an instant, as if a meteor illuminated the night sky. Xia Guixuan turned his head and saw a snow-white horse. No, the upper body was a human. A beautiful woman wearing silver armor and holding a spear. Shang's Haoi, P.S. This chapter is scheduled. I stayed up all night last night and didn't sleep until noon today. I can't report the results to everyone in real time. I believe that it will have been subscribed by 10,000 when I wake up. Chapter 106, Swooshing like a shooting star. Xia Guixuan asked without even turning his head, is the war over there okay? Shang's Haoi said, the two sides of this battle have unequal information. The other side is simply at a loss and in chaos. The outcome is already determined. I can sense from afar that the Father God and the Demon God are entangled here, and I think the winner may be here. Father God, don't blame me for leaving the battlefield without permission. Xia Guixuan nodded slightly. You are right, the winner is indeed here. Shang's Haoi stared at the dark demon cautiously. The other party was struggling to support the suppression of the tripod and was unable to take care of this side. She sighed slightly. Father God has suppressed this demon? What is this thing and why is it so clear? Xia Guixuan shook her head. This is a demon god that is self-condensed by the dark energy in the universe due to some fuse. This kind of thing is basically born in the high stage of formlessness, and the level division does not make much sense to them. In fact, there are many such things in the world. The only difference is whether they are conscious or not. They are not too troublesome opponents. It is easy for me to suppress them now, but the problem is that I can't destroy them. Xiaoru also found that Xia Guixuan only suppressed the opponent with magic weapons, and he himself did not move. It was obvious that he still had many means to use, and it was obvious that he had the upper hand. But why not use other means? As if seeing her confusion, Xia Guixuan explained, this kind of negative consciousness aggregation, if placed in a closed small plane, can be said to coexist with living beings. As long as there are living beings in the world, it will not be destroyed. Of course, it is not so exaggerated in the universe. As long as the ability is sufficient, this kind of consciousness can still be shaken apart, which is equivalent to destruction. Unfortunately, my soul is missing now, and it is not that strong. I can only rely on magic weapons to suppress it. Xiaoru hesitated and said, is physical force ineffective? Of course, physical force is meaningful when it is strong to a certain extent, but without the blessing of magic weapons, it may not achieve the desired effect. Xia Guixuan looked at the distance and wondered if it would be useful to summon a star to compress it and play a starburst. The main thing is that this trick cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise the battlefield over there is not too far away, and it is very likely to cause accidental injuries. Xiaoru didn't know that he could find another way. He only knew that Father God had fought with someone so fiercely that the sword of Junte was broken. Now that he has just come out of seclusion, he is afraid that except for his own cauldron, he really has no magic weapon to use. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, Father God, is this demon god the culprit who caused Zell to invade Kanglong Star? He may not be the culprit, but the subsequent wars must have his influence. It is even possible that some changes in your country are related to his influence. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, why are you asking this? Can you play any role if you have confirmed your enemy? He almost said just you. Xiaoru's face was slightly angry, and he whispered, Father God is not only prejudiced against me, but also repeatedly underestimated my strength. Xia Guixuan tilted his head to glance at her, don't be so sensitive, it's really not prejudice or discrimination, nor am I stubborn and don't need help. It's just that your strength is indeed not enough to pose a threat to it, Xiaoru said with a straight face, I am a horse, Xia Guixuan, in addition to my own strength, my greater value lies in blessing. Xiaoru didn't look at him, but stared at the front with a straight face. Right on, Xia Guixuan. Xiaoru took a deep breath. This is not an acceleration sprint to increase strength in the conventional sense, but due to my talent. A low level can allow people to exert their fullest strength, and a high level can provide a blessing increase. If you are injured and can't exert your strongest strength, you can ride on me. Xia Guixuan subconsciously looked at her body. Her horse body. This isn't really a horse body, it's clearly a well-built female body, and the legs are human legs, it's just covered in armor, it looks like a warhorse, but in fact, it's just a woman's waist. Such a thin waist, so perky, oh. When I ride it, I know it won't break, and I feel very. Bang! Xia Guixuan came back to his senses, and found that in the blink of an eye, the shadow of the tripod had been pushed up by the dark demon for several miles, and it was about to break free and escape. Xiaoru turned his head and looked at him, with a bit of mockery in his beautiful eyes. Damn? Mocking me? I'm thinking about you, do you really think I don't dare to ride? Xia Guixuan got on without saying a word. Sitting on the back of the horse body, he subconsciously put his hands around her waist because he had nowhere to put his hands. In fact, it felt similar to sitting on the back of Xiaoju's motorcycle. But this riding feeling, what motorcycle can compare? Xiaoru could feel that his whole body stiffened for a moment, but soon calmed down, and silently sprinted towards the dark demon. Xia Guixuan also withdrew his mind and soon felt something special. This isolated island was very large, like a continent. They were actually far away from the dark demon. It was just because the dark demon's tentacles spread that they looked nearby. In fact, they were not standing face to face. The nearest tentacles were thousands of miles away. Xiaoru rushed all the way, at first at the speed of an ordinary horse, and then faster and faster, as fast as lightning. In this process, there was an unspeakable power that combined with himself. He could feel that the power in his body had resonated and mobilized. and it climbed higher and higher during the sprint until it reached the peak. Originally, because the soul injury could not be restored and the whole body was affected by one move, the power could not play the peak effect, but now it has been completely supplemented. Xia Guixuan can feel his peak power, the strongest magic power, and the most perfect soul filling his body and overflowing the purple mansion. Why do we need magic weapons? Xia Guixuan took out the hilt of the Junte sword. The sword energy whistled out and filled up in an instant. At the same time, brilliant light burst out around the two of them, blazing like a star, so bright that it illuminated the depths of the universe. In the eyes of the dark demon, it was like a falling star, dragging a long beam of light, shooting between his bright red pupils, and then exploding with a bang. Time and space seemed to be still, and the picture was almost eternal. Eternity began to crack, just like cracks in a picture frame, and then it broke apart inch by inch and scattered into dust. The octopus-like soft-bodied creature fell apart. In this collapse, there was a terrifying mental shock and soul scream that exploded, spreading throughout the void of the universe and invading the thousand dark soul sea. So all ghosts cried, time wailed, and the vast void turned into red eyes, strange and terrifying. Yu Wangding unfolded a soft shield, covering the space, covering and shielding all mental fluctuations. Not even a trace of the band was transmitted. Shang's Haoi, who was close at hand, was protected by the soft light from the tripod. The expected backlash from Wu Xiang Chong Tai Qing did not come. It was like stabbing a slime to death. He did not even feel it. Only the vicious roar echoing in the sea of consciousness proved that the one he had just killed was really a terrifying evil demon. Xia Guixuan, you dare not enter the broken space to kill my body now. When I come out from hibernation, I will definitely slaughter all your so-called descendants. Puff, Xia Guixuan clenched his palm lightly, and the last shocking roar disappeared, as if it had never happened. Even the most fragile island was still there, and not even a piece of soil and stone was broken. The remaining energy swept like the wind, bringing up the sand and gravel on the ground, warring, and then floating weightlessly into the void, like a nebula. In the nebula, Shang's Haoi stood silently holding a spear, while Xia Guixuan was still sitting on it, just like the painting of a knight who had just won a duel. The only difference was that he was riding a. Have you ridden enough, Father God? Shang's Haoi spoke calmly, breaking the silence. You look reluctant to get off. Are you planning to take it as a mount from now on, or are you simply planning to ask to sleep with me? P.S. The number of first orders in the 24 hours yesterday was 11,655, which was a success. I was really moved by everyone's first order. I didn't sleep from 0 to 13 o'clock. Whenever I opened a few groups, I could see that every group was talking about how to sprint to 10,000 orders. Everyone was so enthusiastic. I really don't know how to describe that feeling. Thank you very much. It won't take up too much space in the main text, so I'll put it here. I would also like to thank all the leaders who gave rewards again, and thanks EZ for his generous reward again, which directly gave the little fox 1 star. Thanks to the leaders, Namhae Kicking and Zaifu, Jianjian, Ev Mushroom, Sunfish, Bix, Stretch, 4 Seasons Hairspring Bear, Minadita Mocha, Suyu, White, This is a Big Pit, Virgil, Zia Oxia Ohanaiwei, Xiaolang Shanghai. Many of them have been members of the Alliance many times. Thank you all. I don't know if there are any omissions. If there are, please let me know and make up for it. Chapter 107, Shadow of the Fox King. Xia Guixuan turned over and got off the horse. Operability. Are you driving a car, automatic or manual? In fact, Xia Guixuan wanted to ask questions that everyone would ask, such as where is yours, do you have 2 uteruses, etc., 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 but he couldn't ask them after all, and it was not easy to scan such things. His curiosity was even more serious than when he saw the Gundam robot. He could ask about that kind of thing without restraint, but how could he ask this? Even if he asked a stallion, he would ask back, as a father god, don't you understand it yourself? Why do we, the people, have to ask the father god? But the father god only gave you the path of evolution and the guidance of the way. You are not my children. On the contrary, Shang's Haoi now looks much more comfortable after turning back to human form. She is no longer the black robe of the leader before, but still in silver armor. The armor is not full body armor, but only for protecting vital parts. So her hands and legs are white and visible, but she is not charming, but heroic. After all this time, this is a female general. Although Xiao Jiayu claims to be a soldier in reality, she is a literary girl with glasses. Not like that. Ling Moxu means swordsman. Although she has a fierce temperament, she is different from the temperament of a general. The most authentic general Yan Wuyu has a too modern fighting method, and she often takes out a gun or something, which also dilutes Xia Guixuan's feeling about female generals. She is more like a superhero. On the contrary, the one in front of him is the most like. But what she does is the least like. She does some conspiracy, jumping around, backstabbing allies, and the ambition to rule the planet. If this is a general, then it is also a monarch who founded a country on the battlefield. Shuang Zhaoi said that Xia Guixuan has a prejudice against her. It is true. Xia Guixuan does not care about their ambitions. Even Ling Moxu's performance at that time was recognized as the blade blank of the king's sword. He wants to see what this seedling can grow into. This Shuang Zhaoi is at least a sword type. But what Xia Guixuan didn't like was the kind of backstabbing behavior, such as to her own apprentice Ling Moxu, and to her partner Kanglong Little Lolly. This means that if he trusts her, he may also be betrayed. Who else would not have some prejudice? In fact, Shuang Zhaoi's last words before, "Are you going to take her as a mount from now on, or are you going to ask to sleep with me?" The seemingly unconvinced face actually implied a teasing meaning. Otherwise, would a normal woman talk to you like this? This woman is very dishonest. A man and a woman stood opposite each other, but the atmosphere was quiet for a while, as if there was nothing to say. Xia Guixuan looked at her for a while, and finally turned his head to look at the battle in the distance. Shuang Zhaoi lowered his head and looked at the isolated island, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, Shuang Zhaoi finally said quietly, "I know that in Father God's mind, I cannot be trusted. Now that Father God has appeared in the world, he should unify the world, and there is nothing to do with my plan. Father God does not trust me, and I cannot be a general under his command. I only hope that Father God will see that I played a supporting role in this battle and let me escape to another place and practice on my own from now on." After saying this, she looked up at Xia Guixuan's eyes very seriously, and it can be seen that this statement is very firm, not a rhetoric. She had been playing rhetoric with Xia Guixuan several times, and she had already aroused his disgust. She knew that it would be better to be honest with him. Xia Guixuan smiled. "Who said I want to unify the world?" Shuang Zhaoi said. "Since the Father God has appeared in the world, I know it, and Hunan also knows it. Do we have to continue to go back to human society to play? Why not?" Xia Guixuan said lightly. "I am not your nanny. I have given you wisdom in the way. It's up to you to decide whether you are a dragon or a snake. Why are you dragging me along? If you can't beat humans, go find your father. Are you all giant babies? If you are a hero, you can unify the descendants of gods by yourself, and I won't care about you." Shuang Zhaoi's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "Then if we attack humans, will the Father God stand on the side of humans? Or will he stop the war because he doesn't want rivers of blood to flow?" Xia Guixuan was very curious. "Your fake Father God has run away, and the purpose of rallying the flag has been lost. I don't know what you think, but I know that this situation that was originally full of expectations and unity has suddenly lost its banner. It has dealt a serious blow to the majority of ethnic groups, and people's hearts are at their most demoralized. Not to mention that you guys are going to start fighting among yourselves again. What makes you think that you are still the attacker against humans, instead of being pushed back by humans, because humans are about to fall into more serious internal strife?" Shuang Zhaoi replied calmly, "I don't believe that after this incident, Gongsun Jiayu will not start an internal change. Originally, the constraints on him from all sides were very serious. This time it is even related to his assassination, and he may also be suspected of colluding with his elves. If he can still endure it, then he's not worthy of being a qualified military commander." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, he has fought a beautiful annihilation war this time, and his prestige is at its peak. If he has a clear goal, it is natural for him to come back and purge the court. If he does not have a clear goal, it is inevitable that he will investigate while fighting for the position. How could Father God think that humans still have the energy to deal with us?" Xia Guixuan nodded. "Then what will happen on your side? Will Father God destroy my actions after hearing the truth? As long as you don't touch anything that I dislike, why should I destroy your actions?" Shuang Zhaoi sighed. "Father God asked me to command this battle before, and I assisted Father God this time. Han Yuan will only think that I am Father God's confidant. No matter what little thoughts he has, at least he will not dare to disobey my wishes at the moment." Xia Guixuan's expression was quite strange. Then what? The same goes for Xia Guixuan. Tell her in person that I had discussed my backstabbing with you. Of course, she will think that I am your man. Shang Zhaoi spread his hands. If I try to trick her into doing something again, even if she is not as proactive as before, she will at least cooperate. For example, it is not difficult to cooperate with me to simulate the concept that the Father God is in seclusion to deceive the tribe members. And then appoint me to take charge temporarily. Xia Guixuan, Shang Zhaoi concluded, plus, Hun Yuan will also cooperate. If the Father God does not mess with me again, don't I have the final say over the descendants of the gods? Xia Guixuan was angry and amused. You came to help me this time. Are you trying to create these? Shang Zhaoi hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, this is really not the case, otherwise the Father God would be so angry that he would kill me. Did you just think of these just now? Yes, you are not a horse, you are a fox, right? You are better than a fox at using the power of the tiger to bully others. Shang Zhaoi's eyes are dim. Father God should know. I have fox blood, and not only fox blood. Xia Guixuan carefully looked into her soul sea for the first time. One is to make sure what she just said is true. The other is to see what the chaotic breath in her soul means. Then he saw. In the depths of Shang Zhaoi's sea of consciousness, there was a phantom of a white fox lurking, sleeping. Dedicated to me is a friend's work as Xiangxing. My name is Zhao Shan, and I am very famous in Dai because I am a cheater. Chapter 108 Ending. The Fox King didn't die back then. Xia Guixuan pondered for a moment, then understood. Indeed, with your strength, Wuxiang can be considered as unkillable. No matter what, there will be residual souls escaping and waiting to be revived. I have fallen into a misconception. The misconception is that, from his perspective, even taking is not absolutely immortal, let alone Wuxiang. For a moment, he did not expect that with the current strength of all parties on Kanglong Star, it is really impossible to completely kill Wuxiang. It is already very powerful to be able to beat him into a residual soul and escape. My king is indeed not dead. When she was dying, she hid her true spirit in the depths of my soul sea and slept, and a drop of spiritual blood was thrown into a random place unknown to anyone to be reborn. She also retained her ignorant spiritual wisdom and waited for awakening in the future. Worried that this fetus would die in infancy, I also protected it with great luck to ensure that it would grow up healthy. I announced to the tribe that there might be orphans of the king left in Daxia, and asked everyone to pay attention to the search. In fact, it should be regarded as the reincarnation of my king. Xia Guixuan smiled like a husky. I know, you can look for it slowly. Shang Zhaoi felt that he was not talking about whether to look for it or not. Aren't you exploring my soul sea? Forget it. She didn't think that this matter should trouble the Father God. The Father God didn't even have the mood to rule the tribe, so of course he wouldn't be in the mood to care about the soul of the previous king. Xia Guixuan asked at this time, with your heroic mind, you didn't even think of trying to wipe out the remaining soul of the Fox King, and then trying to kill her reincarnation? Is it because you are afraid that Langaya and others will find out and arouse public anger? Shang Zhaoi shook his head a little bleakly. So the Father God is prejudiced against me, and I won't argue. She sighed and turned back to the original question. Will the Father God tolerate me doing the things I just said about taking advantage of the power of the tiger? Xia Guixuan smiled. Go. Shang Zhaoi bowed, and finally said nothing more, and turned into light and left. As soon as she left, Xia Guixuan's smile disappeared, and his face became not very good. Almost every word Shang Zhaoi said was directed at a certain Erho fox. The age is right, the pure fox bloodline is right, that's all. Luck added to one's body. If this thing had just been subjected to the spell, it could still be seen that it was caused by the spell, but 24 years had passed, and the strong luck at the beginning had dissipated. As time went by, only a faint luck remained. No one would think of it as being subjected to the spell, and people with luck were everywhere. Then, the true spirit was gone, and only the ignorant spiritual wisdom was enlightened. Isn't that just learning a head full of human thinking? The fox tribe has top talents, but has no ethnic heart, and no strength to pursue. And then there is a feeling that she is a very charming and coquettish fox, a queen who can take care of the little brother of the tribe the most, and the smartest and most thoughtful domineering female president. That is in the subconscious, and there is also a vague remnant of the Fox King. All matched. Of course, Shang Zhaoi knew nothing about Yin Xiaoru, and he might not think so much based on the few words recalled by Langaya's corpse. God knows what Langaya's brain-damaged fool means? But Xia Guixuan knew Yin Xiaoru too well, and there was really no suspense. It was definitely her. It is not accurate to say that she is reincarnated. In fact, it should be considered as a clone or incarnation in a certain sense, or it is more reasonable to simply say that she is a daughter. Xia Guixuan did not know how to evaluate this matter. In fact, it was no big deal whether Yin Xiaoru was the reincarnation of someone else, or the orphan of someone else, or just an ordinary little fox. Even if it was reincarnation, as long as Xia Guixuan took action, he could completely focus on Yin Xiaoru herself, absorb the residual soul into nutrients, and let her upgrade in seconds without any trouble. Or he could give a certain respect to the original Fox King, retain her thoughts and blend them into one. The key lies in what Yin Xiaoru thinks and what kind of life she wants to live. If she absorbs or blends the original consciousness, the cause and effect will definitely be added to her body, which cannot be shaken by external forces. She will definitely need to bear what she should bear. This is the law of nature. If she doesn't want to. Xia Guixuan shook his head slightly, did not draw any conclusions, and planned to go back and talk about it. The dark demon consciousness behind him was scattered, which actually implied that it still had hidden dangers, that its main body had not been destroyed. It should have been a big deal, but Xia Guixuan didn't take it to heart at all. This time, the killing consciousness had severely damaged the strength of the dark demon's main body. It would not be a near future for it to have the capital to stir up trouble again. Xia Guixuan never believed that his efficiency of recovery would not be better than this thing. In fact, there were signs of his recovery a long time ago. There was no need to do anything deliberately, just to live and play games with the little foxes. That was the right way to recover. As for the supreme way, let's talk about it later. Xia Guixuan's figure flashed and he had arrived at the battlefield of the Donglan Star region. The Donglan Star region is a medium-sized planetary group outside the east of the Kanglong planetary system. There are various celestial bodies like a forest. It was named Donglan and has nothing to do with the Donglan party of the Ming dynasty. This star region was opened up by humans as an interstellar strategic defense area. It has a lot of depth. There are various garrison facilities and garrisons on each planet, with different configurations according to different key points. That is to say, it is a dedicated war frontier area. Among them, a large part of the planets are not stationed by humans, but by the descendants of gods. The two ethnic groups that fought back and forth inside Kanglong Star are actually good brothers in the Donglan Defense Zone, and the two sides have cooperated for many years. Of course, there is a desire to compete, which has promoted the incentive of competition. It is also a very strange form of power between the two parties. The more comfortable the life on the planet, the more tense the relationship is. Then this tension is tacitly not affected by the outside world, and the external garrisons are not recalled to fight. Xia Guixuan has seen and heard for so many years, and he has hardly seen such a thing. He appeared on an asteroid, and Yan Wuyu was chopping a strange scorpion-shaped creature of the other side into two pieces with a knife. At the same time, the flames burned on the broken end, and soon burned the scorpion-shaped creature into a black shell. The most interesting thing is that she is not next to Hun Yuan, who claims to protect your woman, but Ling Moxu. Swoosh, the sword light flew, accurately piercing another scorpion-shaped creature into a skewer of scorpions, and the entire internal flesh and blood was turned into an empty shell by the sword energy. The sword energy was as cold as frost, and blue ice crystals could be seen condensing on the wound of the scorpion shell. This was the combination of Ling Moxu's original self-taught ice-cold art and swordsmanship, forming her own special sword energy. Xia Guixuan looked at the appearance of ice and fire, a knife and a sword, and wanted to laugh. It was quite a coincidence. Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu noticed his arrival at the same time, put away their swords at the same time, and seemed to be about to step forward, but took a step at the same time, and found that the other party was doing the same thing, and stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and turned their heads to look at the sky together. This pantomime was so tacit that it could be a short special drama. Xia Guixuan's arrival seemed to be a signal that the battle had been declared over. The Zelt monsters that landed on various planets were slaughtered cleanly, and most of the Zelt warships and powerful lives in space were killed or injured, and some fought desperately to break through. Many soldiers were also seen searching and mopping up the mess. Each of them wore a round space helmet and a thick protective space suit. They looked a little bloated and funny, but they were very flexible. Even Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu were dressed like this. The cultivation of the 5th level warrior and the Pseudo-Kaiyan Nigun was not enough for them to act casually on such a celestial body that was not suitable for survival. Both of them were chubby and had round heads, which was very funny. Seeing Xia Guixuan standing there in his ancient costume that had not changed for thousands of years, the two women showed a little envy. But the problem was that Xia Guixuan was not wearing a battle suit, which meant that he could not communicate with the equipment. The two of them could not even transmit the conversation. Well, there was no need to argue about who was talking to him, and they should just listen to him honestly. Xia Guixuan really spoke, and his thoughts were directly transmitted into the soul. Are you done fighting? Take me to see Gongsun Jiayu, otherwise if I suddenly appear next to him, will their flagship explode in fear? That's it? Yan Wuyu turned on his intercom sullenly. Team up. If you watch a battleship in a game or a video movie, you won't feel much. Just imagine it as a large airplane. Only when you stand in front of it in person can you realize how big it is and how many people a fleet can hold. No wonder an immigrant fleet had millions of people back then. This flagship alone is clearly equivalent to a city, not to mention the special transport ship for immigrants. Special Warfare Division Yan Wuai reports the battle situation to the deputy commander. The guard stretched out his hand, and Yan Wuai took out a certificate to indicate. The guard looked at Ling Moxu, who took out an ID card in a bad mood, a temporary ID card specially approved by Gongsun Jiayu. I said you checked it once before, why do you check it again? The guard said with a stern face. General Yan's face is no different from a pass, but we still have to check the ID card. This is the army, and it is wartime. It is not like you go backstage to remove your makeup after your concert, although I am your fan, Ling Moxu. The guard looked at Xia Guixuan, who had already taken out his captain ID card. Xia Guixuan, consultant of the Special Warfare Division. The guard glanced at him and then at Ling Moxu. There was some anger in his eyes. You bit my goddess, you bit my goddess. He still saluted meticulously and turned to open the ship door. As soon as he entered and closed the door, Yan Wuai and Ling Moxu took off their helmets at the same time. I am dying of suffocation. It was as if a fire lotus and an ice lotus bloomed in front of them at the same time. Xia Guixuan asked with a smile, why did Moxu come to join the war? Ling Moxu was hesitant to speak. Of course it's because I feel that you take this matter very seriously, and you want to improve the master's favor. How could I say this in front of Yan Wuyu? I can only change it to, I am also a citizen of Daxia. Do I need a reason to fight for the country? Xia Guixuan smiled, not bad, I will play Azu again later, and my acting skills may be better. Yan Wuyu led the way with a stern face. Hearing this, he couldn't help but say, you are still thinking about filming at this moment? This kind of war, although it seems to end quickly, is still very complicated to end. It is normal to be stationed for at least half a month or a month and not be able to go back. There is no place to take a shower, and you are still thinking about filming. Before he finished speaking, Gongsun Jiayu's voice came from the cabin in front. They are not regular soldiers. It's good that they can contribute to the country. If there is anything, just go back. Send a mobile transport ship to send them back. Yan Wuyu was slapped in the face by her boss, and her pretty face turned red, not knowing what to say. Are you so reasonable in managing the army? I have known you for so long, how could I not know? I always feel that there is something wrong with the deputy commander in the past month or two. P.S. I can't add you at night because I'm too sleepy. By the way, the previous groups are full, so I created a new general group 948,478,122. You are welcome to join. As usual, just answer a simple question. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Can't Snatch a Man? Entering the main cabin, many soldiers were busy around, operating various warship facilities that Xia Guixuan couldn't understand. In fact, there were still some that he could understand. The one-time clearance copy that Xia Guixuan experienced in the game was somewhat similar. At that time, Xia Guixuan asked Ziluo and Ningning to operate various places in a similar manner. However, the cabin was small that time, and there were few things to operate. This time, the main cabin alone was almost as big as the Little Fox's ecological park. There were all kinds of equipment and instruments inside. Hundreds of soldiers and various robot assistants were crackling, and from time to time, short and powerful exchanges and electronic notifications were heard, busy and solemn. This was the end of the war. If it was a fierce battle, you can imagine what the scene would be like. It is very likely that a mistake could lead to complete collapse. This kind of commander is indeed not something that everyone can do. At least Yan Wuyu believes that he can't do it. He has been a soldier for 100 years and has been in contact with warships for decades, but he still feels overwhelmed. There is no reason to talk about the different talents of each person. Yan Wuyu sometimes feels that it would be better if she lived in ancient times. That's why humans always think she is like a template of a descendant of God, and there is indeed a reason for it. Guangxin Jiu stood in front of a huge display screen. The display screen was divided into at least a dozen sub-screens, showing the situation in different directions. Even though it was the end of the war and there was no change, Guangxin Jiu still observed and calculated silently, standing there like a sculpture. Xia Guixuan still remembered Xiaoju, who stood in front of the display screen in the game battleship and calmly calculated the timing. Of course, it must be like this to command a battleship. Xiaoju is more likely to be in the technical department in reality. Deputy Commander Yan Wuyu complained that his boss was not right, but he still stepped forward and saluted. The foreign enemies on the Donglan asteroids from number 3 to number 12 have been cleared. Casualties are being counted, and fortifications are damaged to varying degrees. The repair plan is awaiting orders. Got it, Guangxin Jiu pondered and said. The Zelts this time are more crazy and brainless. They feel slightly different from the previous times. There are several Zelt Archons imprisoned in the back. They are torturing. I hope there will be, at the end. His body swayed slightly, and he seemed to be holding on to the nearby operating table with some difficulty. Yan Wuyu said, the deputy commander's injury, it's okay, he has been treated, but it's a bit hard to deal with the battle, it's too exhausting, just rest for a while. Guangxin Jiu stopped the guard next to him from trying to help him, slowly stood up, looked at the screen for a long time, and sighed, it's basically settled. There are no variables. The fleet returns to the main star of Donglan to temporarily stay and study the follow-up matters. Everyone, we won. The cabin was silent for a moment, and suddenly burst into cheers like a tsunami. Everyone laughed and jumped, and the solemn atmosphere just now was gone. Guangxin Jiu also smiled slightly and watched everyone go crazy. He sat in a chair with some difficulty and was lost in thought. He didn't participate, nor did he stop it. He just said, if Miss Ling doesn't plan to go back now, why not socialize with the soldiers? Many of them are your fans. This time you go to the battlefield in person, which is also a great encouragement. Many people are like chicken blood. Someone next to him shouted, Deputy Commander, are you also like chicken blood? Then there was laughter. Ling Moxu curled her lips, not even bothering to look at Guangxin Jiu. Soon, a group of soldiers came up to her and asked for autographs, leaving her no time to talk. In fact, she was also very happy. This was her first time on the battlefield. She killed many enemies and made some achievements. Whether you have ever felt involved in many things is a completely different experience. For example, Xia Guixuan obviously found it difficult to integrate into the joy of this carnival. She had never experienced bloody battles of life and death, never experienced the cohesion of working together for a goal, never experienced mutual assistance in the moment of life and death on the battlefield. That feeling is completely different, detached, indifferent, and self-righteous. After participating, the meaning is no longer the same. Yan Wuyu was also partying with a group of old brothers. Some of them were so unbridled that they even brought out wine. Guangxin Jiu went to the compartment to change the wound medicine at this time. No one cared about them, so they became even more unscrupulous. In the midst of the jubilation, Xia Guixuan was the one who could not blend in, because in his opinion, this battle was too simple, although he knew that it was not easy in reality. Not participating was not participating, and the feelings were different. He just walked to the side and sat down, watching people's joys, sorrows, anger and happiness with a detached look, a little absent-minded. In fact, he knew that it was a beautiful feeling to have a goal and fight for it. He had had it before, but it was a pity that he didn't have it now. The so-called supreme path is a kind of confused search, without a clear destination. This feeling that is enough to make people confused for thousands of years often makes life more boring and meaningless. People who are not so determined in the path may even be disgusted with the world and feel that a long life is useless. The lack of stage goals is a common problem faced by long-lived beings like them. So there will be pleasure monsters, who find the joy of life in various interesting ways, and will also conquer and destroy, not necessarily for the desire to conquer, but purely out of boredom. It is very unfair, but this is how the world is. Xia Guixuan felt that it was a good thing that his injury had not healed. It was a small goal. He didn't care too much about it before. Now that he happened to be under pressure from the dark demon, he could take the initiative to do something. In addition, he could also find something else to do, such as destroying Zelter or something like that. This was why he came to the warship to find Gongsun Jiayu, and planned to talk to him later. Xia Guixuan was lost in thought about his own affairs. Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu found him among the stars. They felt that he seemed to be in a bad mood. Both of them wanted to talk to him. Yan Wuyu wanted to ask him what Hunyuan meant by your woman. Ling Moxu wanted to ask him, Master, how is Shang's Haoi? Will there be any situation in the future, and how did I perform in this battle? They were all excuses. In fact, they just felt that he looked very lonely sitting there alone, and wanted to talk to him. But the two of them couldn't leave for a while. On the one hand, being surrounded by so many people, it was not easy to offend everyone, as they had just fought side by side. On the other hand, when the two tried to squeeze out of the crowd, they both keenly discovered that the other party was doing the same thing. Looking at each other across the crowd, they both had an indescribable feeling of what are they doing? Stealing men? Field? And in the public eye? Who can wipe off this face? Yan Wuyu even felt that she and him had never reached this point, so she wanted to ask what your woman meant. Ling Moxu also felt that she was not so cheap. Did you see how popular I am? Why should I rush to be your little slave girl and compete with others? Humph. The two looked at each other and turned their heads away. Yan Wuyu raised his glass with a smile and patted a soldier on the shoulder generously. Come on, 3 cups. If you can't finish it, you're a coward, Ling Moxu whispered. Signature? What blessing do you want to sign? In the hustle and bustle, Gongsun Jiayu's voice came. Captain Xia is sitting here alone. Is he not familiar with everyone? Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu pricked up their ears at the same time. Xia Guixuan smiled. I just don't like the crowds. Well, Gongsun Jiayu said lightly, I have something to say to Captain Xia. Shall we go to the side to talk? Xia Guixuan smiled and said, that's what I mean, Deputy Commander, please. The two women looked at each other, and then looked at the direction where Xia Guixuan and Gongsun Jiayu left side by side, both with a belly full of ellipsis. Two women didn't put down their faces to grab a man, and then were robbed by a man? It seems that Xia Guixuan doesn't have any thoughts about men and women. Could he be a gay? Yes, Deputy Commander Gongsun is very beautiful. This is terrible. The two women who were originally too embarrassed to do so squeezed out of the encirclement almost at the same time and followed their backs. Chapter 110, Catching an Adulterer. The so-called side does not require walking to the edge of the huge warship. For a warship that is not round in shape, any small bump is as tall as a floor to humans, and it is considered the edge. Xia Guixuan followed Gongsun Jiayu around a corner, and without even taking the elevator, they arrived at a place similar to a lounge. Please come in. The two entered, and Gongsun Jiayu closed the door casually. Two heads popped out from the corridor at the back, staring at the closed door with a tangled look on their faces. Why is it closed? Isn't that nonsense? Isn't it strange to close the door when talking about something? Is this talk you are talking about serious? The two looked at each other, and Ling Moxu suddenly said, Gongsun Jiayu seems to be very close to you, but in fact he has never even shaken your hand, right? Yan Wuyu also said, the Gongsun family and your family tried to discuss a marriage 3 years ago, but he was too lazy to even add your number, right? Ling Moxu said angrily, I'm too lazy to add him. Get it clear, don't talk nonsense, as if I begged him to add me. Yan Wuyu also said angrily, then you don't say it's like I really want to shake hands with someone, but others don't want to. Don't I have any face? The two glared at each other, and Yan Wuyu looked at each other and suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say you wanted to get my forgiveness? Are you arguing with me? Ling Moxu was stunned, and quickly came to his senses. I don't know what you are talking about. Stop pretending. Wasn't that woman in black robe who wanted to kill me back then you? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Moxu was guilty and short of breath. She didn't care whether this was a cover-up or not. She quickly changed the subject and counterattacked. Isn't Xia Guixuan Yin Xiaoru's boyfriend? As Yin Xiaoru's best friend, you are competing with her for a man? As a national general, do you still have any shame? Yan Wuai was also dumbfounded, but she came back to her senses quickly. Who told you that I came to steal a man? As Yin Xiaoru's best friend, shouldn't I help her keep an eye on the vixen outside? For example, a big star who once openly went to the Yin family to compete for jealousy, Ling Moxu, there is still this trick? Who are you trying to fool? I don't think I can see that you had the same attitude as me just now, wanting to find Xia Guixuan. But attitude is just an attitude after all, not evidence. Ling Moxu found that she couldn't find a counterattack for a while. It turned out to be a strong enemy. The most tragic thing is that Ling Moxu found that her reputation seemed to be completely ruined. Before, going to the Yin family to fight could be said to be a hype of entertainment scandals, but how to explain this time? Don't explain. You don't even know what you are doing. You are just like a moron. Oh, I remember why I came here. Ling Moxu's sword heart is clear and his heart is as clear as ice. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I am here to confirm whether Gongsun Jiu is a gay, so that my family can shut up. What does it have to do with Xia Guixuan, Yan Wuiyu? There is still this trick. This trick is effective, because Yan Wuiyu also has a deep suspicion whether Gongsun Jiu is a gay. Otherwise, why would the two of them come here after eating too much? In fact, it doesn't matter whether Gongsun Jiu is a gay or not. Humans are free to have their orientation. What they are afraid of is Xia Guixuan. Then, what should we do with the little fox? Yes, that's right, it's for the little fox. Yan Wuiyu confirmed it again, so you are here to shut up your family, not for Xia Guixuan. Ling Moxu frowned, of course. So you are here for Yin Xiaoru, not for Xia Guixuan, of course. Yan Wuiyu suddenly remembered something and laughed. If I find out that you lied to me in the future, there will be no hope for forgiveness, it's over. Ling Moxu stood there stupidly for a long time before saying, Who wants you to forgive? You're sick. Yan Wuiyu sneered in his heart and didn't argue with her. The two of them rushed out of the corridor in sync and hid outside the lounge door to eavesdrop. Inside, Xia Guixuan followed Gongsun Jiu into the lounge. The room was a closed space without windows. Although the space was quite large, it still felt oppressive. Gongsun Jiu turned on the light and activated a button. With a mechanical sound, the outer metal slowly rose, leaving a transparent glass-like partition, the entire surface. The stars in the universe outside came into view through the glass, and suddenly the oppressive closed space turned into a beautiful night. Under the soft light, the windows were bright and clean, and there were flower arrangements on the coffee table, and a few books were placed. Xia Guixuan blinked his eyes and thought to himself that this was quite interesting. This deputy commander didn't look old-fashioned and serious on the surface, but actually had a bit of petty bourgeoisie. The battleship lounge was also decorated with a lot of mood. That's right, he was from that kind of background. The next second, this mood was broken. I thought Gongsun Jiu would take some red wine from the wine cabinet, but he took 2 bottles of drinks, threw one to Xia Guixuan and opened one for himself. Xia Guixuan took the drink and saw, White Fox ecological drink. I always felt that compared with ordinary drinks, it had a lower level of coolness. Gongsun Jiu sat up right opposite him, raised his head and took a sip of the drink, and said calmly, Many people think that the Yin family's White Fox brand drink is a joke, but I think it's good. Although it is a medicine made into drink, the original intention is to make medicine, and the effect exists. It is always more beneficial than plain water. The most important thing is, it tastes good. At the end, he laughed. For a beverage, isn't it the first priority to taste good? Many people don't understand why Yin Xiaoru's company can make money, because they look at this matter from the perspective of medicine, making it seem particularly funny. Even Wu Yu is not immune. But for the people, everyone buys a drink, and it's all good if it tastes good, no matter what the story background is behind it. Xia Guixuan also remembered that Yin Xiaoru was very confident about his drink at the beginning, saying that it tasted better than any tea. I didn't expect Gongsun Jiu's perspective to be able to look at the Yin family's medicine from this angle, which was quite unexpected. But this deputy commander has always surprised him. By the way, Captain Xia has been sitting here for so long, have you never thought of doing me a favor? Xia Guixuan asked curiously. What, the battle is over? Gongsun Jiu said with a straight face, have you really never thought of helping me with my wounds? Poof, Xia Guixuan almost spit out his drink, his tone was a bit resentful. Two heads outside were pressed against the door, thinking, here they come and heal your wounds. Is this seduction? Xia Guixuan inside just flicked his fingers casually. If he really wanted to heal his wounds, why would he need to take off his clothes? A soft white light enveloped Gongsun Jiayu's body. His expression slowly relaxed and he whispered, thank you, there's nothing to thank me for, although I don't know what the situation was when you went on this mission, and why it led to the attack by the descendant of God Wuxiang, but the final result is good. Not only does our war seem more real and more misleading on the surface, but in the end the descendant of God Wuxiang also participated in this battle, which greatly supplemented my originally insufficient strength. This battle, you are the one who made the greatest contribution. These alone are not considered the greatest contribution, and with a real key to victory, it is definitely the greatest contribution. Xia Guixuan felt that this deputy commander was very well informed, so he said, the envoy is General Yan, I am just an assistant, and General Yan is the one who made the greatest contribution. Yan Wu Yu, Gongsun Jiayu frowned, with an iron-faced feeling that merit cannot be judged so casually, although you said so in advance, merit cannot be treated so lightly. General Yan has made merits in guarding the Southwest and in this landing operation. She doesn't need to take advantage of you. It is also an insult to her. Yan Wu Yu, I'm not insulting. Who doesn't want to have credit? Hurry up and use credit to insult me. Xia Guixuan was very surprised. Aren't you and Yan Wu Yu quite ambiguous? Shouldn't you be overjoyed to give her credit and think that Captain Xia is really sensible? Who are you showing off your iron-faced and selfless face to? Yan Wu Yu felt that there must be some jealousy in this. As for who the deputy commander was jealous of, in the past, I would definitely think that the deputy commander was jealous of Xia Guixuan, but now I think maybe he was jealous of her. Yan Wu Yu? Thanks to the leader, smile again, and simple and boring pig, we are also two old brothers. Thank you. There will be extra chapters in the evening, around 9 o'clock. Chapter 111. The conversation in the cooperation is still going on. Gongsun Jiayu said, I can sense that this opponent is not right. He has a kind of fearless and violent madness that goes beyond the scope of normal life. It's a bit like facing a madman. I originally thought there would be heavy casualties, but at the last moment, the opponent's strange aura dissipated, and the desperate momentum was gone. And you appeared here. I have reason to suspect that you did something extra. At this point, Gongsun Jiayu sighed, your first contribution is actually here, and this is what I thank you for. I don't show it in front of the soldiers, not to suppress your contribution, but I know you don't want to reveal too much. And you have no interest in credit, so you want to give it away, right? Xia Guixuan smiled and said, the deputy commander sees it very clearly. Gongsun Jiayu said leisurely, you may be a descendant of the gods. Humans can't have the immortal practice like you. Xia Guixuan looked at him without saying anything. Gongsun Jiayu smiled, don't stare at me like that. We have cooperated a lot with the descendants of gods in the star field. This place is not Xiajing, Xia Guixuan said, since the deputy commander has determined that I am a descendant of the gods, doesn't he want to ask me what I am doing in human society? On the contrary, such an indifferent attitude, how can people not be confused? Gongsun Jiayu answered even more indifferently, as long as you want to continue to stay in Daxia, I won't ask. Xia Guixuan was really surprised this time. Are you too magnanimous? The two heads outside were nodding. Are you spoiling too much? It's just a naivety. Yan Wu Yu clenched his fists. The answer to the deputy commander's strange behavior recently will be revealed soon. But Gongsun Jiayu said, I also want to collude with outsiders. Is that not okay? Yan Wu Yu, Ling Mozu, Xia Guixuan squinted his eyes and looked at Gongsun Jiayu. Gongsun Jiayu's expression was a little cold. You saved me in the matter of assassinating me, so at least it can prove one thing, you are not on the same side as the people who want to kill me. If I want to deal with them, of course I can cooperate with you. If you want to do something, you can openly ask me for an exchange. Xia Guixuan finally smiled and said, is this why you want to talk to me privately? Gongsun Jiayu said lightly, of course, I guess you also know that there are two eavesdroppers outside. Do you think you should let them continue to listen? As he spoke, he pressed a button casually. The door suddenly opened, and the two women fell down together, relying on their strong practice to maintain a 45-degree tilt and stand up, and then slowly stood up like a robot, and the pretty faces were as red as Yan Wu Yu's hair. Xia Guixuan sighed. Of course, he knew that these two guys were outside, But he didn't expect how Gongsun Jiu knew it. Logically, he didn't have the ability. It was all based on inference? So, Yan Wuyu, why can you only be a subordinate with grievance, and Ling Moxu, why can you only be a saint in Xiandao sect? Gongsun Jiu's rank is corresponding to Shuangzhao you too. Forget it, it's hard to say, these two are not like this outside. In the Battle of Yan Wuyu in the southwest, he was really a great general who suppressed mediocre officials and was extremely domineering. He was majestic and commanding in battle, and he beat the descendants of the gods Kai and Nigun helplessly. How could he become like this now? Xia Guixuan resolutely refused to admit that it was all because of him. Ahem. Facing Gongsun Jiu's half-smiley eyes, Ling Moxu finally didn't have a superior-subordinate relationship. She was tougher and walked into the door directly. Don't slander, who eavesdropped on you? You hid in the room to drink beverages, and I had to drink with a group of burly soldiers? Gongsun Jiu, did you mistake your identity? Gongsun Jiu didn't bother with her, and said lightly, sit down. Captain Xia told me before that I should thank Miss Ling first for the assassination, so this matter, you can also trust it. As for Wu Yu, he has always been my most trusted general. Even Wu Yu can't listen, then no one can listen. These words made Ling Moxum's face look much better, and Yan Wu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. If you really want to be serious, the subordinate eavesdropped on the deputy commander's secret discussion, and was chopped off, but there was no place to complain. The deputy commander was indeed a reasonable person. From the beginning and end of the eavesdropping, it can be seen that the previous idea was completely distorted. It has nothing to do with gay or not. They are talking about things seriously. Yan Wuyu and Ling Mozu looked at each other, and both felt that their brains were broken. The two calmed down, walked over, and then very naturally, sat down next to Xia Guixuan. Gongsun Jiu's face was a little dark again, and he drank his drink silently. To be honest, Xia Guixuan didn't understand what Gongsun Jiu was thinking. He was not gay, but he was talking about business. To say that he treated Yan Wuyu as a forbidden delicacy, that was not the case, and he even refused to give credit to Yan Wuyu. To say that he was actually interested in Ling Mozu, that was also not the case. He didn't even look at Ling Mozu, and it was clear that he had no interest in her and even felt a little disgusted. But he always had a black face at some strange times, and his character, who was supposed to be expressionless, always collapsed in inexplicable places. Is it considered that the emotions of the superiors are unpredictable? Perhaps only this explanation can be a little convincing. Xia Guixuan didn't try to guess carefully. In fact, it didn't make much sense. Anyway, he understood what Gongsun Jiu meant, so he said directly, if you want to deal with internal spies, I can help you. But I also have a few conditions, as it should be. Gongsun Jiu said seriously, please tell me, my life in Daxia is the same as before. I really don't want that credit. I am still an advisor to the Special Warfare Department. I don't have the mood for other positions. Except for dealing with spies, don't bother me with anything else. Gongsun Jiu smiled. What else? Give me the top secret file of the inside story of the breakup between humans and the descendants of gods 24 years ago. I know you have it. Gongsun Jiu's smile faded, frowned tightly, and thought for a long time before saying, this top secret file does exist, but I haven't seen it. If you want to see it, I can try to give it to you, but after you read it, please don't leak it. Xia Guixuan stared at him, his eyes a little sharp. He is usually very easygoing and doesn't care what he wants. But when it comes to important things, it is inevitable that he has a sense of supremacy. You do whatever I want you to do, and I don't want to bargain, and I don't want to make any promises to you, which adds constraints. But Gongsun Jiu certainly wouldn't want him to spread it everywhere, which is also a natural conflict. Gongsun Jiu looked at him calmly without fear. The reason why top secret files are top secret is that once leaked, it will have unpredictable consequences. I trust Captain Xia to be a man who knows the secrets. But I don't trust whether the others Captain Xia tells also know the secrets. If things go wrong, it will easily become a secret known to everyone, and then even I will be blamed. I understand, Xia Guixuan said lightly. Since I want to know this kind of thing, I won't just keep it in my stomach. I will tell others when I think it's time, so I can't make such a promise to you. But I understand your concerns. Let's take a step back. If the person I tell leaks it to other people, then I will be responsible for eliminating the trouble. Gongsun Jiu pondered for a moment, nodded and said, okay. As for how to cooperate at that time, I will let Wu Yu inform you. It seemed that he had finished talking, so they all fell silent. Ling Moxa said with a straight face, "What about me? You don't have anything to say to me." Gongsun Jiu smiled, "Yes, but I still want to communicate with Grandfather Ling, not Miss Ling. Because the conditions Miss Ling wants may be a bit nonsensical, and I can't afford it." Ling Moxa sneered, "I don't even know what conditions I want, you know them all? To put it bluntly, you just look down on me. Why are you pretending?" Gongsun Jiu did not argue, but smiled slightly and raised the drink in his hand. "Same here. The fleet is about to arrive at the main star of Donglan, and I will stay here for a while, responsible for casualties and the repair and reconstruction of fortifications. This time you two can really go back first." As the last sentence was finished, the battleship trembled slightly and just entered the atmosphere of the main star of Donglan. The time was as accurate as if it was scanned by a divine mind. In fact, it was just that he was too familiar with the time required for the battleship to arrive at the main star of Donglan. Xia Guixuan had just clashed with him, and at this time, he couldn't help but admire him a little. Gongsun Jiu took the last sip of his drink and sighed, "Do we need to send a transport ship to take you back?" "No need." Xia Guixuan casually drew a line with his hand, and a strange door was directly opened in the void. "Mozu and I will go back directly. Oh, by the way, you don't have to rely on Commander Yan for this post-war work, right?" Gongsun Jiu was stunned. "Wu Yu is in the Special Operations Department, and she really doesn't need to be responsible for these." "Then lend her to me." "Yan Wu Yu." Gongsun Jiu, what's with that expression? I always feel that all of you have some problems with your brains, even you. Gongsun Jiu, can't you think about something normal? Xia Guixuan said unhappily. "The underground ruins in the southwest defense zone have what I want, and Wu Yu is still the person in charge of the defense zone." "You said something ambiguous, and you blame us for having problems with our brains?" Gongsun Jiu was too lazy to argue with him. Instead, he sighed and waved his hand and said, "Go." Xia Guixuan didn't bother to be polite with him, and took the two women into the door. The door flickered for a few breaths and disappeared. Gongsun Jiu looked at the void where they disappeared, revealed a trace of self-deprecating smile, and whispered to himself, "If I communicate with you in this identity, I will have conflict sooner or later. It is not impossible to offend you in the future. Sometimes people feel more comfortable living in the game. There is no real danger, and there is no need to argue with you. Thank Carter for not being able to defeat the unlucky alliance." Chapter 112 starts with a small goal. Returning to the ground of Kanglong Star, you will directly appear in the southwest defense zone. Yan Wu Yu had a lot to ask Xia Guixuan, but because Ling Moxu was standing there and couldn't ask a single question, she just stared at her. The implication was that you went to eavesdrop just to verify whether Gongsun Jiu was gay, and it had nothing to do with Xia Guixuan. Now there is no reason for you to stay here any longer, right? Ling Moxa understood what he meant. In fact, she also felt that she was acting stupid and didn't know what she was doing. She was a little slave girl and took the initiative to get close to him all day long. Did she know enough? But it felt so good to be around him. It was like a habit, and it was like there was some magnetic field attracting her. She felt more at ease around him, and even went to fight and kill the enemy specifically because he might like her, as if it was just for him to nod and praise her. "Moxu is good this time." I couldn't tell what this mentality was. If you force yourself to say it's love, then it's definitely not. If it's completely Stockholm, it's not entirely. Maybe it's closer to admiration. Ling Moxu felt that if she continued like this, she would not be able to talk about her sword heart being clear. Her mind was in a mess, and she had a myriad of thoughts. It was a soft sword that was wound into a ball of thread. What kind of cultivation was that? She took a deep breath, bowed her hands and said, "The external enemies are gone. I will go back to practice, and say goodbye." Xia Guixuan nodded, and his tone was also very gentle. "Go. It will be good for you to participate in a real bloody battle. Concentrate your mind and go into seclusion, and you may really become Kainigan when you come out." "Thank you Z, for your guidance." Ling Moxa bowed her hands and flew away on the sword. Xia Guixuan watched her flying away on the sword for a long time without saying anything. "What? Can't bear to look away," Yan Wu Yu said sarcastically. "She is very much like me. Her mood and the way she left at the end were like looking at my own shadow." Xia Guixuan smiled. Even before her, she was not Aksu, but Si Taikang, one of the representatives of the group of people who were embodied as Si Taikang in Xiaoju's writing, and then, She was also a seeker. This was said to Ling Moxa before. Ling Moxa certainly understood it vaguely, but in Xia Guixuan's eyes, she was really very similar to himself. It's just that she was unlucky and ran into a stinky man and became a little slave girl. And he met a gentle sister. But in the end, the backs of the departing figures were still so similar. So, Yan Wuyu asked uncertainly, do you actually regard her as your disciple? I mean, at least she is more like a disciple than Xiang Yu Sun. Yan Wuyu asked curiously, who is Xiang Yu Sun? Xia Guixuan then remembered that Yan Wuyu was separated from the outside by the space he created, and didn't know about the things about the divine descendant Kang Long, so he didn't explain, but just said, I used to act casually and had no goals. Now, after some events, I found that I still have some things to do, and most of them require your help, Yan Wuyu said, such as the ruins below. Yes, there are some things I need in it. Besides, there should be quite a few such places in Daxia. Have most of them been developed? Not many Divine Descendants ruins in Daxia have been developed, because the Divine Descendants treasures are not compatible with our system. Only relatively certain energy and material supplies will be specially developed. Many magic weapons, such as those that look like cloth and stone, are basically useless to us, and those that are developed are auctioned as collections. Xia Guixuan thought of the magic mirror in Mr. Zhou's hand. Humans have similar means to detect monsters. This kind of thing is different from the human system and is not universal. It is often used by the powerful to show off that they have treasures from the immortals. Then some of the higher-end ones, because they need mana or even divine thoughts to drive, can't be used at all. They can only become collections. Maybe they are secretly sold back to the descendants of gods through some channels, or even sold to interstellar merchants. It's all normal. Yan Wuyu said again, if it's for these, you may still be able to use Ling Moxu. The Xiandao sect is secretly looking for various relics every day, getting magic weapons, spirit stones and various exercises. She may have mastered many relics that the military has not discovered. After all, everyone's focus is different. The military pays more attention to the reaction of available energy, and they pay more attention to treasures, exercises and various cultivation experiences. Xia Guixuan looked a little strange. Just now, I was thinking, let Ling Moxa practice well, and appear less in front of her, which can also help her practice calmly. This is really the attitude that a disciple expects. But it seems that it is not easy. As for the ruins in the southwest defense zone, follow me. Yan Wuyu strode towards the defense zone station. The Steel City defense that was previously destroyed by the Soul Abyss is now being renovated by Adjutant Lin. The soldiers are in full swing, and it feels like a post-war reconstruction of ruins. This war broke out inexplicably for the soldiers in the defense zone. Fortunately, Yan Wuyu commanded well and there were no casualties. The losses were all in fortifications and materials, which is not a big deal for a country. Seeing Yan Wuyu coming, the soldiers were very respectful. Everyone knew that if it were not Yan Wuyu, and it was replaced by the original commander Zhang, everyone might have died this time without knowing why. Wherever he passed, there was a solemn salute. General Yan Wuyu asked, who is responsible for the development of the ancient gods' ruins here? Adjutant Lin wiped his sweat. It is the confidant of Commander Zhang who is in charge. Yan Wuyu's face was as gloomy as water. He really deserves to be killed. This is obviously treating the ruins as his own property. I don't know how much money he has made. She was too lazy to talk nonsense, and went directly to the dungeon to ask a confidant of Commander Zhang, where's the entrance to the ruins development? The man trembled. It's right below the city defense. I will take General Yan there. This is why Xia Guixuan borrowed Yan Wuyu for a while, because in fact one of the priorities of the entire southwest defense zone is to guard and develop the ancient gods' ruins. Of course, he can sneak in at will, but is it necessary? With Yan Wuyu leading, it is an official act. The human army that might have needed to conflict or sneak into void has become a full-fledged Backing. There are people to lead the way and introduce, and there are plenty of people to do miscellaneous things. There is no need to be so alone in everything, that is looking for trouble. There is an elevator going directly underground, which goes hundreds of feet deep. At the bottom is a stone door, which has been cracked and can be opened and closed at any time. Behind the door is a huge ancient ruins area, which leads to the mountains in the north and the deep sea in the south. There are ruins of ancient tribes or sects of the descendants of gods. After all, it is a civilization of 25,000 years, so there are still many things to discover. Commander Zhang's confidant asked tremblingly. The area underneath is extremely vast. We have only developed some surface areas after several years. I wonder which parts General Yan wants to see. Yan Wuyu looked at Xia Guixuan, and Xia Guixuan said, have you developed the sea area? The man looked embarrassed and said, the sea area happens to be our least explored area, because the seabed is extremely complex and there are many strange formations. We are not even sure if there are any residual souls from ancient times. It is very dangerous. We have tried to explore it before, but as a result, a lot of people were bewitched as soon as they entered the surface, and almost died on the spot. Yan Wuyu asked in surprise, can't your battle suits block this kind of band invasion? It can't be blocked. Even Commander Zhang's use of a level 5 battle suit beyond his authority can't protect us. Yan Wuyu said angrily, you didn't even report this situation to the military. Do you plan to eat it yourself one day? The man wiped the sweat off his face and said nothing. Xia Guixuan's mind probed the south and smiled slightly. It's a good thing that they didn't mess with me. I'll go in for a while. By the way, you guys stay outside. If the little girl comes, stop her. Yan Wuyu subconsciously said, I'll go too. Xia Guixuan nodded. Okay, there are some things suitable for you inside. Adjutant Lin and others all looked a little weird, and they exchanged glances that no one could understand. The level 5 battle suit cannot protect against the soul enchanting band, and it triggers lust and makes people have sex. You didn't make any arrangements, and just went in directly with a man and a woman? Why does it feel like the deputy commander's hat is a little green? Forget it, we don't know anything and dare not ask anything. Chapter 113. Gujin entered the stone gate, and behind it was a broken light film, similar to the boundary membrane formed after the space was cut. After passing through it, it should be the underground world tens of thousands of miles below the seabed. It is the place where the ancient tribe lived. It was buried due to some changes, and because of the vicissitudes of life, it was buried deep in the seabed. It could not be dug up by normal deep-sea digging. Therefore, it became a relic that is difficult to develop. Only certain gates can be passed through. The two of them passed through the boundary membrane and soon saw a plain. In the center of the plain was a stone altar, 9 stories high, and extremely solemn. Surrounding the altar was a strong ore stacked up, forming a natural shield, so it could protect this space from sinking to the bottom of the sea and not being destroyed for thousands of years. And the so-called aphrodisiac and soul enchanting technique is the fundamental element scattered in the space and permeated in the air. Then mixed with some resentment, it invaded the living. Xia Guixuan looked a little strange. This is an altar for ancient tribes to worship and reproduce, praying to the gods for the prosperity of life. After the sacrifice, there should be a group meeting. So love and reproduction are the most abundant elements here, and they have become the foundation that supports this place. After many years, they have not dissipated and are almost spiritual. Yan Wuyu. Do the descendants of gods worship the god of reproduction, Xia Guixuan, the father god? This is a typical manifestation of the father god in their hearts. In fact, all ancient tribes are like this, and so are humans. Yan Wuyu glanced at Xia Guixuan. Of course, she also guessed whether Xia Guixuan was the father god of the descendants of gods. If so, this sacrifice seemed a bit embarrassing. As a result, Xia Guixuan looked normal, and there was even some smile and nostalgia in his eyes. Yan Wuyu curled his lips. Old pervert, he could reminisce about such things, and he usually looks like a gentleman. In fact, she was also feeling a little hot at this moment. Such a strong aphrodisiac element could not be blocked by a level 5 battlesuit. She was also a level 5 battlesuit, so of course she could not block it either. But she was better than Master Zhang. At least she had enough strength to resist it. At the same time, she also believed that Xia Guixuan could handle this kind of thing. But what was he reminiscing about? Xia Guixuan slowly walked forward to the center of the altar where the element was the strongest, and gently stroked the stone steps. It seemed that the sound of ancient Xiao was echoing, vast and distant, echoing in the world. Autumn orchids and Miwu, Lua Shengziden. Green leaves and white flowers, fragrant and fragrant, autumn orchids, auspicious for giving birth to children, Miwu, a medicine for curing infertility. Rows and rows of children, grandchildren. The ancient priests held instruments and sang, using the most beautiful words to turn into the most important prayers. Survival and reproduction, the basis of life. Not shabby, not shameful. Taken used to be a host and even the lead singer. Xia Guixuan seemed to see his former self, holding the sword of Gente, dancing and singing on the stage. Speaking of singing, he actually sang better than the other brothers. If there was one thing that qualified him the most as a king, it was that he was particularly attentive in offering sacrifices, sang the best, most seriously, and most piously. At that time, he was extremely devout to God. He believed that there were gods in the world, believed that he could attain the Tao, and hoped that God would bless his tribe to prosper. This was sincere. He also believed that the god of marriage and reproduction must be the most beautiful goddess. It would be great if he could brew the most beautiful wine to serve the gods. The sincerity of the emperor of the human world is placed in the ritual vessels, felt by the heavens, and reach the gods. There are beautiful eyes staring in the void, smiling at the rare and most pious and serious moment of this playful and dandy king. He is also quite handsome. As early as that time, everyone had formed a bond. Fleeing to the land of war, he was in danger of his life, his followers were gone, the palace was deserted, and he was seriously ill and dying. A beautiful lady came over. "Oh, young queen, you are bullied so badly. You have only been on the throne for more than a year. I respect the gods, but the gods don't bless me, because you only respect the gods, but not the common people. What's the use of gods? Just enjoy the offerings. Don't you need a response?" "I don't even have an heir." "There is a response. Your descendants of the sea family are still okay. Okay, don't say that the gods also bully you. Seeing that you sing praises to me most seriously and tenderly, I will save your life as a response." "Wait, who are you?" "Guess, young Simon, SHH. When the time comes, just say you are my younger brother. Don't show it, otherwise Dong Huang will scold you. In the future, you will practice on your own. You are really brave. Why do you need others to bless you? Learn from your grandfather and don't embarrass yourself." Juntai eventually disappeared in the dust of history, just like the altar of the descendants of the gods in front of him. In a crustal movement that collapsed the sky and sank the earth, the tribe overturned and was buried in the deep sea. There has never been any response from the Father God, and all prayers are just empty talk. Xia Guixuan's eyes were a little blurred. Although this should not be considered his responsibility, he still sighed. The ancient first generation of gods were as pious to the Father God as he was in the past. In the end, you have to rely on yourself, Xia Guixuan whispered to himself. In this regard, today's humans are better than you. They don't need gods. The current Shangzhou Yehunitan is also better than you. They are trying to tear the sky apart. No, Yan Wui's trembling voice came from behind. "I can't bear it anymore. Can you remember it later?" Xia Guixuan turned his head and saw Yan Wu flushed and trembling. "Hold on a little longer. This is the breath of reproduction, which is harmless in itself, but there is some resentment left over from the overthrow of the tribe, so there is the intention of invasion. You resist the invasion and comprehend the reproduction of life, which will be very beneficial for a half-blood like you who lacks any relatives. Especially the spiritual energy here is extremely rich. If you comprehend it here, you may be able to further develop your divine talent and truly break through to the Kaionitum level. Otherwise, what are you doing here? This aphrodisiac, is it also cultivation?" Yan Wu you really wanted to ask. "You are not trying to trick me into bed, are you?" Xia Guixuan said seriously. "Yes. And it's not resistance, but perception," Yan Wu couldn't help but said. "If this is cultivation, is it dual cultivation?" Xia Guixuan was stunned for a moment, and admitted, "Yes, as long as it is authentic, and not the evil way of collecting and replenishing." Yan Wu asked, "Have you tried it?" "No, since it is dual cultivation, why don't you try it?" Yan Wu knew that he could not withstand the invasion, and half of his rationality remained, and he smiled somewhat indulgently. "Are you trying to trick me into trying it with you?" Xia Guixuan took a half step back. "I didn't mean that. If you don't mean that, can I have it?" Yan Wu strode forward and grabbed him. "Do you know that you are disgusting like this, just like the Japanese scumbag hundreds of years ago? Who doesn't take the initiative or refuse, and keeps people in suspense and is self-righteous, huh?" Xia Guixuan was puzzled. "What Ling Moxu said to me is somewhat related. When have I ever done such a thing to you? We haven't even had a deep conversation." Yan Wu's soul sea was surging, and he was very anxious. He shouted, "Then why did you tell Han Yuan that I was your woman? This is a misunderstanding. I don't care about you so much," Yan Wu shouted. "Since aphrodisiacs do not need to be resisted but need to be comprehended, then what are you pretending to be?" Xia Guixuan's pupils shrank slightly. Yan Wu's anxious and unintentional words unexpectedly touched the note of his practice. Reproduction is the basis of life. What a pious prayer, what a passionate expectation at that time. Love is to comprehend and practice, not to resist. I said it myself. But how did I do it? Han Yuan said that the lust hidden in the deepest part of the heavenly Dao is heavier than killing. Even the Father God can't grind it away. Who do you think you are? And their heavenly Dao is themselves. Yan Wuyu hugged him hard, and it can be seen that his mind is lost. In her heart, she may not understand it from beginning to end, and she can't resist it, nor have she comprehended it. Originally, Xia Guixuan wanted her to comprehend the essence of life, not dual cultivation. But she was right about one thing: dual cultivation is beneficial, although these are actually two different things. Dual cultivation is beneficial, why do you resist? Xia Guixuan's eyes were dim, and he finally pointed a finger at Yan Wuiyu's eyebrows. At least, you have to be sober. P.S. You always think I explain too much? In fact, it's really easy not to explain, but for example, everyone is scolding the heroine for being too quick to pay, and I didn't see anyone helping me explain that it's not love, but a lot of people agreed, so of course I have to write more clearly. What else can I do? Rely on behavior to show? What's the use? The behavior has hinted for dozens of chapters, let alone too quick to pay. Even Xiaoju is Gongsun Jiayu. There are still many people who don't see. Don't you still have to rely on explicit indication in the end? In fact, I really didn't want to be explicit at first. It would be more interesting to reveal the truth after hundreds of chapters, but I'm afraid that I will be scolded to the hospital before that time. Writing about a man stealing the show all day long, and having an ambiguous relationship with a heroine, Jicha is starting to feed shit. Please bear with me. The explanation may be a bit exaggerated, but at least it is not poisonous. I will try to reduce the number of explanations. If someone does not understand, please help explain it. Otherwise, please do not accuse me of explaining too much. I did not update today. I will be slow for a while. I should update it tomorrow. Chapter 114. You are not even as good as Fat Tiger. Yan Wuyu froze in midair when she stretched out her hand to hug him. Her confused eyes regained clarity and she realized what was going on. After all, she was still a little half-conscious just now, not completely confused. She was just very agitated, like a female cat in spring, enthusiastic, proactive and straightforward, and she blurted out a lot of words that she had been holding back in her heart. Of course, she missed it very much. Even now, she missed it very much. At least she was conscious and in control. Yan Wuyu blinked, and then, she still followed the action and hugged him. Xia Guixuan, what the hell? What's wrong with hugging you? I'm a soldier, not a little wife with bound feet. Yan Wuyu naturally changed from hugging to hugging his shoulders, looking like a good brother, as expected of the Cindy of the Fox family. Your methods are really good, and you can solve the problem with just your fingers. Xia Guixuan still felt that her words were like driving. No, why are you hugging me? Don't you know that in this position I am close to you and can feel it very obviously? I figured it out. There's no need to be so cautious with you. You're just a toothless tiger, maybe not even as threatening as the fat tiger on your mountain. Fat tiger is a tigress. Wait, are you sure I'm not threatening? Xia Guixuan frowned and glanced at her sideways. Your transformation is so abrupt. I suggest you go practice your acting skills with Ling Moxu. Awkward. Yan Wuyu finally let go of him, took 2 steps to the side, and stretched lazily unscrupulously. I feel much more comfortable. I've scolded you and taken advantage of you, and then nothing happened. Xia Guixuan, what's the matter? Yan Wuyu looked him up and down with a smile. You are good looking. Isn't it rare for women to want to take advantage of you? Xia Guixuan thought for a while and it was really rare. When he was immortal, which woman didn't tremble in fear when seeing him? During the cultivation, there was a demon who wanted to get close to him, but she was malicious and wanted to take his essence, but he cut her off. When he was an immortal emperor, others became trembling again. The only one who often took advantage was his sister. It was the same this time. Who wouldn't be cautious? Who dared to take the initiative to take advantage of him? Yes, little fox. The kiss was not full of fireworks, and the old man was careless and didn't dodge. The biggest discomfort for the old man in this society seems to be here. In the past, when a girl came to get close to you and take advantage of you, it was mostly demon women who did it, but it seems that this is not the case these days. Yan Wuyu's face suddenly came close to him again, so close that he almost touched him. Xia Guixuan took a half step back and quickly took a defensive posture. Yan Wuyu smiled. Look at this little virgin look. Is it true that Yin Xiaoru is the only one who has touched you? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. Is this why you and she are friends? How? Yan Wuyu put his arm around his shoulder, squinting his eyes and looking up and down at his cheek, as if he wanted to kiss him at any time. If I didn't want to steal my best friend's man, I would seduce you. A strong, good-looking man with a mysterious background is still very attractive. I see that you are still in heat and are in heat, of course. Being clear-headed doesn't mean that those auras have disappeared. They are still lingering in my body and filing my soul. See. Did you ask me to continue to comprehend them? Do you call this performance perception? Yan Wuyu said nonchalantly. I call this taking advantage of the situation. You also said that I have been more open-minded after leaving the capital. That's right, but it's a pity that I'm still not very open-minded towards you. Today I have broken this last spell. Xia Guixuan was stunned for a moment, but he laughed. You are a little smart. Yan Wuyu suddenly laughed. I don't know why I was afraid of you before. Is it because you are so powerful? But I was no match for Han Yuan and the others, and I was never afraid. This should be because of the blood of the descendants of gods. You are not yet at the level of tearing the sky. In fact, even if you are at the level of tearing the sky, Shang Zhaowai and Han Yuan will still be scared when standing in front of me. Of course, Xia Guixuan didn't say this, but just said, that's good. It's awkward to see you being so cautious. In fact, there is no need for you to be in front of Gongsun Jiayu, that's different. The rules are there. If I'm casual with him, the team will be in chaos. Besides, I really lost my temper with him, but I don't dare to do it with you. Yan Wuyu sighed. Maybe I'm not afraid of you. The debt of favor is the hardest to repay. After all, I owe you a life-saving grace. I feel guilty and short of breath. I know that the repayment I gave you is not enough. It's not wrong to think so. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, so you don't care about this life-saving grace now? Yan Wuyu sneered. You are flirting with a murderer, and you are worthy. Yan Wuyu suddenly pecked him on the face. Even if it is not enough, it is now. It's really no wonder that she can be best friends with a little fox. Xia Guixuan said unhappily. You are taking advantage of me. What are you worthy of? What? Yan Wuyu smiled and said, you can also kiss me. Do you dare? Then he puffed out his chest. You can do more than just kiss. Do you dare? The waves were surging and shaking, making me dizzy. Xia Guixuan had a blank expression on his face and didn't move after all. Tisk. I said you are not as threatening as Fat Tiger, but you still don't admit it. Yan Wuyu let go of him boredly and turned away. Let's go. Let's go. Although he seemed to be very cool, he was actually nervous. His eyes kept trying to look behind him to see if Xia Guixuan would really hug him. If he hugged him, according to the setting just now, should he refuse? According to this uninhibited female soldier and a bold female man, it seems that I should be the one to reverse him. Why is it so? Besides, does that count as stealing a man from my bestie? Will I be able to face people when I go back? Fortunately, Xia Guixuan didn't come over after all, but just shook his head unhappily. You women are really courting death. Little virgin? What the hell, little virgin? The aura of this place has an effect on you. Do you really think it has no effect on me? Han Yuan's words flashed through my mind for the nth time, the deepest lust hidden in the way of heaven. You women who are courting death, don't really bring it out one day. The atmosphere became strangely quiet. Yan Wuyu walked around the altar for a while and finally remembered the business. Oh, right. Isn't this just a plane and an altar with nothing else? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. Are you starting to think about business, General? Yan Wuyu didn't even blush when she kissed him, but now she felt a little embarrassed and forced herself to say, is it strange that I am attracted by the aura of this place? Someone as capable as you should think more about business. First of all, the absence of anything is the biggest discovery. Xia Guixuan pointed to the empty surroundings and sneered. This is an important altar. There must be guards around it all the time, and there are even tribesmen living nearby. The tribe was destroyed by a natural disaster, but there is not even a corpse here. This is the problem, Yan Wuyu said. Did Commander Zhang and his men take them away? Even if it wasn't them, someone else took it away earlier. This aphrodisiac aura is not unsolvable, so it's not difficult to even move some things. Xia Guixuan sneered. The research on transforming humans does not necessarily require the capture of living descendants of gods. These ancient corpses don't seem to be much different, and they are even more useful. Yan Wuyu's face changed slightly. Secondly, Xia Guixuan pointed to the bottom of the altar. There is a passage below, leading to some dangerous places, but no one has ever set foot in it. I guess they are not capable enough. He saw through the structure of the altar at a glance, and pressed a handrail on a stone step railing. Soon, a secret room cracked under the altar. The secret room was also empty. It can be guessed that it was originally a storage room for ritual vessels used in sacrifices. For the practicing tribe, they should all be magic weapons, but now they have been cleared out. But in a corner of the secret room, a crack can be faintly seen. The crack is fiery red, and there seems to be magma flowing inside. The most amazing thing is that there seems to be water waves in the center of the magma flow. It was a phase node that was born because of the collapse of space, leading to a special part of the seabed, where water and fire blended, and the core point of the unity of yin and yang. Xia Guixuan knew very well where it led to. It was the place where he had set up the array stone. The place he chose to set up the array was of course a place on this planet that was obviously special. There were several places in the world. This kind of place itself was special, and with the influence of the array stone and the changes in the spiritual energy, it formed an extremely unique geographical environment. Around this geographical area, it must be the place where the most clusters of the first generation of gods were born. Generally speaking, this kind of place can be called the innate land, the origin of creation, and the remains of the father god by the gods. Now it has been buried in a corner of the seabed that is unknown how deep it is. Even modern gods are trying to find where they are, and humans are even more confused about what these are. This extinct tribe must be related to water or fire, which is why there is such a strong attraction, and the special phase reaches here directly. Xia Guixuan's eyes fell on the cracks, while Yan Wuayu's eyes fell on the surroundings of the secret room. There are wall carvings in the secret room, and on the wall carvings are phoenix, vermilion bird, biffin, etc., all related flame-winged tribes, all over the walls. Soaring with wings spread. Yan Wuyu was a little frightened when she saw it, and there seemed to be a resonance in the depths of her blood, reaching her soul. This place could be where my father's clan is, 80% is. Originally, there would be a more specific treasure standing on the top of the altar, but it should have been taken away. I suggest that you return to human society and focus on investigating the location of this treasure. This thing may be refined into your life treasure. Yes, Yan Wuyu's expression was a little solemn. She didn't expect that just accompanying Xia Guixuan to find what he wanted would unexpectedly become her bloodline's important matter. I don't know if Xia Guixuan specified borrowing Yan Wuyu for a while because he had some feelings about it, or if it was fate. Xia Guixuan said, as for the location where the rift here leads to, if you go down, although it will be useful, it is too dangerous. I suggest you not to go down, but stay outside to comprehend and practice. It will be safer to come back after Kayanun. Is it the same danger as here? Almost losing your virginity, the danger of death, the body is gone. You say losing your virginity counts, then. Yan Wuyu hesitated for a moment. What's the use to me? The inspiration of the ancestors, the fortune of the innate land, the reawakening of one's own talents. For a mixed blood like you, this process may reject human blood and burn to ashes. It is very dangerous. Of course, it is also an opportunity and a choice. I will take care of the external dangers, but I will not help you with your own dangers. Think about it. Yan Wuyu sighed, and smiled. Of course I have to go. There is no one who doesn't want to know where his bloodline comes from. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. Now that you know, what is there to fear about a little danger? Sacrificing a book from Chasing My Wife to the Peak, a dog food article with a single female lead. Chapter 115 Water, Fire, and Yin and Yang. Deep in the rift. In fact, they have crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at an unknown place. As soon as they stepped in, they were greeted by a terrifying high-temperature heat wave. A huge bird of fire sort of flew towards the two of them. The innate flames were almost spiritual. Xia Guixuan did not make a move, because Yan Wuyu could not help but move. It was the pull of the origin and the blood of the warriors. The clash of the same energy subconsciously wanted to compete. You can see Yan Wuyu transformed into a flaming firebird and collided with a soaring firebird. Boom, the flames splashed and fell into the heat wave of the void, just like snowflakes falling into the snow, blending and disappearing. The magma on the ground exploded, like a surging and boiling sea tide. The wind and clouds in the sky turned upside down, and the flames burned through the void. Bang! Yan Wuyu turned back to human form, retreated more than 10 steps, raised his head, and his eyes were full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit. The firebird's transformed form had fallen apart, scattered into sparks, and merged into the air and disappeared. Yan Wuyu also felt that after this fight, her blood was burning, and her perception and closeness to fire were increased. She had never experienced such a direct improvement in previous battles. It was just like an ancient online game, where you get a little experience for each monster you kill. She took a few breaths and smiled. How is this fire competition? Xia Guixuan said indifferently. Well, I beat back a few sparks, so it's okay. Yan Wuyu, before she opened her mouth to ask, she saw a vast number of firebirds flying all over the sky, as if the entire sky was made up of firebirds, red and boundless. If you count them casually, there might be tens of thousands of them. Yan Wuyu's eyes bulged. Can we fight this? There's no need to fight this. Xia Guixuan grabbed her shoulders and grinned. Yan Wuyu turned around and wanted to run. With a whoosh, Yan Wuyu screamed and was thrown into the sky. Tease me? Woman, Xia Guixuan, UTM. Yan Wuyu was about to swear when a method suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Xia Guixuan's transmission was directly formed in his heart. This is a method to comprehend and communicate the origin of fire. It is more systematic than your pure talent to discover it. It is a path that predecessors have walked, saving you from your own exploration. You follow the method and communicate with the spirituality of fire. These firebirds will not attack you at all. On the contrary, they will become the source of your perception. A group of firebirds have approached Yan Wuyu, and he can even smell the smell of burnt air. Yan Wuyu subconsciously closed his eyes, and his sea of consciousness instinctively used the communication method that Xia Guixuan had just passed on. Translation: be on fire yourself. Don't burn me. Boom. The firebirds completely surrounded Yan Wuyu, and the army of thousands of firebirds turned into an extremely huge fire phoenix, burning on Yan Wuyu's body and burning through the sky. Yan Wuyu closed his eyes tightly and felt that he was going to die. But soon found that it was just warm, without any burning feeling. The firebird was never a physical object, but the embodiment of the spirit of fire, becoming more and more friendly, lingering, and joyful on her body. Yan Wuyu opened her eyes, and the shadow of the fire phoenix seemed to be like her Dharma image, floating in the air, shaking the earth and the sky. Well, thank you. Yan Wuyu's face was a little red again. He just scolded Xia Guixuan, but he was helping him again. He owed him a favor again. Forget it. At most he would kiss him again. You will slowly comprehend it. This is just the beginning. Don't think it's over. The difficult part is behind. Xia Guixuan ignored her and walked forward on his own, stepping on the magma. In the middle of the magma, there seemed to be a red round stone sticking in the middle. There was a groove in the middle of the stone, and a blue water drop was embedded in it. This thing was the Fu Hai Zu that Xiang Yu soon pretended to be the father god Kang Long and claimed to find to the descendants of the gods. It was also the reason why the descendants of the gods chose to attack the southwest defense zone. The sea-covering pearl was named by the ancient gods. It was originally thought to be a kind of innate treasure, born from the heart of the seabed flame. The positive pole gave birth to the negative pole, and the fire pole gave birth to water. It can give birth to vast sea, and it can also dry up the earth. In fact, it is one of the arrays used by Xia Guixuan to set up the spirit gathering array. The meaning is indeed very similar to what the ancient gods felt. This is the innate water condensation essence. Its function is indeed to guide the positive pole in this positive pole and guide the water spirit in the fire pole, so that the yin and yang can coexist and reproduce endlessly. It is a link used to transform the Taiji. It can gather spirits and give birth to life. Therefore, there is a foundation for the prosperity of life around this place. Life is of course biased towards the fire system. Various flame tribes were born around it, and then spread all over the world. But now it has no effect, because the array is not only the array. The array he outlined was broken by the group of idiots fighting a civil war among themselves. Only a few array brackets were left and collapsed everywhere. What's the use? This place has become a pure land of fire. If time goes on for a while, spiritual innate fire spirits or flame demons may be born. Originally, Xia Guixuan didn't care about this, and even wanted to see what would be born after a while. But recent events made him feel that it's better not to be so lazy. For example, he didn't have anything useful except the Yu Wunding, and the Zuanil sword and the like were not suitable for him. There were more similar pure collections, so he didn't use them in that battle and didn't destroy them. That means you can only pretend to be cool. What's the point? It's better to start collecting useful things and create new magic weapons. Even if the injury has not recovered yet, the young demon can be killed by the treasures. So he came to take his own water-condensed essence, and brought Yan Wuyu to comprehend her fire spirit, both. Xia Guixuan, who always had a casual temperament and didn't have a clear goal to do, finally took the initiative to start the first small goal. He didn't even realize what this change meant at this time. It means that he has started to participate from observing the world indifferently, and started to take the initiative to do something for this planet. He had developed feelings for all the lives on this planet. And he himself began to face his feelings. From a spectator, he had a tendency to change from a person in the play. The deeper the entanglement with worldly affairs, the more so it was. Even if snow fell from the sky and fell into the sea, they would gradually become indistinguishable. What's more, he was like this. This was his planet. How long could he watch the show? Putting away the water condensation beads, Xia Guixuan calculated for the first time. He had set up the 4 fulcrums of earth, water, fire and wind. Water was here. Where were the other 3? In addition, he had set up the time array, and there were 4 fulcrums of time, space, light and darkness. Where were they respectively? The result of the calculation was somewhat touching. Of the 8 treasures, only 3 were on this planet, and no one knew where the others had gone. Of course, it didn't matter. Xia Guixuan didn't want to set up the array again, but just to find something suitable for refining magic treasures. Without these array stones, they would be gone, and having other materials was more important. The things that can kill the young demon. In addition to the water of life, we need the sun's Zhengjin, Chongyang's wood heart, and Jiuxuangxing steel. This planet doesn't have them. It seems that I have to ask Xiang Yuxuan, their interstellar merchants must have them. In addition, my shadow condensed beads and Jiuhu light mirrors are actually in Xiajing, which really surprises me. Xia Guixuan was pondering, and suddenly a muffled groan came from the sky. He regained his mind and looked up, knowing that Yan Wuyu's test had really come. Yan Wuyu always thought that she was a descendant of the vermilion bird, but it was not quite right. Where did the vermilion bird come from on this planet? There should not be a so-called vermilion bird on this planet. The vermilion bird itself is just an image. The descendants of the gods learned from the civilization system of the Father God that there are such flame creatures, so they named themselves similar creatures as vermilion bird. In fact, it is just a bird creature, and it is evolving towards the meaning of the vermilion bird in the Father God system. When Xia Guixuan first met Yan Wuyu, he only said that this woman was a race similar to the fire phoenix, which can also be summarized as a simpler and clearer statement, spirit of flame. If you practice higher, you will become a flame spirit, and if you practice higher, you will become a flame god. If you practice lower, you will become a fire bird, and that's all. Yan Wuyu has excellent talent. When Xia Guixuan first saw her, he thought that she is terribly flame-friendly, close to Xiring. Xiring is also the fire god. Xia Guixuan thought Yan Wuyu had the potential to become a fire god when he first saw her. Unfortunately, she only underwent genetic evolution, but no practice method. No matter how terrifying her flame talent was, she had never practiced well. Even the communication with the fire element was just the first time. Of course, she could only be a pseudo-Kaiyan forever. It would be impossible for her to go further. At the beginning, when Yan Wuyu was wrapped in the image of the fire phoenix and closed her eyes to comprehend, she felt a sense of joy and rapid progress. The flame factor in her body and the flames of heaven and earth were seamlessly integrated, promoting each other, circulating each other, blending each other, and becoming more and more intense. Yan Wuyu even felt like a sun, able to scorch the earth like a golden crow. But gradually, she felt something was wrong. The more her firebird bloodline resonated with the fire element, the more the human part of her bloodline rejected the conflict, and the more intense the flames were, as if it was going to burn her human flesh and blood, and exclude the unnecessary impurities. Yan Wuyu completely understood why Xia Guixuan warned her that it was dangerous, and even thought it would be better for her not to come in at this time, and also understood why he said it was a self-choice and he would not help. If the human part was burned out, she might be a pure divine firebird, or even further, a spirit of fire. But that might also mean that human general Yan Wuyu died and the human body lost its virginity. Whether to be reborn or abandon the past is a choice. Yan Wuyu was unwilling to abandon it. That would make her lifelong efforts ridiculous. Before that, After 100 years of hard work, the fifth gene transformation had gone through countless difficulties and crossed countless thresholds. The cheers and joy after each promotion became a complete joke. Why abandon? Yan Wuyu gritted her teeth and whispered to herself, even if they are descendants of gods, the direction of evolution is human. This should not be a conflict. The Father God's way of heaven talks about the great way, not blood. It seems that there is a flame spirit echoing, but blood can determine talent and echo your flame. I believe in talent, but I believe more that the reason why my talent is high is not because of the blood of one side, but the blood of my parents, Yan Wuyu whispered, and her heart suddenly moved. Xia Guixuan made her realize the essence of life, the combination of yin and yang. She just used it to tease Xia Guixuan, and didn't really take it to heart. At this moment, she seemed to understand. The meaning of Tai Chi, the essence of yin and yang, is just like this. The heart of fire on the ground condenses the essence of water. All things should never be absolute. Mutual growth and harmony are Tai Chi. It is the way of heaven. Yan Wuyu struggled to resist the pain of the flames burning his flesh and blood, and whispered, Xia Guixuan, come and help me, please. Xia Guixuan said lightly, I said, it's your own choice, I won't help. Yan Wuyu opened his eyes in the flames. What I want you to help is, hug me. P.S. 2 chapters are nearly 7,000 words, which is okay. There are no more chapters for now, and I will try to make it longer tomorrow. In addition, many brothers said that they don't know what the protagonist will do, and there is no main line. The main line is, let a detached and casual observer begin to become a person in the play. Just like Ming, who first entered Nanli, before being broken by Qin Yi, she was just a stern-faced Taoist nun who ate melons and watched the show. The main line is to see how he was broken, not to fight the enemy. It should be clearer to say this, don't blame me for explaining it again. If I explain it less, everyone will read a fake book and always wonder who the enemy is. The enemy is the pretentious old Xia himself. If you kill him, he will be a popular LSP. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. What's wrong with adults having fun? Xia Guixuan looked up and saw that Yan Wuyu was in a strange situation. Although she was in the blazing fire, there was actually some frost on her body. This was her outstanding talent. She realized the extreme cold in the extreme heat. This was not something she could achieve with her current practice. The reason why she could achieve this was not only because of her talent, but also because of her will. She was unwilling to abandon her past persistence and efforts, and unwilling to give up a part of her bloodline. So in the human bloodline, she used her female pure yin nature to transform the extreme cold from the extremely hot flame to resist the invasion of the fire. But she was not strong enough to fuse the water, fire, and yin and yang. If she continued, she would die. The conflict between yin and yang would destroy her. But she was smart in that she treated the meaning of life reproduction that she had put aside before with this matter. She was a mixed blood, the combination and reproduction of the descendants of gods and humans, which was just right for this matter. The harmony of yin and yang and the fusion of blood are also Tai Chi, which is enough to turn the conflict between ice and fire into a mixture. But, there is still a fuse missing. She is yin, unable to generate her own yang, and lacks half of her help. To be honest, Xia Guixuan admires her. With Yan Wuyu's model, she doesn't need Xia Guixuan to save her with his powerful ability, but just needs a man with matching practice. In other words, she still plans to rely on herself, but just needs a teammate to assist her. She doesn't plan to rely on the strong to help her solve the problem. This is the pride of a warrior and the heart of a strong man. At this time, Yan Wuyu was in a raging fire, but her whole body was trembling. The extreme cold and extreme heat conflicted in her body. She was conscious, but her body seemed to be torn apart, as if it was about to separate, and as if it was about to merge. She was half unconscious and half like burning, feeling extremely painful. The most sober pain, the stress response of a person is coma, but she forced herself not to let herself coma, because once she was coma, she would no longer be able to control it. Suddenly, she felt warm. Xia Guixuan appeared in front of her, still extending a finger and tapping her brow. He didn't help her reconcile water and fire, but just injected yang. It seemed as if warmth bloomed from the spiritual platform, seeping into the limbs and bones, spreading through the sea of consciousness, and turning into the danshan. Yan Wuyu sighed. With this help, she could use the breath of life and reproduction she had felt before as a guide to start harmonizing yin and yang, converging water and fire, and turning from separation into rotation, stirring and merging together. Almost visible to the naked eye, a yin and yang fish surrounded the danshan, a shadow of Tai Chi with red and blue intertwined. But Yan Wuyu's heart was still a little hot, and the aphrodisiac effect always existed. It was precisely with this effect that she could try to harmonize yin and yang. The inner desire is not just a finger pointing at the center of the eyebrows. The desire and restlessness that had always been suppressed in the heart became more and more boiling, and the wild light gradually spread in Yan Wuyu's eyes. Just like a female cat in spring, wild and restless. Xia Guixuan's voice came, very soft. How do you feel? Not enough, not enough. My pure yang energy is enough to harmonize 100 of you, not enough? Xia Guixuan was about to ask a question, but suddenly Yan Wuyu disappeared in front of him. In the blazing flames, every fire element is Yan Wuyu. Xia Guixuan didn't know what she was doing for a while. You are so anxious to merge with the flames, isn't it the right time? The next moment, he felt that the flames around him changed. It was like someone was entangled and wrapped around him, entangled with every inch of his skin. You merged with the flames to facilitate teleportation and hugging me? The flames around him gradually turned into Yan Wuyu's body. I asked you to hug me. If you don't hug me, I will hug you. You are still under the aphrodisiac effect. You will regret it when you wake up. So what? I am over 100 years old. I am just hugging a man. You are talking nonsense. As she spoke, Yan Wuyu kissed him heavily on the lips, blocking all the words Xia Guixuan wanted to say. Xia Guixuan opened his eyes and had no expression on his face. He did not hide. The flames were swallowing and spitting, and the flames were surrounding him. Fireworks were lingering in the air, and everything was psychedelic. After an unknown amount of time, a glow bloomed in the fireworks, and a powerful divine consciousness enveloped the four directions. Two golden lights penetrated the sky and broke through the colorful clouds in the sky. Yan Wuyu comprehended the origin of fire and initially formed a golden eye. The smoke gradually dissipated, and a figure in the air could be vaguely seen. Yan Wuyu was still sitting in Xia Guixuan's arms, with his hands wrapped around his neck, like a snake. Both of their clothes were a little messy, but they were still wearing them after all. Congratulations. Fire gave birth to water, Tai Chi was initially felt, and golden eyes were initially formed. You are less afraid of smoke than monkeys, Xia Guixuan finally spoke. Although the premise of this formation is a bit weird, Yan Wuyu restrained his divine light and smiled. It seems that the soul has also made a breakthrough? If it was originally at most equal to Tang Yun, a descendant of the gods, now at least there's Wei Yang. Well, awake, awake. Yan Wuyu's eyes were a little blurry again, and he leaned over and kissed him again. Then why are you still hugging me? Damn, you're still kissing me, are you never going to stop? Yan Wuyu kissed the side of his face and murmured, life reproduction, harmony of yin and yang. Since this is the original way, then if you like me, go after me. If I think you're pretty, I'll kiss you. I, Yan Wuyu, have been in war all my life. Why should I be shy? Is this your enlightenment? This is my enlightenment. You see, you obviously had a reaction. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? You told Hung Yuan that I was your woman, and your eyes were always looking at my figure. I knew it a long time ago. Am I delicious? Do you want to eat me even cleaner? No. Fuck, what kind of shabby robes are this that you can take off? Take it off yourself, stinky man. Don't say you don't want it. Xia Guixuan finally sighed. I have played with many women and then thrown away. Are you sure you want to be one of them? Yan Wuyu, what I refuse is not the harmony of yin and yang, but the bond, Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. Dual cultivation only for the harmony of yin and yang is called a cauldron. In fact, you have been treating me as a cauldron before, otherwise how do you think you have broken through so quickly, like a genius? Yan Wuyu, Xia Guixuan continued, for the sake of your life, I admit it. And now that everyone is sober, if I respond, I will be treating you as a toy. Of course, you and I can both say that we are so old. What's wrong with playing around? A night of pleasure is nothing more than this. This is not enlightenment, but indulgence. Yan Wuyu finally leaned back slightly, moved away a little, looked at him for a long time, and sighed in a low voice. Why can you tell the difference so clearly? Actually, I'm not sure either. Xia Guixuan let her go. grabbed a piece of fire cloud and sat on it, looked at the sunset in the sky and said faintly, "I shouldn't have kissed you, but I still did, Pucci." Yan Wuyu strode up and sat beside him. They looked at the sunset for a while and smiled. "What's wrong with a kiss? We didn't do it. I don't care, but you're bothered. You don't want to take responsibility, but I don't want to. If I really flirt with you, I won't be able to explain to the fox, and the tacit understanding between me and the deputy commander has been ruined by myself." Alice, male beauty harms people. This is indeed male beauty harms people, because Yan Wuyu thought about it and didn't think that a relationship with him was to the point where they could go to bed. Strictly speaking, they were not even familiar with each other, but they almost did it when they were sober. Apart from saying that Yan Wuyu, have been fighting for a lifetime, why should I be shy? If I want to eat a man, I can eat a man. She doesn't know how to explain it. I can only say that male beauty harms people. But at this time, Yan Wuyu was in a very good mood. After all, he was her lifesaver many times. Even if she really did it with him, it didn't seem to matter, not to mention that it was just a first kiss, at most touching. He said he shouldn't kiss her but he did it anyway, and he didn't seem to have any entanglement. He shouldn't have kissed Ling Moxu, but he did it anyway. In short, Yan Wuyu felt that now, the relationship with him became natural. He was no longer cautious when he saw him before, but rather relaxed and carefree. Perhaps between men and women, after being ambiguous and having skin-to-skin contact, the feelings will never be the same again. "Hey," Yan Wuyu suddenly asked, "does someone like you pursue anything?" "Yes, ask for the truth, let's be more practical. For example, have you ever worked hard for a specific thing in your life?" "Yes, to live." Yan Wuyu was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at him. Xia Guixuan was staring at the sky in a trance, and his answer seemed to be casual. But Yan Wuyu thought this was a little interesting. Who doesn't work hard to live? Let alone the common people, even the officials in the temple are still working hard to live longer. But what about after living? Especially, what about after immortality? There's only the truth left, that is, the pursuit of the essential mystery of the universe. Let's go back to the past. Yan Wuyu suddenly felt that there was no point in living for someone like Xia Guixuan. It was a very confused search that could make people lost in the boundless and endless river of the past and present, unable to find themselves. Xia Guixuan suddenly asked back, "What about you? Have you ever worked hard for something?" "Yes, to break through the level of genetic warriors, to make the people who trust me live in peace," Yan Wuyu answered sonorously. Xia Guixuan sat up straight and looked at Yan Wuyu seriously. Yan Wuyu looked at each other calmly. "That's a hindrance," Xia Guixuan said, "it's also a flaw. You will be hurt by it, that's power," Yan Wuyu said, "that's why I need to pursue the meaning of power." Xia Guixuan looked at the sunset silently without saying a word. "You think so, too?" Yan Wuyu suddenly said, "Otherwise why would Ling Mozu suddenly join the war? She thinks you'd like it, a man who says he hates but acts honestly." Yan Wuyu leaned over and kissed him again. "Just like this, you're enjoying it, aren't you?" Xia Guixuan said with a straight face, "It's obviously you who's enjoying it, I'm not enjoying it, or, kissed me." Yan Wuyu smiled, "What's there to kiss or not? Even if it's just adults playing, I don't want you to be responsible. You won't have the chance to play after leaving here, woman, don't provoke me." Xia Guixuan hugged her and laid her horizontally on his legs. Yan Wuyu didn't seem to expect him to actually come. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. Xia Guixuan leaned over and kissed her until the sky was dark. Yan Wuyu closed her eyes and accepted. It's true that if they leave here, there will be no chance, and Yan Wuyu herself won't agree. Adults can release their wildness, but they also have more concerns. Thanks to brothers Kagaai, Fukuchingsing, and Amaranth for joining the alliance. The number of alliance leaders has reached 56. The update in the evening will try to exceed 4,000 words, 2 in 1. Chapter 117 Returning Home. But in the end, it was mysterious. The two of them regained clarity at the same time, stopped moving, and slowly separated. They stared at each other for a while, and Yan Wuyu laughed, got up lazily from Xia Guixuan's arms, and straightened his clothes. "I don't know if it's you who doesn't have the courage or me. So that's it, don't ask me to be responsible in the future." Xia Guixuan felt that the world was sometimes unfair. For example, if he said this, he would be called a scumbag, but if Yan Wuyu said it, he would be called cool. He was so angry that he trembled. The two of them dressed tightly in silence. Yan Wuyu smoothed his messy red hair and said, "Have you finished what you came here to do?" Xia Guixuan collected his thoughts and nodded, "I guess so. In fact, there are still many interesting things here, especially for you. It is worth exploring in depth and using as a place for cultivation. You can set up a space beacon here, and you can teleport here to practice when you have the chance." For me, Yan Wuyu was speechless. This is clearly the origin of fire. Doesn't it mean anything to you? No. Xia Guixuan took out the water condensed essence and tossed it. "Speaking of which, do you have any other insights into this kind of water and fire? Don't tell me your mind is full of men," Yan Wuyu said unhappily. "Yes, but are you too good at teaching? Don't you have anything else to do except teaching people?" Xia Guixuan tilted his head. "So you haven't had enough yet? Do you want something else?" Yan Wuyu turned his head away and didn't look at him. Xia Guixuan said leisurely, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't teach anyone who asked me to, like the little brat outside now." Yan Wuyu sighed. "I do feel something, but it's a little unbelievable. It might be an illusion." "It's not an illusion." Xia Guixuan walked out leisurely. "It means rebirth from the ashes. You are not Suzaku, you are Phoenix." Yan Wuyu followed him and asked, "Doesn't a phoenix have that meaning? I heard that it was a misunderstanding of the firebird in the west of the mother planet." Well, your father god's knowledge is extremely broad, and he has integrated a lot to achieve enlightenment. You are under the system of the father god, not under any known specific framework, so you don't necessarily have to fit the things in the eastern legends of the mother planet. In fact, the unicorn-like Shang Xiaoi is a combination of the east and the west. Xiaoi's jade lion, the white jade unicorn. You are the same. Of course, your father god's aesthetic is oriental, so you are all oriental beauties. Yan Wuyu said contemptuously. "It sounds like this father god is not a serious person." "You are blaspheming." "So what? I'm human." "Hell, that's called destroying one's ancestors. That's called playing dirty." Yan Wuyu snorted. "You don't need to teach me the meaning of rebirth from the ashes. I already have a feeling. It won't take long for me to learn it myself." "Hell." Xia Guixuan smiled and said nothing more. He just said, "You are indeed very talented. In fact, I wanted to say that it would be best if I never had to use this kind of magical power. But it's depressing to say such things. Why bother? What's wrong with having more lives?" Leaving the land of fire and arriving outside the stone gate, there was a large group of human soldiers guarding outside. And a little girl with dragon horns was pitifully being pointed at by a group of people with guns, squatting in a corner with her head in her hands. Adjutant Lin held a handheld mortar and pointed at the little girl nervously. "You came to be a spy but didn't hide your dragon horn well. Do you think we are fools?" "I said I came to find my master, not to be a spy of the god's descent. I am not a god's descent at all. If your dragon horn is not a god's descent, what else can it be?" If General Yan hadn't ordered a little girl to come and stop it, we would have opened fire. She is really not a god's descent. Ripples flashed, and Xia Guixuan and Yan Wuyu appeared side by side in the center. "She is here to find me. Don't be nervous." In fact, Adjutant Lin and others wanted to ask, "Who are you?" But seeing General Yan and the man standing shoulder to shoulder, they didn't dare to ask. The two had been in there for less than 2 hours at most, but it seemed that everyone felt different. General Yan's strength seemed to be stronger. It was originally just a sense of power and the burning oppression of the flames. Now his bright eyes passed by, and it actually gave people a sense of shock that someone had seen through their hearts, as if everyone had a dimension difference. However, this terrible sense of dimensional crushing was destroyed by the strawberry mark, faintly visible on her snow-white neck, and all her majesty was gone. Did the two of them notice it themselves? Don't you each have a boyfriend or girlfriend? Forget it, in the adult world, there are always needs. A group of people looked at each other and saluted solemnly. General Yan. "Hello, Captain Xia, Master." Xia Guixuan hugged her head and said. "They pointed a tube at me." Xia Guixuan gnashed his teeth and grabbed her up. "Little girl, can you speak normally?" "I said very normal words. It was Master who thought wrongly. Shame on you. You are at least 500 or 600 years old this year. Can you stop pretending to be young?" Yan Wuyu couldn't bear to look at it and turned his head away. "It was you who just said that people were little girls, and it was you who told people not to pretend to be young." It seems that this 500 or 600-year-old little girl gave him a headache. "By the way, who is this little girl?" Xia Guixuan blinked and pointed at her neck. "Auntie, your strawberry fell." Yan Wuyu lowered his head stiffly, unable to see her neck. He scanned with his spiritual sense, his face burning. All get out. A group of soldiers were aggrieved. Why did you take out your anger on us when someone pointed out your strawberry? Isn't it okay for us to pretend to be blind? The soldiers saluted collectively. Don't worry, General Yan, the deputy commander will not know about this military intelligence. Thank you so much. Yan Wuyu wiped his neck, and the phoenix flame had already appeared on his hand. The soldiers dispersed. Yan Wuyu turned to look at Xia Guixuan with shame and annoyance. Where did he get such an annoying lolly? Xia Guixuan didn't have the face to look at her either. He was training his apprentice. You are 500 or 600 years old, and you are calling someone who is over 100 years old your aunt. Where's your face? Xia Guixuan lifted her up in the air and swung her twice. I have taken away the so-called water drops myself. Why are you here? Because I know Master will come here. Xia Guixuan sat cross-legged in the air, swaying with his swing, like a swing. I want to listen to Master's teachings. Xia Guixuan sneered. My teaching is, stay away from me. Xia Guixuan shrank cautiously, as if she had something to say, but couldn't say it because of Master's teachings. She covered her mouth forcibly, her eyes rolling around. Xia Guixuan said unhappily, come on, what do you want to say? The little girl covered her mouth, her voice muffled through her fingers. Actually, I'm here to return something to Master. Master has many fragments scattered in the universe. Xia Guixuan was stunned, sighed and said, give me the fragments of the sword of Gente, and the others are all for you. The little girl smiled and quickly brought out a pile of chips. There are still some missing. Master, don't worry, I will continue to look. Yan Wuyu looked at him with a squint, knowing that Xia Guixuan couldn't keep a straight face. He was actually very soft-hearted, at least he couldn't refuse others' kindness to him. What's more, this intention of searching the entire universe for his scattered things. Yan Wuyu felt that he would be very touched if it were him. Sure enough, Xia Guixuan rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, actually, there is no need to look for it deliberately. How to find those fragments? With this foundation, I can use some other materials to make up for it and refine a new sword, but it's not the original one, right? Xia Guixuan opened her eyes wide and said seriously, Master attaches great importance to this sword. Xia Guixuan shook his head slightly. This sword was originally just a bronze sword. I added a variety of materials and repeatedly refined it into a magic weapon. It's not so fundamentalist. Although you know some things, there is no need to exaggerate. What does a kid know? Have you read too many romance novels? Oh, Xia Guixuan was drooping in the air and being carried by him. She looked obedient and listened to the lecture, but a smile flashed in her eyes. I need to refine another magic weapon, and I need a few things. Sun Jiangjin, Chongyang Murkson, Jiuxuangsing Steel, do you have any clues? Xia Guixuan scratched her head. There are too many materials in the universe, I can't remember them all. I have to go back and check. Master, please leave your number, I will notify you when I have news. After calling him Master all the time, Xia Guixuan found that he could no longer say with a straight face, you are just a nominal disciple, don't call me Master. He had to say, how do you use the number of Kang Longstar? Is this a network account that is universal in the universe? It's not universal in the universe, but I have an external connection. I secretly hack into Dax's signal satellite. Xia Guixuan suddenly covered her mouth and looked at Yan Wuyu with his eyes rolling. Yan Wuyu crossed his arms in annoyance, with a straight face and didn't say anything. Xia Guixuan didn't care about that. He laughed and said, then add me. My account is, ding, the beautiful and wealthy Dragon King of the universe applies to add you as a friend. Verification message, time is money, my friend, Xia Guixuan. Ah, this is a template. Start over, the little girl hurriedly changed it. The poor little mushroom that was abandoned applies to add you as a friend. I think you should be the Dragon King of the universe. Xia Guixuan approved the application casually, looked at his watch, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you sell drinks? Ah, forget it, it's okay. I feel that it's pitiful for someone to work overtime to make drinks with all her heart. Find some sales for her. Yan Wuyu stroked his forehead. Xia Guixuan added his master as a friend, and happily opened the space door to go back. Yan Wuyu sighed and asked, you are looking for materials. Do you need my help? No, you should digest what you have learned and practice first, Xia Guixuan said. Gongsun Jia, you may have a plan to implement. You have been tied to the car long ago. How can you have the time to find materials? Yan Wuyu then remembered that he did have a lot of things to do, so he had to ask, what are your plans next? As for me, Xia Guixuan stretched, go home and sleep. Wait a minute, Yan Wuyu grabbed Xia Guixuan who was about to leave. Xia Guixuan turned around. What? Yan Wuyu grabbed his collar, kissed him fiercely on the lips and let go, laughing. Seeing you look so calm, you get angry. Let's see how long you can pretend. After that, he turned around and ran away first. Xia Guixuan pinched his forehead and watched her leaving. He always felt that what this guy said, I won't have a chance to play after I leave, didn't seem so reliable. The long-suppressed unrestrained fire, once released, showed its fangs. I'm afraid Yan Wuyu herself is not sure how she will behave when she sees Xia Guixuan next, and others are even more unable to guess. She wouldn't kill the little fox for something. At this time, for Xia Guixuan, it was indeed settled and he could go home to sleep. He had already entrusted Xiang Yuxun to find something. He didn't care what Shuang Zhaoyi wanted to do on the side of the gods. He had to wait for Gongsun Jiayu to come back if he wanted to cooperate with a human side. That guy is still presiding over the post-war reconstruction on the main star of Donglan. Doesn't that mean there is nothing to do, and I can go home to see the little fox and play games? In fact, it was only the second day since the expedition. To be precise, Yan Wuyu and I rode the cloud to the southeast yesterday evening. It's still evening now, exactly one day. It seemed that a lot of things had happened, including a mutiny in the planetary defense zone, an assassination in the capital, a bloody battle between human gods, a torrent of steel in space, the commanders planning, and the generals and swordsmen killing the enemy in person. He and Shang Zhaoi cooperated to kill the dark demon, and Yan Wuyu was in danger of merging with flames. In Daxia, since the two gods who claimed to go to attack internally did not go, in the hearts of ordinary people in Daxia, this was just an ordinary day. Everyone went to get off work and got off work, from 9 to 5, drank some coffee, did some fitness, watched TV series and read books. It was no different from any other day. When Xia Guixuan returned to Sangyu, he was still suspended in the air. At first glance, he saw a round air-cushioned car puffing from the city to the suburbs under the sunset at dusk. Yin Xiaoru, dressed in a professional suit, leaned on the driver's seat and hummed a song to go home. I wanted to laugh when I saw her. It was like going from the front line of war to the countryside at sunset, with a setting sun in the alleys. The smoke from cooking and the sound of shepherd's flute. The mood of going home is beautiful. When she arrived at the door, Yin Xiaoru got out of the car, leaned against the door and sighed quietly, turned her head to look at the sunset in the distance with some worry, and whispered to herself, a day has passed. How is his battle going? Yan Wuyu won't send my Cindy to the front line, right? She promised me to take care of him. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up as if she felt something in her heart. Xia Guixuan was standing on the side dozens of feet above her, looking at her quietly. The setting sun shone obliquely, and the two shadows above and below were one big and one small, stretching very long. There was no wind, the shadows were quiet, and the people were quiet too. It was like a warm and quiet oil painting under the painter's pen. 4,000 words completed. Dedicated to Friends Work Good Brother System. The author's name is very consistent with your aesthetics. Chapter 118. I don't miss you. Don't be so self-righteous just because you heard a few words against your will. In the kitchen, Yin Xiaoru was busying around happily, saying insincerely, you're back after just one day. I think it took you more than half a day to get there. This battle of yours is probably just a formality. The so-called strange beast that appeared in the Southwest Sea may just be a small turtle or something. Although she knows nothing. But it seems that she guessed it accurately, it is really a turtle. Xia Guixuan rarely changed his robes that had not changed for thousands of years, put on male fox pajamas, and went downstairs leisurely. Leaning on the railing and watching Yin Xiaoru busy in the kitchen, he laughed out loud. No matter how slow you are, you should be able to feel that the warships have opened fire. And the news that the Galactic Fleet has gone out into space should not be concealed. Right, the Galactic Fleet has been dispatched, and it went to space, not the Southwest. Are you still making fun of it? Yin Xiaoru snorted. Besides, the fleet hasn't come back yet. Why are you here? Xia Guixuan smiled. Okay, I just went for a walk. The fleet has nothing to do with me. The turtle is very cute. I will take you to see it next time. Spent a night with Yan Wuyu. Didn't spend the night. Anyway, that's a military camp. You can't do anything you want. Although it seemed that there was no problem telling her about himself and Yan Wuyu, she was not his. But Xia Guixuan still felt that he couldn't say it. I always feel that if I say this, the fox, who is in a good mood and happy, will immediately get angry and look miserable. Yin Xiaoru brought out a plate of egg fried rice and added a chicken drumstick, a reward for you. Anyway, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. You are good, and you know how to change into pajamas. Yin Xiaoru smiled and sat aside with her chin in her hand. It's really beautiful. I have good taste. I don't know if it's the pajamas or the person. Xia Guixuan didn't know what this meant. He sat at the table in silence and handed over a small water drop-shaped bead. This is for you. Hang it on the original necklace, and the original pendant can be thrown away. The original necklace was used to block the scanning of the strong men in the capital when he went to the capital last time, so as not to expose the fact that the little fox is a descendant of the gods. The thing is very casual, made of some plants and lake water essences in the ecological park. Maybe in Yin Xiaoru's eyes, a man gives a necklace to seduce me, but in fact, in Xia Guixuan's eyes, it has no value and is not much better than garbage. Now this is a part of the water condensed essence that Xia Guixuan just got. About 3/4 of it is enough for him to refine the weapon to deal with the tender demon, and 1/4 is given to Yin Xiaoru. This level can be counted among the innate treasures. Water has no constant state, ripples are shimmering, and it is good at hiding its shape. It is more than 100 times better than the original shielding effect, but the most important thing is not this. It is the heart that is like a water mirror, without waves. At least because of her low practice, it will not be easily triggered by others. The deep previous life consciousness will not be lost and the spiritual light will not move. That is the key. And this kind of water is stable and calm, not to reject it for her, but to retain her own thinking and let her make her own choice. It is also a good intention. Yin Xiaoru took the small water drop curiously, and through the light, she could see the blue glare inside, beautiful and mysterious, very beautiful. Yin Xiaoru's eyes were full of stars. You've come to your senses. You still remember to bring gifts when you go out, Xia Guixuan smiled. It's just useful to you. With a bow sound, Yin Xiaoru kissed him on the face and happily changed the pendant. Xia Guixuan touched his face speechlessly. He always felt that if he continued like this, he would really become his boyfriend. We agreed that this was fake. How did it become like this without knowing it? Xia Guixuan ate fried rice in silence. In fact, he didn't know why he wanted to eat fried rice. It seemed that it was because she was happy to do it, and it was also because she was used to it. Darling, does it look good? Strange nouns and intonations came. Xia Guixuan turned his head inexplicably and took a look, and almost sprayed fried rice all over the floor. Yin Xiaoru in front of him unbuttoned her woman's suit. From intellectual to seductive, there are only 3 buttons. That drop of water fell in the middle, emitting a faint blue halo, like a quiet lake between snow-capped mountains. The beautiful tranquility contains amazing ambiguity and hints, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. The water drop suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Xia Guixuan, reward you. Yin Xiaoru hugged his head and rubbed it like a child. Soon, she seemed to be unable to bear it, and turned around and ran away in a casual manner. I'll go to the mirror. Xia Guixuan watched her hurriedly upstairs in silence, only to find that the chopsticks in his hand were broken unconsciously. Why did I see such unrestrained fairies this time? Or is it no wonder that you and Yan Wuyu can become besties? Xia Guixuan silently restored the chopsticks to their original state, ate the fried rice and chicken legs as if he was doing a job, got up and went upstairs. At the corner of the stairs, he saw Yin Xiaoru who was changing clothes and coming downstairs. She simply changed into a low-cut sling, exposing the water drop most conspicuously on the ball, and seemed very satisfied. Xia Guixuan was speechless. This thing is not for you to make a decoration. I know. I feel it has a lot of energy, but is it more important than looking good? Xia Guixuan said against his will. In fact, you don't need decoration to look good. Yin Xiaoru blinked. Xia Guixuan was also stunned for a moment. You look pretty good was still in his ears. How come the words changed after such a short time? Yin Xiaoru smiled with I understand on her face, and took advantage of the height of the stairs, whispering in his ear like a big sister. It turns out that the stern face before was a routine to ask for benefits. As she spoke, her lips intentionally or unintentionally brushed his earlobe. If you want benefits, you should have said it earlier. Xia Guixuan couldn't bear it anymore and put her in a cross-legged position again, threw her on the sofa in the living room, and went upstairs with a dark face. After walking 2 steps to the corner of the stairs, he realized what he was doing here. He didn't live here, And there was even another game cabin on the mountain in the ecological park, and he hadn't made an appointment with Xia Guixuan, so he was too lazy to play games. Why go upstairs then? Yin Xiaoru sat cross-legged on the sofa and laughed. Don't you know what you are doing? Xia Guixuan leaned over from the corner of the stairs to see what she had to say. Yin Xiaoru folded her toes and said with a smile, I feel very warm at home after going out to fight. You are such a home-loving man. And you told me that you want to travel around the universe without any ties. It's really funny ha. Xia Guixuan remained silent. It seems to be a little bit right, but not completely right. Those wars, conspiracies, calculations, and so on, are very boring and annoying. He prefers to live alone in a bamboo house on the top of the mountain, play a piece of gong xiao, and watch the clouds roll in the sky. But why did he come to her villa instead of going back to the ecological park mountain when he came back? Just because he wanted to give her the water condensation beads? Or is it because this place is more like a home? Logically, even if there are more like-minded Taoist friends or Taoist partners, it should be Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu. They all have the courage to forge ahead, except Yin Xiaoru. She goes to work and comes home, develops the company to sell beverages for money, does not want to practice but only wants to go shopping and watch TV series, and being promoted to the position of vice president is like celebrating the new year. She is the most vulgar worldly person. They should not have any similarities at all, they are just two parallel lines. But such ordinariness, for some reason, always makes him feel that it is good. Because her joy and anger are so pure. Humans are descendants of gods, past lives and present lives, blood entanglements, wars, they should not have anything to do with her. I don't want anything to make her change her silly smile. This chapter has a lot of words, I will try to make it longer in the evening. Chapter 119, Be well with everyone. Xia Guixuan finally went back downstairs, sat opposite Yin Xiaoru, and looked at her very seriously. Yin Xiaoru's smiling expression froze on her face, and she scratched her head in confusion. What's the matter? Have you discovered that I am both smart and beautiful? Xia Guixuan hesitated for a moment, and asked a question that Yan Wuyu asked him. Have you ever worked hard for something? Yes, Yin Xiaoru answered forcefully. Make the company bigger and stronger, and become a powerful business star. Xia Guixuan, Yin Xiaoru, the two looked at each other for a long time, and Yin Xiaoru curled her lips and said, Why, do you look down on taxpayers? Without our work, how could human worship stand on Kanglong Star? Besides, our company is closely related to the military, whether it's games or potions. Xia Guixuan pointed out, you can be more truthful, and I won't laugh at you. Oh, Yin Xiaoru straightened her feet. I just want to make more money, buy nice clothes and accessories, drink high-end red wine, and live in a big house. Isn't that okay? Without your sister's money, you couldn't even afford a watch when you first came here. If you want to play a game, you probably have to grab a game cabin. Xia Guixuan, very real. Yin Xiaoru observed his expression. Don't you look down on me. I don't look down on you. Xia Guixuan smiled. It's natural to get happiness through hard work. Yin Xiaoru asked, aren't people like you self-righteous and dislike such vulgar things? Maybe it's because I've been in the clouds for too long. I've long forgotten what it's like to be born as a human. Xia Guixuan whispered, as if talking to himself. I wasn't born like that. When I entered the mortal world again, I felt closer. This may be something that was missed on the road. The immortal road is high and far, but not close to people. People's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness have been unknown for a long time. It's good that I haven't recovered from my injury this time. I reflected on too many things and my feelings are even more different. If I hadn't been injured, I would not have thought about these things. Even if I met a supreme being from a different path, I would have thought that the other person was just lucky and I would not be wrong. It is said that the injury caused a flaw in the mind, but this may not be a flaw, but it broke something that I thought was inherent, broke the shell that was cast by the mold, and walked the immortal road again. So the fireworks of the mortal world, the smiles of home, are so peaceful. Hello, hello. Yin Xiaoru stretched out her slender hand and waved it in front of him. What are you thinking about? I'm back to my senses. Xia Guixuan smiled. I'm thinking about things and it doesn't affect other things. Do you think it's the same as when you were distracted? I saw you secretly pulled off a thread on the leg of your pajamas just now. Yin Xiaoru's face darkened. The workmanship of this pajamas is not good. I'm going to complain. No, why did you notice this? You can see my sneaky movements. Have you been staring at my feet? It would have been better if she didn't say it. After she said it, Xia Guixuan subconsciously looked at her crossed feet. So crystal clear and cute, her toenails were not painted with nail polish, but they were as pink and translucent as if they were painted, and each one was like a pearl. Hey, Yin Xiaoru blinked her eyes, and stretched out her crossed legs, trying to put them on his thighs. Does it look good? Xia Guixuan grabbed it and threw it back. Yin Xiaoru crossed her legs again angrily. If you don't want to see it, forget it. What are you throwing it for? Xia Guixuan said unhappily. I want to ask you something serious. You always talk about irrelevant things. Talking to others is not as tiring as talking to you. How many women have you talked to? Okay, what serious matter do you want to talk about? I say, the Yin family gave you a job as the vice president of a game company, and you were very happy. What if I made you the head of the Yin family? No, why? The responsibility is too great, Yin Xiaoru said leisurely. Being the boss of the Sangyu branch, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. You can do whatever you want. If you mess up, the worst that can happen is that you can pack up and find someone to support you. For example, some people who call themselves Cindy I think are good. They make a lot of money selling magic weapons. Xia Guixuan, as a deputy general manager in a nominal capacity, I don't even go to work in Beijing, and the KPI has nothing to do with me. The pressure is not great, and someone will cover the bottom if the company goes bankrupt. I can still sell my drinks in the afternoon. How about being the head of the Yin family? This broken family is full of idiots. They are so weak and yet they are fighting among themselves. It looks like they are on the verge of collapse. Am I sick to become the head of the family? I'm just a little woman. Whoever wants to take on the responsibility can do it, but don't look for me. Xia Guixuan sighed. I know. Hey, why do you suddenly ask this? Do you want to help me become the head of the Yin family? No, just sell your drinks, little fox. Xia Guixuan stood up and rubbed her head casually. The drinks are well made, even the deputy general likes to drink them. Huh? Of course. Now that I have borrowed the Yin family's channels, my sales are even better, and I have to expand the production line. But weren't you originally in the pharmaceutical business? Yin Xiaoru stared and coughed dryly. There is still business in medicine. For example, your anti-strike medicine is now supplied to the military. But our wars rarely involve combat uniforms, so the amount of this kind of anti-strike medicine used is very small. It is just a spare part and is not of much help to Sister Yan. The reason you are still researching medicine is not to make money, but for Yan Wu Yu, almost. She has a hard time. My company is under her protection. If there is any contribution, others will naturally attribute it to her. Although I know the significance is not too great, it is better to have it than not. Yin Xiaoru hesitated for a moment, and said, actually, I am also interested in researching these. I don't know why, I just like to do some things that enhance the power, although they are always messy. Xia Guixuan's eyes were dim, and he whispered, do it if you like. This is your talent, my talent is beauty. It's getting late. I'll go back to see Fat Tiger. You should practice well and come to dinner tomorrow. If there is any change in the family after a day and a night, it is that Fat Tiger has shown signs of upgrading. It has a spiritual nature. Although it cannot speak, let alone transform into human, it has already shown signs of becoming a demon. At least it has intelligent thinking. In this place with rich spiritual energy, it can be said that it may change every day. When it came back this time, it was vaguely seen that there were two small fleshy wings bulging on its chubby back, as if it was about to grow wings and mutate. Xia Guixuan admitted that he originally planned to train it as a mount, but now he has no idea. Even the motorcycle that he had applied for from the military and was very interested in before has no idea. After seeing the centaur girl in her terrifying blessing talent, looking at a fat tiger in a broken motorcycle, it is really boring. Seeing Xia Guixuan coming back, Fat Tiger rubbed his trouser leg affectionately, pointed at the door of the bamboo building, and then pointed at his chest, meaning that I have done a good job in guarding the house and no one broke in. Xia Guixuan laughed, squatted in front of it and said, tell me, do you prefer to be a fat tiger that is fed artificially and has nothing to do every day except sleeping, or do you want to fly to the sky and see this vast planet and the boundless universe? Fat Tiger was stunned, then hugged a meatball and ran away upright on his two hind legs. Crazy, isn't the purpose of tigers to eat meat? Isn't it good to have something to eat? Why look at the universe? Are you trying to trick me out and steal my meat? Xia Guixuan looked at the fat tiger running upright and laughed. Back in the bamboo building, Xia Guixuan stood in the hall with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the smiling face of Xiao Siming in the painting, and remained silent for a long time. After the injury broke the shell that he thought was solid, seeing every corner of this world again, even the thoughts of a fat tiger began to get closer. That is the origin of life, not the heart of heaven that is difficult to question. Xia Guixuan thought vaguely that maybe he was really wrong at the beginning. Although it is a different time now. But it is not that there was no opportunity to accept it at that time, but I was bound by the inherent thinking, I didn't want to, and didn't dare to think. Now, can we still be reunited? If you are hurt, you can be like before, very obedient by my side. The injury was not caused by her, but she was related to it, and fell into her calculations. I don't know if she vented her anger or felt a little regretful. Anyway, it didn't go as she wanted in the end. Her pride, she would not be willing to be calculated by anyone, to depend on anyone, even if it was her. Instead of hating her, she began to miss her. Is it cheap? Perhaps it can be said that although she did not want to break that shell, but was a blackened Jandir. But it seems to have accidentally achieved a similar effect, and the cause and effect are difficult to determine. If I say go back to find her, I can't go back, and I'm not a licking dog. After all, the cracks have been born, and I don't know what to say when we meet again. Echoing over and over again, it is useless. A new planet, a new beginning, a new life, everyone should be well. If we can meet again in the future, smile at each other and say how are you, that will be enough. Beep beep, the watch rang with a call. Xia Guixuan clicked it casually, and Xiaoju's shadow appeared in front of him, smiling like a flower. I heard you won. Are you back? P.S. The number of words is still average. Slowly, I feel my brain is a little stiff. The fat thorn in the previous chapter has been changed. He has Alzheimer's disease 55,555. Sacrificing a book. My sister really spoils me too much. The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old together with 7 sisters and their besties, a cool story with multiple heroines. Chapter 120. The meaning of the game. Seeing Xiaoju smile, Xia Guixuan's first words were, "You look a bit like Deputy Commander Gongsun. Could you be from the Gongsun family?" His sister? Clan sister or biological sister? Xiaoju smiled and said, "I knew you could tell. She's a clan sister, I guess. A side branch like me can't compare to the eldest young master." She didn't intend to hide this kind of thing, and she could conceal it by being the sister of Gongsun Jiu. Ling Moxu, Yan Wu'er and the others felt that she looked familiar after watching the video, and if they really wanted to investigate, they would just fool them. Xia Guixuan also thought it was normal and said with a smile, "Tisk, you're from a prominent family. It is said that the Gongsun family is the #1 family in Daxia. It's just like that. Every family has some decline. If it weren't for Gongsun Jiu, the Gongsun family would have been half buried in the ground. It's nothing great." Xiao Jiu sneered, "The law of cycles, no one can escape it." Xia Guixuan was not very interested in talking in depth about family issues. He just smiled and said, "Then your reaction is not sensitive enough. The Donglan War has been over for 2 or 3 hours. I thought I would receive greetings from you as soon as I came back. Hey, are you too narcissistic? Why should I greet you as soon as you come back? Don't I have anything to do? Isn't it natural for comrades to return from the expedition?" Xia Guixuan smiled, "Unless you don't regard me as a comrade." Well, Xiao Jiu thought about it and felt that he was right, so he said, "Because the deputy commander deliberately lured the enemy, the fortifications on the Donglan side were severely destroyed. It took us a long time to count the material needs and the reconstruction plan. I asked you as soon as I finished it, so, you also went to the expedition with the army?" "No, I'm in the military. I finished my work. Do you want to play games?" Xia Guixuan looked at the sky and smiled, "Forget it. I don't have the mood to play games right now. You have a lot of things to do. Let's do it tomorrow." Xiaoju acted coquettishly, "Come up and play. I have some secrets to show you." Xiaoju did this on purpose. Logically, Gongsun Jiu is in the Donglan war zone at the moment. There must not be any game cabins, and the Yin family's game company has not set up the network to the outer space. So as long as she goes online to play games, Xia Guixuan will never guess that she is Gongsun Jiu. In fact, she had already sneaked into Xiajing secretly. Of course, it was mainly to hide it from others, making others think that Gongsun Jiu is still in Donglan, but in fact she has other plans. By the way, She hid it from Xia Guixuan. She always felt that Xia Guixuan's eyes made people tremble with fear, and she was afraid of being seen. But this play was performed for the blind, and Xia Guixuan really didn't have enough time to guess that she and Gongsun Jiayu were the same person. Seeing her acting a little spoiled, Xia Guixuan laughed and said, "Let's go into the game and chat? We won't play in the arena, but just sit down." Xiaoju happily ended the call. A few minutes later, the two of them appeared in Xiaoju's private room 404. As they looked at each other, Xiaoju's face turned red, as if she had just realized that the last time they logged off was here, and they had done so many times. This kind of intimacy is actually a bit too much. Generally, only boyfriends and girlfriends would not do this, because this is a boudoir and also a game room. Apart from boyfriends and girlfriends, who would log on and off here at the same time several times? Of course, it's a little special for her. In the game, she has some real indulgence, which is much more indulgent than ordinary people. Because it's just a game anyway. Sit down. Xiaojiu pulled Xia Guixuan to sit on the sofa and said with a smile, "You have no share in the discussion of merit this time. The deputy commander told me privately that you actually made the first contribution. This seems a bit unfair to you." Xia Guixuan laughed and said, "Gongsun Jiayu told me that I don't want this credit. I asked him to give it to Yan Wuyu. I wonder if he did." Xiaojiu's smile disappeared in an instant. "What is your relationship with Yan Wuyu?" Xia Guixuan asked curiously. "Are you dissatisfied on behalf of your brother or yourself?" Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, humming and not speaking. Of course, it was for himself. But even in the game, she and he were just teammates, at most a girl led by a big shot. Others might think they were flirting, but it didn't matter. How could they care what kind of woman they were close to in real life? She sniffed a little aggrievedly and muttered, "There's nothing I can do except give Yan Wuyu the credit for the mission to the descendants of the gods to reach a cooperation. Everyone sees what I did, so I can't give it to him casually. Only the mission. Most people don't understand what happened." "Well, that's fine. I thought he wouldn't even give Yan Wuyu this. Since he has done this, why do you still look sorry for me? He thinks it's natural, and I think it's unfair to you. Is that okay?" "Huh." Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "Why, you still want to compensate me privately?" Xiaojiu's cheeks were slightly red. In fact, she really thought so. Xia Guixuan's situation was extremely special, and he himself didn't plan to ask for any reward from you, so he skipped it. However, from the perspective of the deputy commander, this was a case of not rewarding meritorious service, and not rewarding the first meritorious service, which really violated Gongsun Jiayu's principle of leading troops, and it didn't make sense no matter how you thought about it. "I can't reward him publicly, so I thought, can I reward you in private?" To reward him in private, of course I can't be fencing as Gongsun Jiayu, they are just a couple in the game. And then there is a certain conflict with him, and we almost quarreled. Of course, I won't apologize like this in reality, because no one is wrong. Of course, other identities in the game don't matter. What's wrong with apologizing and calling Taekang good brother? No one knows each other outside the game. Xiaojiu pinched a corner of his clothes unconsciously with both hands, pulling and pulling like a twist, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Of course I can reward you in private. How do you want to make it? Hey, are you serious? Gongsun Jiayu owes me. Why should I reward you? He didn't ask you to do this, right? Because he saw our game video and knew that we have a good relationship? Do you really think this is a feudal family? He is the head of the family, and you are a concubine like an object." Xiaojiu blinked her eyes, a little surprised by his refusal, but she was also a little happy in her heart. Is he being unfair to me? As Xia Guixuan spoke, he became more and more dissatisfied. "I don't care what Gongsun Jiayu is thinking, that's not how you win people's hearts. What do you think of him?" Xiaoji laughed, and the mood of nervously tugging at the corner of his clothes disappeared. Instead, he shook his arm and said, "No, that's what I think. He wouldn't tell me in so much detail. It's not entirely true that Gongsun Jiayu owes you. It's Daxia that owes you. As a citizen of Daxia, can't I thank you myself? Don't put yourself in such a high position, and thank me on behalf of Daxia." Xia Guixuan laughed. "This spirit of ownership is really... Should I say that you are worthy of being a member of the Gongsun family, and you treat Daxia as your own home?" Xiaoju didn't want to hear this, and said angrily, "If you don't want it, then it's gone. I'm not as old as Yan Wuyu, okay?" Xia Guixuan knew of course that the girl was just looking for an excuse to get close to her. If he took advantage of the situation, there would be no problem in biting her. However, with Yan Wuyu, Yin Xiaoru and Xiao Jiu mentioned consecutively today, Xia Guixuan really felt that something was wrong with him, so he deliberately changed the subject. Seeing Xiao Jiu's angry look, he said, You were still resentful of Mulan's female body before, look at what you have become now. Xiao Jiu snorted coldly, it's all because of you. Every time I want to fight, you protect me like a fragile little flower. I can't even get hurt. How can I shine the cold light on the iron armor? Anyway, this guy is ruined, so let it be. Xia Guixuan couldn't help laughing. Yes, it's all my fault. Anyway, there's no Mulan, just a woman, Xiao Jiu. If you are not interested, forget it. Xiao Jiu rolled his eyes, sighed as if I would shine my heart on the moon, and moved away from him a few inches with disgust. A weird man like you is the same as Gongsun Jiu. He always deceives himself about what is hidden in his heart. Gongsun Jiu deceives himself, of course. Do you think he likes to stand upright with a stern face? Xia Guixuan looked at the ceiling in a daze, deceiving himself. Gongsun Jiu is, and he, Xia Guixuan, might be the same. And it is very likely that they know it in their hearts, but they cannot change it, and they don't know whether they are doing it for themselves or for others. It is indeed the same character. Xia Guixuan thought absent-mindedly for a while, and finally said this, self-discipline is a good thing. Xiao Jiu continued to roll his eyes. Yeah, a good thing. This is the meaning of the existence of games. Xia Guixuan was stunned, and laughed. It seems to make sense. Xiao Jiu sneered. No matter how reasonable it is, now this girl is unhappy, and you have nothing you want. Okay, Xia Guixuan didn't want it at all, and directly changed the subject. You said you had a secret to show me, that's it. Xiao Jiu then remembered that he was not asked to play the game for this, and was quite embarrassed. Wait a minute. Then he fumbled around on his body and strangely found a piece of information from somewhere. This is the extra data I inserted through the military's game backdoor interface. Even if someone deliberately monitors the private room, they can't see anything. When I go offline and erase the clues, it has never existed. This is safer than our watch communication. It's a bit hard to say about watches. Daxia Communications Company is not in the hands of the Gongsun family. Xia Guixuan squinted. Is this the top secret file I asked Gongsun Jiu for? Yes, he has a good relationship with you, so why did he let you do this? Yeah, of course, after all, we are family, Xiao Jiu whispered. I have also read the files, and I feel that these so-called top secret files are a bit fake. You can also take a look and we will discuss it. Xia Guixuan glanced at it and soon got the idea. In fact, the so-called enmity between humans and descendants of gods is not special at all. It should even be said that it is a long-expected and almost vulgar story. Chapter 121, a top-secret file full of loopholes. Humans arrived at Kanglong Star more than 250 years ago. They helped and cooperated with the descendants of gods, repelled foreign enemies, and exchanged knowledge. The descendants of gods also helped humans to establish a country on the ground. After the honeymoon period lasted for several decades, some cracks gradually appeared. The reasons are of course multifaceted. There are different habits, fear or discrimination of humans against the monster attributes of the descendants of gods, discrimination of the weakness of humans by the descendants of gods, differences in the way of understanding the world, and even the destruction of the cave paradise, the excessive mining of spiritual mines, etc. There are countless incompatibility, which is getting worse day by day. This kind of friction accumulates over time, and the relationship will naturally get worse and worse. Even Yin Xiaoru said this when she first met Xia Guixuan. It is a difficult proposition for different ethnic groups to live in peace forever, let alone different planetary civilizations. There is really no need to go into details about things that are who knows. If I really want to study it in detail, I'm afraid I can write a monograph on social science research. The descendants of the gods gave up the northern continent to humans to establish the country of Xia, and they mainly withdrew to other continents to live. There are still many descendants of the gods living together in Daxia, and there are also humans from other continents. But as everyone gradually became more and more uncomfortable, small-scale conflicts became more and more frequent, and the descendants of the gods gradually withdrew from Daxia, and most of the humans from other continents withdrew except for merchants, forming a clear-cut pattern. It's not that the war led to this pattern, but decades of changes that slowly led to people not wanting to interact with each other. Since the relationship has begun to become like this, Of course another idea will arise: why not swallow them? Both sides have ambitious people, and similar ideas have begun to grow. If the descendants of the gods are still in the original state of disunity, humans can completely defeat them one by one. But after 100 years of war with Zelter, under the pressure of life and death, the descendants of the gods also have heroes who came into being. A nine-tailed celestial fox unified all tribes and became the recognized king of the descendants of the gods. Humans call it the Demon King. With the Demon King, the two sides were in a standoff. It can be said that the descendants of gods during this period were at their strongest, and they were the most cohesive and united. It can also be said that humans during this period were also at their strongest, as technology had become stronger after being integrated and developed by the new civilization, and the top leaders at this time had not yet been completely corrupted. If the two sides could cooperate during their strongest periods, perhaps Zelter would have been defeated. Unfortunately, at this time, the two sides began to be in a tense state of mutual war preparedness. Up to this point, the archives were all historical retellings that were not unexpected. The next sentence took a sharp turn. It said that 24 years ago, the head of humankind and the Demon King met and agreed to work together to attack Zelter first, but the Demon King plotted against the head of humankind, resulting in the head of humankind's death. Of course, there was no problem with the logic. The Demon King of the descendants of gods was at least in the late stage of Wuxiang, and he was no weakling after traveling through the heavens and the worlds. A face-to-face meeting could kill a human with a single glance, and he would die if he wanted to. Humans launched an emergency counterattack, and the fusion nuclear bomb exploded. While killing the Demon King, the generals and diplomats present were all slaughtered by the Demon King. A tragic death? From the perspective of the descendants of gods, the Demon King was deceived by humans to attend the meeting and was killed, because even Shang Zhaoi, who was closest to him, had never heard that the Demon King had the intention to attack the human head of state, and the other Wuxiang priests had never heard that the Demon King had such an intention. When the Demon King's residual soul returned to Shang Zhaoi's soul sea, the residual knowledge provided was also murdered by humans. Humans lost their heads and many generals, and the descendants of gods lost their king. From then on, the two sides forged a blood feud and fought to this day. The so-called top secret file is just this. It is almost the same as the rumors heard in the outside world. The only difference is that it is clearly written that it was humans who invited the Demon King to meet, otherwise, both sides would argue about who initiated this meeting. Humans insisted that it was initiated by the Demon King, and they had ill intentions, which made the descendants of gods very angry. Now this file has been declassified, and it was an invitation initiated by humans. That's all. A top secret file that was of no help in other details. Xia Guixuan pondered for a moment and looked up at Xiaoju. Xiaoju smiled and said, "Doesn't it feel a bit fake?" Well, first of all, if everyone present died, who would record the file? It's nothing more than a summary compiled by people outside the venue. They were not participants in the meeting, and they themselves may not understand the inside story. Yes, secondly, excuse me for being blunt, can humans fusion nuclear bombs, accurately hit the Demon King and avoid other human high-level people present? If not, isn't this suicide? Xiaoju was a little embarrassed. In theory, it can, but in actual operation, the strength of the Demon King is uncontrollable. This operation is indeed equivalent to suicide, which is not likely to happen in reality, Xia Guixuan added. Third, it's not that I look down on human nuclear bombs. To be honest, this thing can't possibly blow the Demon King up like that. There's a problem here, Xiaoju nodded. I think so too. This time our galaxy battleship fired at the Blue Dragon Father God of the Descendants of God, and it was blocked. How could it be possible to blow a Demon King in the late stage of Wuxiang to pieces? I once even suspected that the Demon King was not dead at all and was just acting, but his performance over the past 20 years shows that he is indeed dead, which is puzzling. Xia Guixuan thought so too. Although the galaxy battleship's bombardment was a slack one, it was still a glimpse of the whole thing. The energy that he could disperse with a wave of his hand, it can be judged that even with a full-strength bombardment, at most a person in the late Wuxiang period could be injured and driven away. How could it be possible that no one would be left with anything? The reason why it became a top-secret file was probably because there were some loopholes here, and the human high-level officials didn't know how to explain it, so it was classified as top secret. Otherwise, if it was leaked, the human gods would be furious. Humans would think that you carnivores were up to something, Launching a nuclear bomb without caring about the life of your own general? The gods would also be furious. You want to kill our king with just a nuclear bomb? What the hell are you thinking? How many conspiracies are hidden in it? Is it possible that our king is not dead at all but under house arrest? That would be even more troublesome. But the head of state and many generals did die in this battle. Xiao Jiayu sighed. This is not a fabrication of the Black God descendants, because 3 of them were the predecessors of the Gongsun family, and they really died. In fact, the decline of the Gongsun family is related to this. The death of 3 family elites is not something that ordinary families can afford. The Gongsun family already has a strong foundation. We were not allowed to see this top-secret file, and I'm afraid it's because of this, Xia Guixuan said. How did Gongsun Jiayu get it this time? Xiao Jiayu said, Gongsun Jiayu has done many things that do not follow the rules and has been criticized. So unless it is necessary, he generally will not go beyond the rules in unimportant places. This does not mean that he is incapable of getting these and can get them whenever he wants. The commander-in-chief of the galactic fleet is not only good at fighting. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, then did he go to get the files this time because of my request? This time, Xiao Jiayu paused and sneered. He doesn't even believe the head of state, so why does he care about this? Xia Guixuan nodded and said slowly, so is the current head of state the one who took over after the death of the previous head of state 24 years ago? Has anyone changed in the past 20 years? Xiao Jiu knew what he meant and said lightly, because the war has not stopped for the past 20 years, so, the head of state has not changed. The two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. They also understood Gongsun Jiayu's meaning. Gongsun Jiayu's imaginary enemy is already his own head of state. Because he was assassinated this time, it was the head of state who summoned him to report. If there is one person in the world who can clearly know his whereabouts at the time, that person is the head of state. Shuang Zhaoi's estimation is correct. At this time, humans will not have the leisure time to fight the descendants of gods. Xiao Ji whispered, why do you want to investigate this matter? The subtext is, because you are the father god of the descendants of gods? Xia Guixuan's mind flashed through Yin Xiaoru's smiling face and he shook his head slightly. I just want to make it clear from beginning to end to avoid making wrong judgments and decisions. But no matter what, Gongsun Jiayu agreed to cooperate with me in this matter. He sighed and still couldn't write much. Thanks to the Happy Fruit Jellyfish Alliance, it was a shot of cardiotonic. I will definitely add more tomorrow. Chapter 122 Gongsun Family. Sitting up from the game cabin, Gongsun Jiayu looked down at her hands. They were a pair of delicate female hands. Under the nightgown, there was not much material on her chest, but it was still curved. Long beautiful legs, close together and overlapping. Beautiful feet, crystal clear. Gongsun Jiayu was a little dazed for a moment. This was the first time in many years that she was still a woman outside the game. In the past, after leaving the game, looking at a man's skeleton and rough palms, she always had a schizophrenic illusion, especially after getting to know Xia Guixuan. She followed him in the arena as a little woman. From then on, every time she left the game cabin and saw herself as a man, she had to go through several minutes of adjustment to adapt to her real identity. Even unable to adapt, such as Yan Wuyu found several times of weirdness. Because she was real in the game, she was much more addictive than the false reality. But unfortunately, reality is much more important than the game. This time she left the game and was still a woman, which made Gongsun Jiayu a little moved. She never thought that she would be a woman in reality. Because she returned to Beijing secretly, she needed to change her identity. This is a troublesome thing for others, but it happens to be just right for her. Changing back to her original form and taking off the magic weapon to conceal her, isn't that another identity? You can't be so casual at ordinary times. Once you are caught, the consequences will be disastrous. Now she is back to visit her relatives as a girl from the side branch of the Gongsun family, and lives in the guest house of the clan leader. The clan leader is her father. In the face of the important decision to make the head of state an enemy, Gongsun Jiayu must of course seek her father's support and seek the consensus of the Gongsun family. But even her father didn't expect that his daughter, who claimed to take a bath and rest for a while after coming back, would actually go into the game cabin to find a man as the first thing. Of course it is also very important. Gongsun Jiayu knows how important Xia Guixuan's promise of cooperation is. It may be more important than the consensus of the entire family. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Gongsun Jiayu left the game cabin, tidied her nightgown, and went to open the door. The door opened, and a man with glasses and slightly frosted temples stood outside the door expressionlessly. "You said you wanted to take a shower and rest, but why do I feel like you're almost asleep?" Gongsun Jiu looked at him for a while and smiled slightly. "You're old, but you look more and more elegant as you get older. No wonder your son is so handsome." The man was stunned and subconsciously looked around before frowning and saying, "What kind of frivolous words are these?" Gongsun Jiu blinked and silently lip-synced. "I'm a girl who came to live with her relatives." The man was of course her father, Gongsun Wei, the current patriarch of the Gongsun family. Seeing Gongsun Jiu say this, Gongsun Wei frowned and was very uncomfortable. He paused for a few seconds before shaking his head and entering the door. Gongsun Jiu closed the door, and the father and daughter looked at each other quietly for a while. Gongsun Wei sighed. "Are you happy in your disguise this time?" Gongsun Jiu smiled. "It's rare to be a real person." "Of course I'm happy. What is real?" Gongsun Wei said sternly. "You must remember that men are your real. You are a man." Gongsun Jiu did not refute, but smiled. "I know. Isn't this a disguise? You have to pretend to be more like it, otherwise others will see that this girl has the temperament of a deputy commander, which will be more troublesome." Gongsun Wei looked stern and looked at her steadily. At the beginning, he was middle-aged and childless, and the status of the eldest house was shaky. It was not easy for his wife to get pregnant, but when he secretly took a photo, it turned out to be a girl. All the relevant people were silenced, claiming that it was a man in order to stabilize their family status. "I thought I would have a chance to have a boy in the future, but my wife died in childbirth, and my second wife had no children, which only proved that there was something wrong with me. My daughter became the only child. Fortunately, she was declared a boy when she was still in the womb, so she was treated as a boy, which at least suppressed the nonsense from other families. I originally planned to observe whether there were outstanding children in other families and adopt them in the future. Unfortunately, I found that the next generation was full of good-for-nothings who only knew how to fight cocks, ride horses and play with women. On the contrary, this daughter who was raised as a boy since childhood showed extraordinary potential and ambition. Xiao Jiu, it would be great if you were really a man. I don't understand why you have to pretend to be a boy. What's wrong with being a girl, Dad? Like General Yan Wuyu, she can fight in wars just like that. Many people are eyeing Yan Wuyu's beautiful figure and just want to take her in as their favorite. Now that she is so famous, no one dares to do that for the time being. Once the human descendants of the gods go to war, based on her mixed blood identity, I think she will have to rely on someone's family sooner or later. But will our family be like this? Our family won't. You can even marry a son-in-law and pass on the legacy. But the other houses have children, and it's not right for the eldest house to marry a daughter-in-law. There will definitely be trouble. Then why don't I just be a man? I can do what a man can do, and I'll be more manly than those rubbish. Then you have to be a man for the rest of your life? For yourself and for the glory of your family. How do you do it for the rest of your life? A few days ago, an interstellar businessman came to me and asked me if I wanted a sex change technique. They may have seen something, then, change. Think about it carefully, because once you change, you can never change back. Time flies. No one expected the extent to which the interstellar merchant would cheat his father. This change was a fake change, and after covering it up, it was actually a woman. The promise made back then is now frightening. If people really knew that Gongsun Jiu was a woman, the laughingstock of the Gongsun family, her own position as the eldest son, and Gongsun Jiu's own future would all become a mess. Gongsun Jiu herself should know better than anyone else that she has always been reassuring. But today, this female outfit is frightening, and people actually began to worry. The father and daughter looked at each other for a long time. Gongsun Jiu knew what his father was thinking, and smiled nonchalantly. "Sit down, Dad," sitting opposite each other at the coffee table. Gongsun Jiu made tea with her bare hands, and the steam covered their faces. In the haze, Gongsun Jiu sat upright, as if he was still the meticulous deputy commander. It's not easy to be a real person again. It is difficult to change a habit formed over 20 years. She herself didn't know why she could change so completely in front of Xia Guixuan, but not even in front of her father. You know the significance of your male body. Seeing her straight military posture, Gongsun Wei's expression eased slightly. He sipped his tea and said slowly, "It not only guarantees the inheritance of the status of our eldest house, but also is the stage for you to display your skills. Being a man since childhood is your own choice, otherwise I could have adopted someone else long ago. You have always done well, don't disappoint me when you are in your 20s or 30s, it is my own choice, and it is also the glory of the family. Gongsun Jiu sneered. Adopt? With those trash now, if I really adopt one to you, are you willing to recognize it? Gongsun Wei said lightly. It's okay to be a trash for a while, as long as it can be passed down, there will be a time to rise sooner or later. If it is a daughter, although you can also recruit a son-in-law to inherit, but since there are males in other houses, it will cause a lot of trouble. You know. Let me say it again, being a man is your own choice. Why do you argue with me about this today? I don't want to argue about this. Gongsun Jiu smiled slightly. What I want to argue is another sentence. Father really thinks that you can wait for the inheritance to be passed down and rise in the future, Gongsun Wei said calmly. What you said about the head of state, how much evidence do you have? There is no evidence, Gongsun Jiu said calmly. As a qualified military commander, in many cases, intuition is evidence. If you wait until you have collected enough evidence before making a decision, the galaxy fleet may have been blown up several times. Gongsun Wei found that he couldn't argue with his daughter about this. To put it bluntly, even if he has some political schemes, how can he argue with a national commander about these things? From another perspective, the Gongsun family has a serious generation gap. Looking at the next generation, they are all good for nothings. There is not even an outstanding child who can be adopted. In addition to his own selfishness, he can only pin all his hopes on his daughter. Over the years, the Gongsun family has spent a lot of energy to cultivate a family system with Gongsun Jiu as the core. Almost all resources have been invested in her. Whatever she is really determined to do, the family must support it no matter how controversial it is. Otherwise, the family will be finished, and everyone simply does not have enough strength to change another core. Gongsun Wei was a little tired for a while. To deal with the head of state is to gamble with the family, Gongsun Wei finally said slowly. If you succeed, you will be the head of state, but if you fail, your whole family will be buried with you. Give me a reason why I must do this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Reason If it succeeds, you will be the head of state. The Gongsun family does have the confidence to say such things. In fact, they supported Gongsun Jiu to take the position. Isn't this the ultimate goal? Gongsun Jiu's qualifications are insufficient, so he can only be a deputy commander for the time being. When he has enough qualifications and has taken root in the business, whether he wants to be a marshal and control the military power or a head of state, the Gongsun family has a lot of preparations in the military and political circles, and various paths can be considered. It is not impossible to be the first head of state in history to monopolize all power. Of course, that takes time, not now. This time Gongsun Jiu lured the enemy to win a big victory. Although it was mediocre from Xia Guixuan's perspective and there was no joy of celebration, it actually had a profound impact on Daxia. In the hearts of people who are invisible to everyone, Gongsun Jiu's prestige surpassed that of the marshal after this battle. The reason is very simple, because the two tribes of Kanglong Star have always been on the defensive against Zelter, constantly dealing with attacks, and being able to repel them is a great achievement. 3 years ago, Gongsun Jiu fought a beautiful counterattack, which was a very rare annihilation battle in more than 200 years. Gongsun Jiu shocked Donglan, and as a deputy commander appointed by exception, he also completely established his foothold. But this is still a defensive war, which is passive after all. People have been defending for more than 200 years, and they will not feel much. This time is different. On the surface, it is a defensive war, but the actual situation can't be concealed after the war. Gongsun Jiu pretended to be assassinated and injured and sent to the descendants of the gods to agree on a fake war to lure the enemy deep into the country and encircle and annihilate them. This is proactive, and the nature has changed. In a sense, this is the clarion call for the first counterattack and the drum of Finglangjuxu. Although it is actually taking advantage of the situation, because Zelter assassinated Gongsun Jiu and blamed the descendants of the gods, he wanted to provoke the human descendants of the gods to start a war and take advantage of the opportunity. In essence, it was still Zelter who took the initiative to find an opportunity, But Gongsun Jiu seized the opportunity and took advantage of it. But others don't know. They all think this is an unprecedented act of military action, and the excitement to people's hearts is naturally unparalleled. Gongsun Jiu was still in Donglan, and Daxia was already boiling. People really regarded him as the pillar of the country. As long as they continue to digest it, the family will find an opportunity to push the Grand Marshal down, and Gongsun Jiu will basically be able to become the Marshal. Isn't it good to have things go smoothly? As a result, before Daxia was boiling, Gongsun Jiu secretly sneaked back in women's clothing and opened his mouth to become the head of state. Gongsun Wei was really in trouble. This step ahead of time would mess up the entire layout, and it might even collapse. As a family head, are you angry when you see your pillar being assassinated? As a man, do you have blood to watch your daughter being assassinated? Gongsun Jiu smiled. His tone was very gentle. Why should I be a man? Because there is no man in the family. You? Gongsun Wei took a deep breath. Your assassination was not acting. Of course not, it was real. Gongsun Jiu smiled and said, of course you can say that there is no evidence, but will you investigate evidence for this? If I don't tell you, you probably won't, because you haven't even investigated how your grandfather and uncle died 24 years ago, let alone I haven't died from a mere assassination. Gongsun Wei was furious. Who said I didn't investigate? Then what? You think it shouldn't be the work of the Demon King, so you are not as repulsive to the descendants of gods as other humans. You can accept my relationship with Yan Wuyu, right? That's all? You also have to hope that I will marry a woman home, and you are so hungry that you don't have much to be picky about. Gongsun Wei glared at him, and Gongsun Jiu looked at him calmly. After a long while, Gongsun Wei seemed unable to withstand the mocking gaze of his daughter. He shook his head slightly and sighed. You are too young and too aggressive, so we hope you can hone your skills for a few more years. You always did some extraordinary things before, and I taught you a lesson because I hope you can be more calm and know how to adapt to the universal rules. Now it seems that you don't. Gongsun Jiu's eyes moved slightly, and he whispered, if I adapted to the so-called rules, maybe I would not be Gongsun Jiu. Or I should say this. If I were like those bureaucrats, I would have to report this action to the marshal in order to ensure a perfect procedure, but then something might go wrong. I crossed the line and was deeply criticized. The marshal might be very dissatisfied with me, but I succeeded. After a pause, he sighed again. Sometimes, I think parents' parenting is very strange. On the one hand, they hope that he will be independent and wolf-like, and on the other hand, they hope that he will be well-behaved. They have been taught since childhood to be obedient. Isn't this a contradiction? Gongsun Wei actually laughed after hearing this. You actually told me this. Maybe it's time for you to fall in love. Is it that celebrity Xia Guixuan? The one who formed a huge team with you in the game? Gongsun Jiu smiled. Why, you still want to kill him? Gongsun Wei said nonchalantly. It hasn't come to that yet. I never expected a girl like you to be calm for the rest of your life. It's not uncommon to be attracted to a good-looking man. On the contrary, I think this game partner is pretty good at the moment. Huh? Gongsun Jiu widened his eyes. Because he is very fickle, he keeps changing women around him, and you are a shameful person. No matter how you think about it, there is no possibility for you two to succeed. You are more likely to be hurt by him and give up. It's much better than being in love with a kind and pure person. How? Gongsun Wei's next sentence was, we are more worried that your girlfriend will be seduced away by him, and we will lose our predetermined daughter-in-law. This made us discuss whether we should get rid of him. He is really bold. He clearly knows that Yan Wuyu has a scandal with you, but he still flirts with you. To be honest, it is unreasonable for you, the deputy commander, not to be furious about this. I suggest you think about it. If you don't, your family will help you think about it. Gongsun Jiu, look, in reality, you break up a couple and become rivals to fight for a woman, and in the game, you become a little bird to compensate. I have written a script for you. Don't you think this script is beautiful? Gongsun Jiu also thought the script was very interesting. What's more interesting was that her father would actually consider these things, which was somewhat inconsistent with her usual perception. Do you feel that your father's reaction is different from what you imagined? Your father may scold you harshly and ask you to stay away from that man. Gongsun Wei smiled and said, you've written too many romance novels, Xia Guixuan. I'm telling you that they are not suitable for you at all. Gongsun Jiu, back to our topic, it's actually a problem of the butt. When you sit in the position of deputy commander, You will consider a fleet and act cautiously. If you are the head of the family, you will naturally consider more and will not be as impulsive as an ordinary young member. For example, don't I know that the head of state has some problems? Do you really think I never care? Gongsun Wei lowered his voice, but before you have a firm foothold, does the Gongsun family, which is in the process of extinction, really dare to express it? Gongsun Jiayu's expression moved. For example, are there any of those who fight cocks and walk horses at home who are dissatisfied with you or me? Are there any who have been bribed and are ready to kick us down at any time? Gongsun Wei's voice was lowered. I originally planned to give you another 20 years, but you arrived now. I said, give me a reason. I don't want a reason to take revenge for you being bullied. I have this reason myself and I am already doing it, but a reason to win. What supports you to do it now? Gongsun Jiayu took a deep breath and said seriously, because he will not continue to play the game with you for 20 years. He has already started to assassinate me. If you think this reason is not enough, then I will give you a new reason. Today you are qualified to let me explain it clearly. Gongsun Wei laughed dumbly. This daughter's pride was even looked down upon by her father. Forget it. But Gongsun Jiayu said word by word, I suspect that the current head of state is not a human being at all. Gongsun Wei's smile froze on his face, and his eyeballs bulged so much that they almost popped out. Everyone is arguing in the human mindset and tacit understanding about which level you are on and which level I am on. After all this time, the other party is in the atmosphere. P.S. There will be an extra update in the evening, around 10 o'clock. Chapter 124 The head of state may not be human. This is of course what Xia Guixuan said. Because he calculated that the shadow condensation bead and Jiuhu light mirror that he had used to set up the formation were in Xiajing and in the president's mansion. Not only in the president's mansion, but also put into practical use, constructing a time-space isolation inversion formation, which Shivan Xia Guixuan's consciousness could not easily detect. His own treasure blocked his detection, which was really painful. This at least means that the other party can use this treasure and can also arrange a powerful formation based on the characteristics of this treasure, which is definitely not a human genetic technology system. Either it is a descendant of the gods, or other unknown life. Of course, it is also possible that humans have cultivated to this point. Xia Guixuan thinks it is unlikely. After all, the time is too short. Humans only came here 250 years ago. Even if this person has lived from the beginning to now, it is not enough to practice this kind of innate treasure. The difference is too big. The head of mankind is not a human. The father god of the descendants of the gods is not a descendant of the gods. It has to be said that it is a very ironic thing. But this incident made Xia Guixuan a little cautious. Because the other party cannot be recognized by an ordinary human, it is impossible to determine how strong he is. At least he cannot just rush into the president's mansion and hang around. It is not impossible that he will capsize in the gutter. Refer to the demon king whose body is gone. Xia Guixuan is very suspicious. The other party may not be very strong individually, otherwise he would have swept the planet long ago. But combined with the formation and the like, it is possible to burst out the lethality of the taking level in a specific area. The demon king is very likely to be killed in this way, not by a nuclear bomb. Then, since the other party has such strength, where does the strength come from? Is there another strong person behind him? Why didn't the other party come here in person? Is it related to Zelter and the young demon outside? Suddenly, I feel that the situation is no longer the feeling of being a father god crushing everything. The belligerent factor in my blood is a little ignited. Even if there is no situation of the demon king and the little fox, Xia Guixuan feels that he will definitely figure this out. So he and Gongsun Jiayu are cooperating, real cooperation. Not like last time when he felt that the efforts of the human fleet were like a game. Xia Guixuan sat on the edge of the cliff, reading the information sent by Xiaoju in the moonlight. The head of state is called Liu Xian, a very common name with many duplicates. His resume is very clear. He was born in the aristocratic Liu family, and his family has been in politics for generations. The previous Senate president was him. After he was elected as the head of state, it was Ling Moxu's grandfather Ling Xiaonin's turn to be the Senate president, and he has been in office for 24 years. Ling Xiaonin has also been in office for 24 years. It feels that the two are deeply related, at least much deeper than the relationship with the Zhou family. Of course, the Ling family cannot know what Liu Xian is hiding now, otherwise Ling Moxu's performance this time would not be like this. However, If one day it develops to a certain extent, it is hard to say whether the Ling family, who are too deeply involved, will be forced to recognize even the non-human head of state. The integrity of human politicians. I'm getting off topic. In short, from the resume, there is nothing special about this Liu Xian. After he took over as the head of state, he was very low-key. Domestic affairs were developed in a very regular manner, with almost no new things. He did not interfere in military affairs, but only exercised a normal right of checks and balances and personnel review of senior generals. In fact, these powers can be developed into interference in military affairs in the hands of those who can wield power, but he really did not seem to do so. In addition to appearing in meetings, he rarely appeared in other occasions, and he never had a diplomatic meeting with the descendants of God. So this head of state has a low sense of existence. In a sense, even Ling Xiaoru's sense of existence is higher than his in the political world. The so-called meeting appearances, most of the meetings are held in the head of state's residence. In other words, this person lives in seclusion and rarely leaves the head of state's residence. In the past, everyone thought it was normal, because at the beginning, the previous head of state and many important officials had just died in the Demon King attack, so it was normal for him to live in seclusion and be cautious. After a long time, everyone got used to it, as if it should be like this. Now look carefully, it is not normal at all. The head of state with such a low sense of existence, but he has been elected for several times, and his control of power is surprisingly stable. Speaking of which, after the first generation of aristocratic families such as the Gongsun family and the Yin family began to decline, there were not many forces that could threaten the throne of the head of state. Gongsun Jiayu, who has emerged as a rising star, is indeed an outlier. I am afraid that when Liu Xian first appointed him as the captain of the Galaxy flagship, he did not expect that this young man could actually rise so quickly. It is quite troublesome to deal with such a head of state. If you want to rebel according to Gongsun Wei's human rules and tacit understanding, you should at least have the name of clearing the emperor's side, right? The head of state has not lost his morality or made trouble. If you, Gongsun Jiayu, really want to rebel, I am afraid that even the Galaxy fleet will not listen to you. Other armies are not clay puppets. How can you rebel? Assassination? This is also a matter of bad tacit understanding, and it is generally not considered. Of course, the other party has done so this time, so it is reasonable to consider this. Taking advantage of the possibility that the head of state rarely goes out, there is still a chance for assassination. Xia Guixuan remembered Zhaoju's last words before he went offline. Assassination is the last option. We will try to delay the opportunity for him to go out. As long as he comes out, it will be easy to assassinate him with you here, the last option. Do you have any other ideas? In fact, Xia Guixuan didn't want to be done with just an assassination. He was very interested in what plans Gongsun Jiayu had. It's not that we have ideas, it's the Führer who will definitely have ideas. My brother, didn't we have the Zelt Archon captured this time to annihilate the Zelts? Although we haven't tortured anything out so far, and technology can't find it. But we all know that the Führer must be involved here. Even if we really can't find the problem, the Führer doesn't know, he will definitely be restless. It's impossible for him to do nothing. Well, what if he really can't hold his temper and do nothing? Then, Zhao Jiayu's eyes were dim. The Zelt captives may really reveal something they don't want to hear. As long as we give them a certain amount of time to destroy the Zelt Archon's mental armor, we can make them say whatever we want them to say. Xia Guixuan originally wanted to say that I can search their souls, but after hearing this, he knew it was unnecessary. Humans are not inferior at all when they are cunning. It doesn't matter what the captives actually confess. What matters is what you can make them say. After all, the excuse of clearing the court only needs this. The other party will not let you know what the Donglan war zone is doing in the distance, and they will feel guilty after all. Moreover, it seems that what Gongsun Jiayu wants is not an excuse to purge the court, but to make the other party reveal something out of his guilty conscience. The prisoner is just a prop. Brother is in the Donglan star field now, which is very far away. It would be strange if they didn't take this opportunity to do something. At the very least, they will cause trouble to reduce Brother's contribution this time, or even throw some dirty water on Brother and suppress Brother's prestige, so that Brother can't covet the throne of Marshal. In fact, if they really dare to suppress the credit of the soldiers, this will also be something that can provoke a strong backlash. Gongsun Jiayu stayed in Donglan and didn't come back. It seems that he did it on purpose. Of course it was intentional. Otherwise, what post-war reconstruction would be enough to pay a logistics general? Is it really necessary to station a deputy marshal, Xia Guixuan? At the same time, it also means to expose flaws. When brother is not here, the head of state is very likely to make trouble here. The most likely target is the Gongsun family. At the same time, let the marshal order the prisoners to be sent back to Beijing as soon as possible. That's all, Xia Guixuan whispered, but in fact, the Gongsun family is not so empty. After a few times, there must be flaws. Xia Guixuan frowned. This is too vague. Xia Guixuan shook his head. Brother can't hand over all the details to me. Let's take it step by step. In fact, she certainly had a plan in mind, but she did not dare to say it too clearly as Xia Guixuan. Otherwise Xia Guixuan would be suspicious. You are a distant sister. Gongsun Jiu has told you too much, right? Even now, Xia Guixuan was already very surprised. It seems that Gongsun Jiu trusts you more than I thought. Of course, he knows that you and I, and you, Xia Guixuan held it in for a long time, and finally said, they all thought I was in love with you. Since he cooperates with you, of course he starts to trust me. After saying that, without waiting for Xia Guixuan to answer, he said, anyway, no matter what brother thinks, I think the same. If it is a non-human who steals the dignity of the head of state and slaughters the important ministers of the country, then a mere assassination cannot relieve this hatred. I will not be willing to make him public and list his crimes. Thanks to brother Lian Tao for joining the alliance, the leader has reached 58. Chapter 125 Stealing? I don't know what Xia Guixuan discussed with her family members after she went offline. Xia Guixuan didn't dwell on this matter. Either go to the capital to investigate the Yuan Shou mansion, or wait quietly for Xia Guixuan's news to cooperate. There is no benefit in having a messy mind. Xia Guixuan received the information, but chose to believe in Gongsun Jiu's level, so he didn't think much about it and practiced quietly on the top of the mountain for a night. These days have been rewarding for practice, and it is worthwhile to practice quietly. When some shells are knocked open, they will either heal or be reshaped. Xia Guixuan knew that he was on the road to reshaping, and he was willing to accept and try to change. As for what it would be like, no one knew. Perhaps there is still a lack of an opportunity for the mold to be fixed in the direction. Xia Guixuan had a hunch that when the opportunity came, his injuries would be completely healed, and he would not always have a kind of uncomfortable feeling of being unable to use his strength like now. If it was the peak period, the body of the young demon hidden in the void rift, and the current Yuan Shou mansion, would not cause him to be so cautious, but the current situation is still cautious when entering the unknown home of others. I also have a hunch that the day of recovery will not be long. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright. He felt like he was being watched. It was the nano drone. Xia Guixuan seemed not to notice. With a thought, the drone automatically became inoperable and flew into his pocket. In less than a moment, Yin Xiaoru flew over crookedly on the flying handkerchief magic weapon. As soon as she jumped off the ground, she anxiously searched everywhere. Xia Guixuan asked nonchalantly, what's wrong? Yin Xiaoru was embarrassed to say that her peeping had evolved from a telescope to a drone, and just smiled apologetically. I think I lost something here before. Don't worry about it, I'll find it myself. Xia Guixuan asked, do you want me to ask Fat Tiger for you? No. Yin Xiaoru crawled on the grass, muttering unconsciously, machine, my machine. Xia Guixuan's forehead was bulging with veins, and he finally nodded, nano machine, how can you find it with your naked eyes when you are lying on the ground? I have a magnetic scan. Yin Xiaoru finally came to her senses, raised her head and glared at him. How do you know it's a nano machine? If you had asked Yan Wuyu, you wouldn't have used this thing to spy on me. Xia Guixuan sympathized, you bought this machine specially, how much did it cost? I didn't spend any money. No, this is Yan Wuyu lent it to me to play with. Yin Xiaoru bared her teeth, give it back to me, I can't afford to pay for losing the military's things. Wait a minute, can you stand up before you bar your teeth? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yin Xiaoru was kneeling on the grass looking for something. Now she was facing Xia Guixuan. What kind of posture was that? And she was baring her teeth. Yin Xiaoru's mind went blank for a moment, and she felt that she couldn't look straight. Fat Tiger peeked from a distance. This woman is really weird. I stood up, but she insisted on lying down. Does this posture look good? Yin Xiaoru jumped up and wanted to go down the mountain in anger. Yan Wuyu, I will fight you. I advised you not to use the drone, but you insisted on using it. Now you want to pass the blame to me? Yan Wuyu appeared at the edge of the mountain, hugged his shoulders and said. The posture just now was still very good. I saw that the man's eyes were straight. I suggest you try it in another occasion next time. It should be very effective. Bah, Yin Xiaoru was furious. Why should I use such a vulgar posture? You use it. Yan Wuyu blinked and didn't reply. The bright eyes seemed to pass over Xia Guixuan inadvertently, and then turned away to look at Yin Xiaoru as if nothing had happened, with the words you said it hidden in his eyes, very teasing. Xia Guixuan looked very strange. After coming out of the land of fire, seeing Yan Wuyu again, especially when she was with Yin Xiaoru and she was teasing him secretly, the feeling was really strange and indescribable. It feels like an affair? Seeing Yin Xiaoru's shame and anger, it can be seen that this so-called charming and seductive fox is actually not as coquettish as she imagined. Xia Guixuan was afraid that she would burst out, so he tried to smooth things over and changed the subject. General Yan, how come you have time to come here today? Is there another military mission? One is to bring you a motorcycle that has been approved by the military. I almost forgot about this thing. This is too inefficient. They issued it only when I didn't want to use it anymore. It wasn't long ago. We went out to fight on our own. In fact, it was issued 2 days ago. Of course, the efficiency of the General Logistics Department is a bit poor. This is the Marshal's man. It's troublesome. Yan Wuyu asked curiously. You get tired of the old and love the new too quickly. You urged me 800 times a day in the first 2 days after I applied, and now you say you don't want to use it. Xia Guixuan coughed twice, didn't respond, and asked, this is one. Are there any others? The others are. I applied to go to Donglan, but the deputy marshal rejected it. He said that there was nothing to do in Donglan and I could stay in Beijing. But I have nothing to do in Beijing. Can't I take a vacation and go play with Xiaoru? Okay, Xia Guixuan always felt that she was not here to play with Yin Xiaoru, but who she was here for was up for debate. Of course, there was no way to say this, so he could only say, come, I'll treat you to tea. 3 people sat around the stone table on the pavilion, and Xia Guixuan leisurely brewed tea. The stone table was a small round table, and the 3 people sitting around it were less than a foot apart, so they could touch each other with a slight raise of their hands. Both women held their chins and watched Xia Guixuan brew tea. The meaning of taking, if you taste it carefully, there is really a feeling that every move is close to the Tao, which is beautiful and mysterious. Just like the dance that Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru danced at the beginning, the young men and women of Sangaiyu can still dream of it sometimes. It's like being imprinted in the soul. Yan Wuyu was thinking that no matter whether it was the so-called father god or not, anyone who cultivated to a certain level could cause a dimensionality reduction attack on women. The attraction of temperament and beauty was too strong. Not to mention that it was a human-shaped aphrodisiac, at least the initial good impression was too easy to get close to. To resist it, unless the woman herself is also cultivating immortality and has the corresponding state of mind, so her heart can be as clear as ice. In fact, her resistance to Xia Guixuan is now a little stronger than before, because after she comprehended the origin of fire, she is also more short-sighted and her mood is not so mundane. Can a ball of fire produce love? No. She is not at that level now, but she is naturally moving in this direction. Moreover, the origin of fire is original to this planet and has little to do with the Father God, so the resistance is getting stronger. Looking at him with the current state of mind, it is really not as frightening as before. In addition to the relationship with Yin Xiaoru, Yan Wuyu feels that he can still achieve no more chances after leaving, and completely break the relationship that should not have been indulged. But it is inevitable to think that Yin Xiaoru's situation is not as good as before. This fox seems to be in love with Xia Guixuan, but does she really like him? Isn't it similar to aphrodisiacs? Should I wake him up? Or test it? While she was daydreaming, Xia Guixuan had already given everyone a cup of tea, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, little fox. Although even the deputy commander likes to drink your drink, I still like to drink tea. Yan Wuyu thought to herself that this is not the way you should say sorry to the little fox. Xia Guixuan glared at her. Yan Wuyu tilted her head. Yin Xiaoru didn't notice the looks of the two, and took the teacup and snorted, your tea is a luxury item outside, because it is a fairy tea with the spirit of the fairy. Generally, people have to import it from the descendants of the gods, which is very expensive. Then she muttered, other boyfriends and girlfriends will use the same one. It's okay if you don't drink our own drinks, But at least give me some of the fairy tea. I can drink the same one with you, okay? Xia Guixuan was stunned, and seeing her pouting slightly while holding the cup, he didn't know what to say. Yan Wuyu took the opportunity to echo and sound discord. I see some people who claim to be boyfriends, but in fact they don't care about their girlfriend's business at all. If you supply a small amount of this fairy tea, your company can open up the high-end market. Yin Xiaoru was about to cry. Yeah, this scumbag is still hugging and kissing other women. Xia Guixuan, Yan Wuyu's face turned green. Although he knew that Yin Xiaoru was talking about Ling Moxu, he was really hit like a sieve, and it's not just hugging and kissing. At least Ling Moxu didn't get bit by the strawberry, and Ling Moxu didn't try to take off his robes. But he couldn't let it get out of hand, so he had to force himself to echo. So, did you break up as you said before? I think you'd better be careful with men like this, they're too unreliable, Xia Guixuan finally said unhappily. The so-called fairy tea does not need me to provide anything, because the fairy spirit covers the ecological park. As long as the tea trees in this ecological park are naturally fairy tea, you can do this business at any time, not to mention using it yourself. But I still suggest not to consider doing any high-end market. Little fox, haven't you worked overtime enough? There is no end to making money. Take more rest and practice more, okay? Yin Xiaoru was very happy. He cared about my fatigue from overtime. When she was happy, she felt protective of her son. She glanced at Yan Wuyu and said, some people don't have a boyfriend, so they scold other people's boyfriends, with a puff. Xia Guixuan and Yan Wuyu spit out tea together. Cough cough cough, Yan Wuyu choked and coughed, and was so angry that he was fuming. Did you fire at him first and I echoed a few words? How did it become me scolding your boyfriend? This brain-damaged bestie is no longer acceptable. Seeing Xia Guixuan bursting out laughing, Yan Wuyu became more and more fearful, and stretched out a hand from under the table and gently placed it on Xia Guixuan's leg. Xia Guixuan's face turned green. What are you doing? It feels like an affair, but you really come to her face to face? Yan Wuyu's voice transmission came at the right time. I am taking revenge on this idiot. As for you, you are afraid that she will find out, it means that you like her. In the land of fire, the so-called unwillingness to be tied is just a joke. Not afraid of her finding out, it means that you don't care about her feelings at all. Then I suggest you break up as soon as possible and don't hurt others. Tell me, do you want to test your heart? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.